Before we distribute the materials to the first lesson, let me just share a few thoughts, because I think we probably all realize that this Vanapasta ashram is not really established in ISKCON, right? Nobody is really talking much about it. Brahmachari ashram is there, Grihastha ashram is there, Sannyasa ashram is there, but Vanapasta, nobody talks much about it, and it hasn't really been established. So my humble approach is that it is all a question of education and training. We have not really educated our devotees how to actually really live our philosophy, how to apply it in practical life. So, and this Vanapasta ashram is, I find this a very important topic, because it is the very last phase of our life, which is really meant to exactly what the whole title is saying. It is meant to prepare us so we meet death with joy. And yes, Krishna's system of the different ashrams is just so perfectly arranged in order to support our whole journey back home, back to Godhead. And unless we get this training, very easily we don't plan our life nicely, right? Because very often we come across this, that devotees get married when they're 45 or 48, but actually if this clear understanding is there, that after married life, after the Grihastha ashram, there is another ashram there, then we will plan our life differently. Then we will realize when we're around 30, we should decide, will we stay brahmachari for the rest of our life, or will we go through the Grihastha ashram? And then if yes, okay, let's do it at the right time so that we can move on to the next ashram. But because there is no training and education in this regard, that's why most devotees don't even think about this, that after the Grihastha ashram there is indeed another ashram. So that's what inspired me to put this course together, so that it's simply a humble attempt to give this education. And I'm of course very happy to see that there's also young devotees here, even very young devotees. Yes, because this topic of Vanapasta ashram is actually relevant for everyone. And I once heard, actually it was in a Vivaha Yajna, in a marriage ceremony, somebody was giving a little talk there and was making this comment that if we enter marriage without a clear plan how to get out of it, how to move on, then this is already failure. This is like, you all probably know the saying, failing to plan is planning to fail. So we can apply this in this situation. If we don't plan how to move on, how to get out of the Grihastha ashram, then this is already, we are planning to fail, basically. And even materialists, they have a clear plan for their old age, all kind of retirement plans and pension plans and this thing and that thing they're making, So I mean, we as devotees, we should also make some plans how we want to spend our old age. Of course, we never know whether we will really get there. Maybe by Krishna's arrangement we leave earlier. But nevertheless, there should be some plan. And especially as we will discover during this week, this topic of Vanapasta ashram, it actually requires some meditation and internal cultivation. It is not just a question of, okay, now I'm 50, I'm Vanaprastha or something. No, no, no. This has to be a whole outlook on life, a whole meditation, and over several years, some cultivation and preparation. And then we will move on. But if this is not there, then we will stay entangled in family life until the moment of death. And these family attachments, very difficult to really overcome. Especially tomorrow, we will read a lot of nice quotes from the Bhagavatam, because Prabhupada says all these things in the Bhagavatam. It's all there. But we tend to overlook them. Maybe because we blend them out. We don't really want to hear them or something. And I mean, this topic, Vanaprastha Ashram, this is why I'm trying to make it a little more attractive by putting in front of it meeting death with joy. That if I would only put Vanaprastha Ashram, sometimes people feel rather threatened by this. Also because there's no clear understanding there, there's quite a bit of ignorance there, what it actually means. And just to begin with, I want to share with you this one funny story. I had arranged a whole Pandal program with different Maharajas speaking on this topic of Vanaprastha Ashram some years ago. Maybe some of you were even there. And I had printed up some nice leaflets and I was distributing them to invite people for this program. There was, Shivam Swami, Narendra Swami, all kinds of wonderful personalities were speaking on this topic. So, and then one Prabhupada disciple, I met him, he's from Germany. So he introduced me to a friend who's also a Prabhupada disciple. And he was saying, yes, this is Devaki Mataji, she puts all kinds of interesting seminars together. So I thought, all right, let me invite him to this Vanaprastha program. So I gave him a leaflet and said, oh yes, Prabhu, by the way, we have this Pandal program there. And when his wife heard this term, Vanaprastha Ashram, she snatched this leaflet out of his hand and she was actually angry. Yes, she was saying, don't give him any crazy ideas. Yes, and I mean, it was such an embarrassing situation because, his friend just wanted to introduce me to, her husband, and I had the leaflets in my hand, I was out there distributing them, so I thought, why not invite them? His wife must have been the second marriage. So she was not a Prabhupada disciple. But we were also perplexed, we just looked at each other and I was so embarrassed, I apologized, but she was really angry. She was really angry. Yes. So these are the kind of reactions I come across, that, and especially often ladies feel threatened by this because they think, and this is really a misconception, that people think Vanaprastha means the husband just puts on saffron and walks out the door. But this is irresponsibility in the name of Vanaprastha Ashram. This is not what the Vanaprastha Ashram is all about, So there's so many misunderstandings and misconceptions there. So yes, that just as a little introductory sharing here from my side. And let us begin by looking how in the two cultures, materialistic culture, spiritual culture, how the attitude towards elders and towards this last phase in life is. Because the sole topic of Vanaprastha Ashram is very much connected with the topic of culture. So I always like to remember the verse 269 from Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna says, what is day to the common person is night to the introspective sage. And what is day to the spiritualist is night for the materialist. So in other words, these two cultures, spiritual culture, materialistic culture, they are as different as day is from night. We come across this in all our courses, really. Last week we were discussing the importance of sheltering relationships, and we found out there that all those qualities which a spiritualist strives for, they almost seem like being a failure for a materialist. That's how opposite the two cultures are, and it is very logical, because material life is all about increasing sense gratification, whereas spiritual life is all about decreasing and losing taste and attraction. Yeah? So the two cultures have to be completely opposite, because they have completely opposite worldview and goals. So in a culture where sense gratification is the overall goal in life, so what is the attitude towards elderly people, towards old people in society? Let's quickly be clear in that. How are old people viewed in a culture where sense gratification is it? Heavy luggage, yes. They're seen as a burden, completely troublesome burden, right? And that's why they're usually neglected. They're pushed aside, off into old folks' homes, nursing homes, retirement centers. That's the attitude, you know? And yes, and also there is disrespect. We were discussing last week, a culture which is based on sense gratification always goes hand in hand with disrespect. Because sense gratification means we are using others for our enjoyment. So we can only do this if there is disrespect there. So definitely towards old people, there is disrespect, because they cannot keep up the race for sense gratification. You know? Elderly body becomes not suitable for enjoying life anymore. Anybody here who is over 50 can probably verify that as the body gets older, you know, yes, right? Yes, not so suitable anymore for sense enjoyment. So, therefore there is disrespect towards the elders. Oh, they can't enjoy life, they can't keep up, they can't show off. So there's disrespect, neglect, pushed aside. This is really the motto. I mean, it is very sad how in these modern days, elderly people are treated by their family. You know, there's no mood of care and affection and respect there, but yeah, they're simply pushed aside and seen as useless, basically, right? So what is the expectation on old age and retirement in such a culture, where sense gratification is the all in all? What is people's plan for that phase in life? Going to do something in the garden. Well, that sounds pretty sattvic. Not everybody plans like that. Let's not get too much into details, but what is people's goal and hopes? Yes, one last time to really enjoy to the fullest. You know, they work hard all their life, they try and put some money aside, and then, one more time to enjoy. And depending on their standard of life, you know, people, if they're wealthy, they go on some cruises, on some big, you know, luxury ships there where people just eat and dance tango and talk nonsense, and, you know, and mainly eating. People eat all day, you know, yes, and just cruising around the world. or people play golf. Prabhupada was always making his jokes about the elderly people playing golf, how they waste their human form of life just running after a little ball there, and instead of preparing for death, yes. Yeah, so this is people's outlook on life, that they hope to finally enjoy. Their whole life they had to work so hard, but for this retirement, they have these big hopes for enjoyment, and they try their very best to make the arrangements accordingly. So one more time, they want to increase sense gratification. Right? And I mean, as you were saying, and we will get back to this also, yes, people, they start all over again with family life as grandparents. Right? If there's nothing higher in their life, they're almost like rotating there in family life, starting all over again, getting entangled with the grandkids, and then that becomes their big purpose in life. Yeah, we see this also sometimes in our devotee communities, Yes, because of lack of education, then people try to find some purpose and some meaningful engagement, and then they just worry about the grandchildren. Yes. Yes, and I mean, comfort. People plan a comfortable life. The emphasis is on comfort. Right? Cozy home, luxurious, some villa somewhere, wherever, some ocean or whatever, So that's their outlook. Comfort and sense gratification. So now let us have a look in spiritual culture, where self-realization is the goal in life. Things look completely opposite. So what is there? The attitude towards the elders. How are they viewed? There's respect. Yes. Why is there respect? What do they embody? Wisdom. Life experience. Self-realization. They're the elders who are asked for guidance, for advice. That's what we were discussing last week. Actually, in many ways, the last week's course sets a little bit the foundation to this week's course. Because actually last week we were discussing the importance of having a mentor, a counselor, a coach, and eventually becoming one ourselves. And that is exactly the highly valuable contribution this Vanaprastha ashram is giving to society. That they are meant to guide the young generation so that they don't have to repeat all the same mistakes that they have made. And we were discussing last week, we can save ourselves from so many miseries and problems and suffering if we just take guidance from somebody who has already more experience than we have with a certain challenge. And that's the contribution of the Vanaprastha ashram actually. But because this need for mentorship is not so clearly understood yet in ISKCON, I think this is also one reason why this Vanaprastha ashram is not really established. Because if we don't value the contribution of that ashram, then how can it be established? Right? Makes sense? Yes? Yes. I mean, first of all, we clearly have to understand the importance of this giving guidance and shelter and accepting guidance and shelter. Unless this is clearly understood and established and devotees are educated and trained in this, then the elderly devotees, they just sit idle. Nobody is really approaching them for guidance, or they may not even realize that they should reach out in affection and uplift the juniors and take some interest in what they're doing and share their life experience. So this whole exchange between the elderly generation and the young generation, this is really important actually, you know, for both sides. The elderly people get enlivened when the young generation shows some interest and they approach with respect, they inquire, and the young generation benefits immensely, you know, of all the life experience of the elders. So this exchange is so important between the generations. But in our modern and unfortunately so artificial life, this all has gone lost and forgotten, you know. But I have seen in Europe, in Western Europe, that sometimes in the kindergarten, they take the small children to some retirement centers and they visit the elderly people there. And they do some little performances, they sing some song or they recite some poem or something, you know. Yes, I mean, even the non-devotees out there, they have some little clue still how important this association of these two generations is, you know. And that's why they sometimes encourage such kind of activities, that the children visit the old people's homes, you know. Yes. And I remember actually when I was a child in Germany, nobody ever told me this, but I can't even remember how old I was. Yeah, I was 14, 15, 16, something like that. I had a phase where with one girlfriend we used to go to a nursing home and we visited the old people there. And we were picking some flowers, bringing them flowers, taking them out in the wheelchair. Somehow, intuitively, you know, we had that inspiration to do something for the elderly people, you know. Yes, I mean, probably today, you know, no youth is coming up with such an idea. They're all too busy scrolling up and down their iPhones and chat on Facebook or something. But it is actually the most natural thing in life, you know, that the kids should have that respect and they offer some service and it gives them a certain feeling of satisfaction. And maybe there's even that idea there, yes, one day I will also be in that situation, you know, and then, yes, it is also nice if somebody will visit us and offer some little service or inquire from us and so on, you know. Yeah, so in spiritual culture, you know, there is so much respect there. There's also a lot of gratitude there, because actually, similarly, like a son inherits from his parents, so even in general society, we are also inheriting from the elder generation. You know? Even in a temple community, we can have that understanding that, let's say, we are somewhere where a nice temple is established. Well, the young generation should feel indebted to the previous generation that they worked so hard to establish this temple, and they are actually inheriting, you know, in a sense, so much facility, nice temple, nice deity worship, which was all established by, you know, by the blood and sweat that the previous generation was shedding. So there should be some gratitude there, some indebtedness. Okay. That is actually the very natural feeling and approach and exchange in a culture where self-realization is the goal in life. So, yeah, so there's respect, there's the mood of inquiry, pariprashnena sevaya, we serve, we inquire, and there's some gratitude there, right? So now, in such a culture, what is the expectation there on old age and retirement? Yeah, that we share our life experience, we reach out, we contribute in such a way, yes. And what else? What about our personal life? Yes. Peace.
So that we can focus on spiritual.
Yes. Well, we want to deepen our spiritual life. Yes, we want to deepen our spiritual life, and very natural, because the body becomes more and more useless in running around and doing so many big achievements. So we want to actually switch more towards internal life and deepen our spiritual practice, so that we can meet death in joy. Right? Yes. We want to deepen our dependence on Krishna and his devotees. I mean, throughout our whole spiritual life, we are always so dependent on devotee association, and especially in this last phase in life. We need the support of the devotees so that we can remember Krishna, we can focus. Not so easy. We need the association, definitely. By ourselves, we may we may really struggle and not pass the test, really, to remember Krishna, Yes. And one more thing, in material life, we said comfortable life is the outlook of this last phase of life. So, what about, and we said increasing sense gratification. So, but in spiritual culture, yes, renunciation, we want to actually decrease sense gratification and give up our taste and attraction for it. Definitely. And instead of comfortable life, what's the Vanaprastha ashram meant for? Simple life. Back to austerities, actually. Yes, because Grihastha life brings so much comfort, to greater or lesser degree, but there is more comfort and facility and. So then we go back to more tapasya again. Yes, that's the whole outlook. So it's really completely opposite of what materialistic culture is propagating, right? Yes. So, let's be clear. Most of us, we come somewhere from the Western world. We are surrounded by all this materialistic propaganda, and so that affects us. It's very subtle and deep. It's not so easy to actually shake off this conditioning which we are carrying in us. It's so deep, so subtle, and very natural. We bring this into our spiritual practice, and then we also think, yes, the goal of my old age is more comfort and luxury and maybe some easygoing life and enjoyment or something, and we don't realize, no, it's meant for tapasya, it's simple life. Yes. Yeah, so let us quickly remember, as I mentioned already once briefly, Krishna's perfect system of the 4 ashrams. This is also often not so clearly understood, that we may think, these ashrams are an ashram, not important, we just chant Hare Krishna. But no, actually it is of such great support, the ashrams. And they're actually so natural, according to one's natural phases in life. As a young person, naturally we are meant to receive education, studies, and best to do that in celibacy. So then for many, it's very natural to enter family life. So, and then Prabhupada often calls also Vanaprastha ashram, he calls it retired family life, which is also so natural. Once the kids are grown up the body is getting a little older, the material duties are diminishing, we hand over things to the grown-up children. It's just so natural that there is a retired phase of family life, which is the Vanaprastha ashram. So, and then sannyasa ashram is not for everyone, but actually these first 3 ashrams, they are highly recommended for anybody who has the opportunity to take advantage of them and to actually go through them. Very, very helpful, very helpful. All these different ashrams, they're actually teaching us to give up our independence. Because that's why we are here in this material world. We want to be independent from Krishna. So, and all these ashrams teach us in their own way how to give up our independence. Like brahmachari life or brahmacharini life, no independence. True brahmachari shouldn't even have his own bank account. And true brahmachari life means you do what you're told, and if you say no, then you're not brahmachari actually. That's brahmachari life. No independence. So, and then in family life, we are given a little more independence, but also no true independence. Whoever was on Sunday at Bhaktivedanta Purnamaharaj's class, he was making this funny comment. He was saying, yes, in the temple you do what the temple president says to you, orders you, and in family life you do what your wife orders you. So, family life, little more independence, but actually also no independence, because you have all these different personalities being dependent on you, so you can't do what you want to do and how you want and where and when you want. No, you have to adjust, you have to consider everybody's needs and desires and so that there's not, not much independence. And I guess that's why many people in these modern days, they don't want to get married, because they don't want to give up their independence, actually. That's the deeper reason, that people think, oh no, wife, husband, children, oh, so much trouble, oh, then I actually have to serve, oh no, let me better stay alone and then I can just do this and that as I like and I'm free and independent. That's one main reason why people don't want to get married. But actually, from a spiritual point of view, and to some of you this may sound really extreme, but from a spiritual point of view, it is actually not a question, do I want to get married or don't I want to get married? But, well, it's almost like a must, unless we are in the brahmachari ashram. As far as possible, we should be situated in one of these ashrams. And if we are not suitable for brahmachari life, oh well, then the other choice is grihastha life. Then, we are really taking advantage of Krishna's purifying system He's giving us. So for a materialist, it is a question, do I like this idea to get married or don't I like it? But for a spiritualist, it's not a question of do I like or don't I like. It's actually part of the purifying journey. That's what it is. Yes. Next week's course we will talk about family life as an ashram. And this is quite also an eye-opening topic. It took me many years to realize that we are not there yet in ISKCON, that we have managed to clearly establish family life as an ashram. Again, there's no training, no systematic education. People just get married and all they know is mundane family life. And they think, oh, because I wear tilak neck beads and walk around with japa beads, now I'm a grihasta, you know? But no, it requires a whole transformation, internal transformation of approach, outlook, desires, and so many things, attitudes, even the way we enter. It's a whole paradigm shift, actually, to really make our family life into an ashram. You know, so we're not there yet, actually. And it's not surprising, Islam is only 50 years old, and you know, all these educational things have to be gradually put into practice, and so that we really educate our devotees properly, you know. Yeah, so in any case, you know, that's why from a spiritual point of view, it is not a question, do I want to get married or don't I want to get married, but the question is, in which ashram can I situate myself? So I personally always recommend devotees to try and meditate on this question. Which ashram do I belong to? Which way do I want to move? You know, if there's an unmarried lady, unmarried man. So we should ask ourselves, okay, where am I standing here? You know, is my nature, am I ready? Am I mature enough to move towards renunciation? Either brahmachari or, you know, more the retired phase in life. Or am I not ready for that? Well, then married life is really the only other option, really. You know? Yes, because all these ashrams, they teach us to give up independence, and they also teach us to serve. So that's why, and plus, the ashrams actually offer protection. And the duties are very clear. You know, there's no confusion. What duties do we have? But if we are not placed in one of the ashrams, then the duties are unclear, and there's also not really the protection there. You know? Shall we quickly maybe understand what are the duties of the brahmachari ashram? Just to be clear on it. What's the duties in a brahmachari?
Follow Guru's orders.
Huh?
Follow Guru's orders.
Follow Guru's orders, yes. And what's the mood? What's the main things we're doing in the brahmachari ashram?
As a humble servant.
Humble servant. Emphasis is on. Yes, training, education, studies. You know? Brahmachari life is meant for spiritual studies, education, training, developing unconditional service mood, doing whatever we are asked to, you know, and dependence on Guru and the authorities. I mean, Prabhupada was telling this thing that he said, well, if Guru forgets to feed the brahmachari, then he goes to sleep hungry, he will not eat. So that's, you know, illustrating the dependence on Guru, you know, in that ashram. There's no question of, oh, let me just go and cook something for myself or something, you know. Yes. So these are kind of, in a nutshell, the main points of brahmachari life: the austerity, studies, service mood, and full dependence on Guru and the authorities. And by the way, let me add this, that also brahmacharini ladies were also trained. They were always trained. Even though often devotees say, oh, this brahmacharini ashram is artificial and Prabhupada simply introduced it. Well, formerly, people were living in extended families. There were so many aunties, cousins, sisters, mothers, grandmothers, and extended family. So all the ladies were living like that, which was nothing else but an ashram actually. It was like our Brahmacharini ashram, that the elderly ladies were right from young age training the girls. When they were 7, 8, 9, 10 years of age, they were thoroughly trained in everything, cooking, cleaning, instruments, shastra, puja, everything. And then when they were 16, 17, 18, they were qualified to get married. They were fully trained wives and mothers, you know. They were learning how to take care of the young children and they learned everything. So the ladies were always getting solid training, but it was within family life. Yes, because also a woman's nature is more to be emotional, and that's why women easier learn in a family situation, because there's more affectionate and emotional dealings in the family, whereas temple life is a little emotionally dry for most ladies. That's why often after 1 or 2 or 3 years of our ladies being in a ladies' ashram, it's usually enough for them, you know, and then they should move on to family life. But training was always given to the ladies from young age. So it's not that, oh, women don't need this phase of training or something. No, they do. Otherwise, how can they be the first guru to the children, you know? Yes, definitely. So Prabhupada, when he came to the Western world, of course he could see, you know, there is no extended families, and even if there's extended families, they're not devotees, they're not training the girls. So that's why he simply extracted the principles of training the ladies, and he applied it by establishing Brahmacharini ashrams. But the principle has always existed. You know, I have seen this in Bangladesh, how the girls are trained right from young age. You know, yes, yeah. So then, Grihastha life. What's that all about? What's the duty of the Grihasthas in regards to the whole society? Give you a little hint here. What are the, yes?
They're meant to support as well the 3 ashrams.
Exactly, they are meant to provide and support all the other 3 ashrams, even the vanaprasthas also. Something which is not at all established. Yeah, so the grihasthas are actually the main foundation of the whole society, because they provide for the brahmacharis and the vanaprasthas and the sannyasis. Exactly. So one of their main duties is to give in charity. Yes. We will talk about that next week more also, you know. Yes. And what else do they do? What else is there? How do one aspect of giving in charity? Maybe not so easy for you to guess, because in the Western world it's not established at all. But one of the main duties of the Grihastha is to receive guests in their home and feed them. Not established. People don't know. You know? Yes. Yes. And also, you know, Grihastha life. Yeah, my God. It means humble service, you know. Service in tolerance and humility, serving the family members, you know. Yes. Wife has to selflessly serve the children, husband tolerate. Husband has to selflessly serve, tolerate, you know. There's so much purification there. If family life is arranged in such a way that it is an ashram, unfortunately, very often it's not an ashram, you know, because we're lacking the training. But we'll keep that for next week. Yeah, so, and then we said Vanaprastha ashram, you know, there we cultivate more dependence on Krishna and his devotees also, and more renunciation and And tapasya again, simple life, deepening our internal life. Contribution is to give guidance. And then sannyasa ashram is so much more renunciation even, and if possible, really, sacrificing our words, our mind, our deeds, our activities for preaching and simply serving Krishna and his devotees. Yeah, so in this way we can understand these 4 ashrams, they really give stability and harmony to society and also to the individual person, because the duties are clear. Also, each ashram serves each other, the other ashrams. We said already the grihasthas, they provide for the other ashrams. Brahmacharis are also meant to uplift the grihasthas. I have often witnessed that in Bangladesh, how the brahmacharis, they go out, they do preaching programs, and and train also the grihasthas by preaching to them and giving guidance. And then the vanaprasthas also reaching out to the young generation of grihasthas mainly and uplifting them. So everybody is serving each other. And in that way, the total goal of going back home, back to Godhead, is for everybody gradually, they can progress with this nice supportive system of the ashrams. Very, perfect system, really. And so natural according to the different phases of life. I mean, even for materialists, after they've been married for 30 or 40 years, they're also quite happy to cultivate a bit of distance to the spouse and do their own thing, and you're not so hanging on to each other anymore, And for many couples, it's quite a natural thing. You know each other, you've been there, you've done that, and, sometimes people maybe get a bit of sick and tired of each other also, or something, and it's natural actually, Yes. Okay. Yes, let me see. Is there any questions just about what we discussed? Please, whenever I ask for questions, don't jump at something which we haven't talked about yet, because there will be so much more to come. I mean, today we are just setting the grounds, really, the foundation for all the further discussion. It's kind of the first lesson is always the setting the scene lesson, so we're all on the same page type thing. Yes, Mataji?
I don't know if this question related to this topic, but I heard that
Loud.
regarding varnas, some varnas no need to take.
Yes.
Is this wrong by? I heard something about.
Yes, the question is, some varnas don't need to take to the Vanaprastha or Sannyasa ashram, and I mean, it will become more clear later. There is one interesting quote in the Bhagavatam where Prabhupada, or not, is it the verse or the commentary? I can't clearly remember now. But it says, it gives a whole list what a Vanaprastha should all be doing. And then there's, for example, also listed that a Vanaprastha shouldn't eat flesh, meat. And that, Vanaprastha, if he goes and performs all these tapasyas in the forest and in cold water and then he will reach the heavenly planet. So that makes it very clear that in former times, actually the ashrams were pretty much followed by everybody, not only Vaishnavas. So in that context, some varnas were maybe not following them, But in the context of Vaishnav life, going back to Godhead, then definitely Vanaprastha is for everybody. Because what is Vanaprastha? We simply want to let go of the family entanglements so that we don't remember our granddaughter, at the moment of death. So anybody who wants to go back to Godhead actually has to, as far as possible, apply this Vanaprastha ashram, Yes. Yeah, I mean, we will come across a few pretty amazing quotes, and we will extricate the principles of Vanaprastha life, Yes, yes. I mean, we have Jayadvaita Swami in ISKCON. He is also very interested in this topic of Vanaprastha ashram. And I once was meeting with him for about 2 hours, and I showed him my materials because I wanted to make sure I'm teaching the right thing here, because I had never attended a Vanaprastha course or anything, but I know that he thinks a lot about it and gives seminars on this. So once we met and I showed him what I'm teaching, so I hope it is useful for all of you. But I'm just sharing that to make it clear. It's not just I'm here speculating or something, but I'm trying to really give it some solid foundation here. So yes, but anyway, yes, anybody who wants to go back home, back to Godhead, this Vanaprastha ashram is highly recommended. And sannyas, that is not for everybody. Definitely. Actually, only Brahminical persons actually should take to the sannyas ashram.
I was once after his class, it was a new class, and one his god sister sitting with us, come with me, I want to go and ask you a question, because my husband told me to take off from family and preach. So, I go with her and I just sit, listen, and she asked a nice question. He was so happy. He said, and what? You should also stay in my school and listen to books and preach. And I understood. He is heavy about this.
Yeah, I mean, we will get to this, that Vanaprastha is a team thing between husband and wife. They work as a team. And it has so many different ways how it can practically manifest, but we will get to this later. And also, I mean, we will have two sessions where we do look more deeply into what actually happens at the moment of death. So I'm not only tricksing you here and call it meeting death with joy, but then we're only talking about Vanaprastha. No. There will be, 2 sessions all about death. What exactly happens and pain, why is pain there, and I mean so many things there, Yes. And I will also share some experiences. A few times I accompanied devotees in their last phase of life to help them to prepare for death, and I got some little insights there and so on. So there will be so many things coming, Yes. Yes, Mataji.
Yeah. Like, for example, when the husbands would say that they're going to take sannyas, they always ask permission from their guru. And there is one friend of mine, and usually it's being stopped. I don't know the reason why. But they're already at the age of 50, children are 26, 25. And I think he has to stay for a couple of years before he's going to take sannyas. And the wife was so worried. What is she going to do? But all their lives they have been preaching, the series of Prashadam, that's their thing at temple. Their lives has been Krishna conscious since age 20 till now. Like that. The guru prevented him to take sannyas. I think they have to wait for some time.
Yeah, I mean,
Do we, like women, like for example, if the husband is the one, or should we wait the husband first to make that move if he wants to say he wants to make the other pass, or you together should consult? What is like the preparation for that?
I mean, you're really jumping miles ahead. You're jumping miles ahead, so let's park this for later. And also, I don't want to get too much into how to take sannyas, because that's a different seminar type thing. But I mean, we have a whole procedure. Not so easy these days for men to take sannyas. They have to get on the waiting list, they need recommendations. It's a whole thing, it's a whole process. They have to serve under some sannyasi who gives guidance. It's a whole thing, But we're not going to get into that now. Maybe let us just move on a little bit. Last week we were discussing the importance of respect, but since quite a few of you did not take part in the seminar last week, I kind of feel I have to repeat it a little bit, because this respect is really the foundation to spiritual culture. And especially when it comes to the Vanaprastha ashram, unless there is the cultivation of respect there, then very easily the Vanaprasthas cannot even reach out and give guidance to the young generation, because they're not really eager and ready to accept. They don't want to inquire. They may not have that required respect towards the elders to actually take guidance from them and learn from their life experiences. So respect is really the main and foremost foundation to spiritual practice and also to spiritual culture. And we were saying last week how a culture of sense gratification always goes together with a culture of disrespect. They go hand in hand. Because sense gratification means we use others for our enjoyment. I mentioned it already earlier, So therefore, unless there is disrespect there, you will not use anybody for your enjoyment. So sense gratification goes always together with disrespect. If we actually have respect for others, we would never ever want to use them in gross or subtle ways for our own gratification. Right? So that's why I again feel like I have to emphasize this one more time for those who are joining us new here, that the elders can only pass down their wisdom, the traditions, the values. That's actually the contribution of the Vanaprasthas, that they pass down all these things, the values, the traditions, they teach them, they preserve them by handing them over and passing them down. So this process of passing down the traditions, values and wisdom can only take place if the juniors have that respect towards the elders. But if that's not there, then the elders cannot pass down anything, because the juniors don't even want to hear. They don't have that necessary humility to inquire and hear. They think, oh, we know it all better, you old guys, get out of the way now. We are the ones who have the say. That's the mood in the dear life. Right? And very easily we bring this attitude in our spiritual communities. And that respect is not there, and then the elders cannot pass down the values and traditions. And then very easily the process of devotional service becomes watered down. It becomes diluted, because the young generation, introduces all kinds of modern Kali Yuga ideas which may not be supportive to spiritual practice. They may be detrimental. So this is a real danger for our ISKCON society actually. I've seen, this going on, that because of lack of respect, the senior devotees, Prabhupada disciples, they cannot pass down how things should be done, how Prabhupada wanted things to be done. And then very easily, the whole process of Krishna consciousness gets weakened, and the spiritual, the spiritual empowerment and the spiritual content is not there anymore. And then we can easily imagine 20, 30, 50 years down the road, Krishna consciousness becomes something different, something entirely different, So this respect, very, very important. So the elders and seniors can really hand down and pass down and share their life experience. And we were also briefly mentioning last week that children have to be trained at very young age to offer respect to the elders. If this is not put in place in childhood by the parents, if somebody tries to teach this once they're teenagers or something, then the boat is missed already type thing. It has to be right from young age. This respect is such an important thing to teach this. Yes. Very important. And of course the parents have to live it. They have to set the example themselves. Otherwise, how much can they teach? Parents are teaching by setting the example. Yes. Yes, so this is also a big topic in itself actually, that in these modern days it is seen to be old-fashioned and not in and cool to teach children to be respectful. Yes, big problem. Even in the schools, the teachers often have this attitude that they want to be on the same level like the children, and then they think then they can reach the children more easily when they put themselves on equals with the child. But this is all nonsense. In order to learn, there has to be respect there towards the seniors, and the teachers have to accept that senior position in a mood of humble servant to the child. Of course not with pride and arrogance, but we have to accept the senior position as serving, as service to the juniors. Otherwise, the whole process of teaching and passing down gets lost. And then, Krishna consciousness is in a serious danger, really. So and in this way, the loving exchange of inquiry and offering humble service and sharing life experience and wisdom and giving guidance, this is a loving exchange. This perfectly takes place then, but it all has to be based on giving respect, on the foundation of culture of respect. Yes. This is just a very brief, in a nutshell, summarized thing from last week. Actually, for those who were not here last week, on the table there, you will see 2 books which I put together. And the blue one is entitled Children Relationships. There is a whole chapter on this topic of respect, and it is the last week's course. So for those who did not get a book last week, so yes, we will have in a few minutes, we will take a little 10-minute break. So if you like, you can check out the books there and see if you would like to get them. Yes, so let us read a couple of quotes here in regards to the importance of respect. From Krishna book, in the introduction to 85th chapter, Prabhupada says there, it is a Vedic custom that the junior members of the family should offer respects to the elders every morning. The children or disciples especially should offer their respects to their parents or spiritual master in the morning. In pursuance of this Vedic principle, Lord Krishna and Balaram used to offer their obeisances to their parents, Vasudeva and Devaki. So Krishna himself sets the example, you know. And I have seen this also in Bangladesh, how the brahmacharis, when they visit their parents' home, you know, they don't hug and kiss the parents and all that. No, much more subtle and cultured and refined. They touch the feet of the parents. You know, it's still going on there. They touch the feet and the parents affectionately rub their head and give blessings. That's how the children are meant to greet the parents, actually. You know. They still do that in Indian families now. Some do. Probably not everybody, but some. Yeah, it's actually very sweet, you know, very sweet, very respectful, you know. Very sweet, affectionate. Yeah, so, yes, that's how actually, you know, the young generation, the juniors, should offer that respect to elders every morning, to Guru, like that. Then there is the nectar of devotion, also a quote. Sometimes when Krishna was executing his duties in the assembly known as Sudama, he would ask the elderly members for good advice. By such activities, he is manifest as the Supreme Spiritual Master, the Supreme Executive Head, and the Superior Intelligence, and the Supreme Power, Protector and Maintainer. So again, Krishna himself sets the example, you know, of, even though he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but even he is approaching the elders, asking them for guidance, for advice. Like that. Yes. Any question about that? The topic of respect towards seniors. Last week we spent more time with this, but I don't really want to repeat that all again because some of you were there. Yes?
My question is that sometimes there's some elders, let's say from the West, who are not accustomed to different ways of accepting respect. So I think my question is that we have to respect them how they want to be respected. Is it true? Like, let's say one Mataji from the West, she doesn't like her feet being touched or being made obeisances physically. So we have to respect her the way that she likes. Is it true?
Yeah, I mean, let's put it that way. For you were mentioning the example of touching feet. You know, so in ISKCON, we are not really practicing that much. Because, well, I guess one reason is because we don't have the culture. And very easily, when we try and artificially accept these things, then it also can get a bit to our head. You know, that we're sitting there, oh yes, please, you can touch my feet or something. You know, then we start thinking ourselves so advanced or something, you know. And I mean, I think it was Srila Prabhupada who said that actually, you know, we should only allow people to touch our feet if we are ready to take their karma, if we can actually serve as their guru, you know. And also the touching the feet, what is behind it? It actually means you surrender to this person. It's not such a cheap thing, you know. So, I mean, like in Bangladesh, they're all running and touching their feet, but it has become just a kind of a leftover, of the culture, which has become a little shallow because people don't understand what actually is behind it. And they know, oh, if I touch a devotee's feet, I get some mercy, I get some blessings, but they're not willing to actually really get the blessings of following instructions. That's the real blessing. But they just simply wanted to have the cheap part of touching the feet, but then they continue doing all nonsense and eating fish and this and that, and they're not even following the basic principles. Well, then we are not even entitled to touch a devotee's feet. Yeah, so that there is all kinds of deeper aspects to it. And I mean, usually, we in ISKCON, we practice things more like that the touching of the feet is actually reserved for a guru-disciple relationship. Because even in that relationship, we are struggling hard enough to actually really accept the instruction and submit ourselves. Even in that relationship, we are barely entitled to touch the feet. And yeah, I mean, often also we are mainly doing things like that on Vyasa Pujas, when we bathe the feet actually, then we get that opportunity to touch the feet. So it is actually a pretty special thing, and it should not be done as a cheap thing of, oh yes, touching the feet, You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, we shouldn't be surprised if devotees don't like it, if we touch their feet or something. But parents, I mean, we have that story even with Prabhupada, where Brahmananda was welcoming his mother, and Prabhupada told him, you pay obeisances to your mother, touch her feet. Yes. And he did. And probably the mother was a bit surprised, Yes, but towards parents, that's a different thing, because they have sacrificed so much of their life to bring us up, and there should be that respect there, Yes. So, but in general, what you're saying, that we should respect people how they want to be respected. Well, yes and no, I would say, because sometimes out of lack of training in the culture, we don't understand what the proper culture is. Like, for example, we will talk about that next week in the family life course. When we receive a guest in our home, as a host, we should actually never sit down with a guest and eat. It is considered to be completely inappropriate and uncultured. And there is practical reasons for it, simply because the guest should be first fed to full satisfaction up to his neck. And only then, whatever is left, the host will sit down and eat. And for a host, it's no more shameful situation than the guest wanting something and, oh, I just ate it myself. The guest asks, oh, can I have another one of those nice samosas? And then, oh, sorry, there's none left. I've got half of it on my plate. This is like the biggest shame for a host. I mean, in Bangladesh, they would run in the kitchen and start cooking again. They would not allow you to leave their house without being fully satisfied in all regards. So that's one reason why a host should never sit down with a guest, never. But so often I invite Prabhupada disciples in my house, and I'm trying to say, actually, I first want to serve you, but then they feel so awkward and they uncomfortable, and it's because we haven't really learned the culture, you know. So sometimes it depends. Sometimes I'm insisting, no, sorry, let me serve. But then when they get too upset, then all right, I sit down with them and eat, you know. But actually, you know, how will we ever teach the culture, you know, if we don't also accept things according to Krishna's recommendation, right? You get my point? So that's why I don't think we can say at any cost that, yes, we should always do things as the other person wants to be respected, because, well, it depends on the situation, you know, and maybe we also have to show the example a little bit of what the culture is like, you know, because otherwise how else will we get there? Right? So, yeah, has to be seen in the individual situation. You know? Yes. But of course, let's say if we have non-devotee relatives who don't know the culture, see, because the culture, spiritual culture, materialistic culture, they are as different as day is from night. That's why, especially when people are not devotees, we don't want to confront them with the day of the spiritualist, because they are in the day of the materialist, and the day of the spiritualist is night to them. You know? So we don't want to confront them too much, because that may put them off. Right? But then amongst devotees, depending on how much we have already moved to, you know, the day of the spiritualist, you know, we have to discriminate and see whether we can actually, live the actual example, or whether if the person gets upset and cannot understand or accept it, then all right, or adjust, you know. Right? So it has to be seen in the individual situation. Yes. Anything else? Yes, brother.
Make a small comment on touching the feet.
Yeah, touching the feet. Comment on touching the
In
feet.
India, when the middle people see a sadhu or saintly person, they used to come and touch the feet actually. So what my Prabhuji said is, for getting the fame, if we allow our feet to touch, actually, they are taking out pious activities also from the feet, and we will get in their karma, bad karma, and
We will get their pious activities.
they will take our pious activities by touching our feet.
Oh, okay.
So, and we will get the bad karma from them actually. So we should not allow our feet.
Yes.
You said guru-disciple relationship.
Yes.
Otherwise,
Yes.
for getting fame and for getting any name and
Yes.
recognition, we should not allow our feet.
Yes.
If at all they fall and touch our feet, we should immediately put our hand on the head and to take back the pious activities. That's a joking effect, my problem. So we have to give blessings.
Anyway, I mean, I have to admit, you know, of course we may have heard this, that if somebody touches our feet, or if we touch their feet, you know, there's exchange of karma and all this. Then again, I mean, I used to work in the medical profession, you know, and I was touching so many people's feet there. So I can't, you know, in every respect fully agree that this automatically takes place. I think it is a bit more of a subtle thing there, you know. Otherwise, you know, I probably would have accepted so much bad karma and impious activities of people or something, or I would have given out, you know, whatever little good karma I have there, and I would have lost it all or something. So, yes, not sure, you know. I think it is more understood in a more subtle way, you know, that, yes, by touching the feet, you know, because it is meant to be that we put ourselves below that person. That's the whole symbolic content of that gesture, that we put ourselves lower than their feet. That's how humble we are, how much respect we have. And then, of course, the blessings will flow. And if we accept the guidance of a sadhu, yes, then we will get rid of our karma. But it's not through the mere touch or something, Yes. No, it's not that simple, Let's be clear. But another interesting thing is also in regards to paying obeisances. What I have also learned in Bangladesh, when a senior person pays obeisances also to a younger person, that is seen as disturbing the flow of mercy when that person also pays obeisances. This is also something we don't really preach in ISKCON, Usually everybody pays obeisances to everybody. But let's say, we are a little senior and a young bhakta comes, if we also pay obeisances to him, we can maybe understand, then it blocks the flow of mercy because he also goes down, right? No? You didn't understand? Well, let's say a senior preacher comes and you say, "Oh, Jai Prabhu, so nice to see you, please accept my obeisances," and you go down and pay obeisances. And if he also pays obeisances, even though he's 25 years longer in the movement, and he's a senior preacher, you kind of intuitively feel like saying, "No, Prabhu, you don't pay obeisances. I want to pay obeisances to you, but no need for you to pay obeisances," right? Because you feel then you're getting the flow of mercy by paying obeisances to that person without him paying also obeisances. Right? Yeah, clear? But in ISKCON we are not really teaching these things, We are not really practicing these things. But there, people get upset. If you pay obeisances, being an elderly person and a little more senior, if you pay obeisances to a bhakta, they get upset. Well, because then they fear they don't get that flow of mercy from you. Right? So there in that situation, you're meant to remain standing, and all you do is you put your hand to the ground and answer the obeisances like this. But you're not meant to go down as an elderly and more senior person. Yes. And I mean, it's also naturally from our perspective, but definitely not to uninitiated devotees. And even first initiates, if they're very young, then also we should just we pass on the obeisances, and in our mind we pay obeisances, but we don't go down, Yes. At various models of care for the elderly. In materialistic culture and spiritual culture. So in materialistic culture, as we mentioned before, the most common thing is these retirement centers. Nursing homes. It is actually a manifestation of materialistic culture. In spiritual culture, nobody would put their parents in a nursing home. Unheard of, unimaginable. But in a society where sense gratification is the all in all, naturally, the old parents, they're a burden, as we said. And they are in the way of the sense gratification of the young people. So that's why they're pushed aside and off into the nursing home, And also, at least in places like Germany, they have these home care services where the nurses travel and, they visit the old people in their homes. They offer the medicines or whatever they have to do, so this is also there. And as we mentioned, youth visits old people in their homes. So they're trying to implement a few of these exchanges there, which we said are so helpful for both sides, for the old people and the young people. In the 12th canto, we have this quote here, where it says, "Men will no longer protect their elderly parents, their children, or their respectable wives. Thoroughly degraded, they will care only to satisfy their own bellies and genitals." And in the purport it says there, "In this age, many people are already sending their elderly parents away to lonely and often bizarre old age homes, although the elderly parents spent their entire lives serving their children." So this is the sad situation, that the parents have given so many years of their whole life serving the children, and then when the parents get old, the children don't even want to take care of them. They just get rid of them, in some horrible nursing homes. And I mean, these nursing homes, my God, they are terrible, Just smell of urine and stool, and all these old people there, many of them senile, can't think clearly, just living from meal to meal. I mean, it's terrible. It's terrible. Such association. It's horrible. Completely horrible. And the staff working there, it's all quick, time is money, how they treat the old people like children, they treat them with disrespect and shoveling them around. I mean, it's actually such a sad way how to spend one's final time of life. Such a sad, horrible way, I mean, my mother is 90. She completely refuses to go in a nursing home, even though she's struggling. But she has established a whole supportive system. All kinds of persons come at different times of the day. And she just completely refuses the idea to go in one of these nursing homes. And for some years, I was a member of this devotee care committee and the GBC strategic planning. And in our discussions about devotee care, again and again this proposal came up. We need some nursing homes, some retirement centers. Because we are conditioned with this idea, this is all we know, how to give care to the elders, that we think, okay, we need nursing homes. And I was always the one who was preaching against it. No, forget it. We don't want to have nursing homes. We don't want to copy the model of materialistic culture and bring that into our society. I mean, can you imagine, even if it's a devotee nursing home, but it would be just so, I mean, even in a devotee nursing home, it would be horrible. All these elderly people all, shaking and this and that, talking about their medicines and their pains. Oh, what kind of association is that? Can you imagine the morning program in a nursing home? People hardly even have voices to sing and can't read the words. No. This is just not actually the way we should take care of our senior devotees, or separated from the community life, off in some nursing home there. And again, it will be just paid staff taking care of everybody, not very affectionate service mood, just quick, I'm here from 9 to 5, early shift, late shift. I mean, my God, do we really want to invite that into our communities? I once gave a whole presentation on it, and then people were thinking, oh yeah, yeah, it's true, it's a fact. But then again, these nursing homes creeped in, because we don't know anything else. We don't know any other concepts of taking care of our elderly devotees. But there is other ways. I mean, let us be clear. What are the characteristics of such models? Nursing homes, retirement centers. What's the mood there? Huh? What's the mood? Any suggestion?
Just like burden.
Yes, burden. It's impersonal. It's just paid labor. Time is money. That's the attitude, and it's very impersonal. So, and no inspiring association, because it's all. I mean, maybe there's a few sadhus amongst them also, but well. The generations have to, serve each other and be together. That's actually the model of Krishna's system, that the generations take care of each other and they serve each other. But if you separate the old people and put them in some separate, setup there, then how can this exchange take place? Yes. Yeah.
I was thinking about how in this time is now the yoga time and is something new, Hare Krishna for the Western Ghana especially. We are having this kind of halfway solutions. Because there is better halfway solutions than nothing. And at the same time, also have this, if the halfway solution is like this is the thing, we can expect something more. But with all of these kind of things, because most of us are having this whole family, someone living here, there, divorced people, when they will be living there, your parents like this, so sometimes just chant Hare Krishna, just do the best that you can. I don't know how many of these Western people can fit in the Varna ashram system. Maybe half of the people, we are just doing our best.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, you're completely right. Nevertheless, we have to think in the future, and my solution is training and education. And then it will take quite a few generations to get there. But somewhere we have to start. We can't be forever satisfied with these halfway solutions and somehow doing things. So every generation will bring things further. I'm convinced of that. I have heard some devotees say that Prabhupada said it will take 10 generations. And I feel inspired to be some tiny little part of this whole transformational journey there. And often we can see already, if we get some education, and then if we are in the younger generation, if we bring up our children according to, some of these things we're discussing in these courses, and then when their children grow up and they have children, so then from generation to generation we hopefully will get closer there. And I can see this already here in Mayapur, for example. I know quite a few families who have brought up their children here. They're from Europe, But they moved here when the children were 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever years old, or they were born here. So they're already much closer to Krishna's system, if I may say so. You know? So, and then when they have children, you know, then from generation to generation we will get closer. And my vision is that now we may be the exception if we are practicing these cultural aspects in our life, but hopefully after a few generations it will be the norm. And then those who join newly and who are not really so trained in these things yet, they will be the odd ones. You know?
It's establishing a culture.
Yes. And I mean, culture comes about by living a worldview, by actually practically applying a certain worldview. That's how you get the culture. Next week we talk about that more in detail. So just the fact how foreign spiritual culture is to us shows that we are not there in living our worldview yet. We are not there yet. You know? We like to learn the philosophy and understand it and repeat it and quote the verses, but now comes step number 2, the practical living it. And that's where I'm trying to set in, you know, that's why I have established a little institute for spiritual culture, and I'm giving these courses. I travel almost worldwide these days. I'm putting all the courses into book form and you know, because I feel such a big need, you know, to train that thing now, how to actually live it. Because that is not such a cheap thing, as I mentioned in the beginning. It requires a whole deeper transformation. You know? And I mean, we come across it all the time, how opposite materialistic and spiritual culture are. You know, so obviously there's a whole spectrum in between. Here's the day of the materialist, here's the day of the spiritualist, and you have a whole spectrum of mixtures in between. And every one of us is on a certain point here on that journey. Some are closer to Krishna's system, some are miles away, depending on how much internal work we have done to transform, you know, like that. Yeah, so it is a question over generations, but first we have to understand, we have to train our devotees how things are meant to function in Krishna's system. And then we can make a conscious decision how much of which culture we want to invite in our life. But if we are not trained and we are in ignorance, then we easily just go with the flow, whatever else people do out there in the world, and we think that's modern and trendy and progressive, you know, and we cannot discriminate because we are not trained. And then very easily we invite elements into our life which are detrimental to spiritual practice. You know? So that's why my approach is always training and education. And then we can make a conscious decision, you know, how we want to apply things. So teaching these things here doesn't mean, oh, this is how it has to be all tomorrow or something. No. It simply gives insights how things are meant to function in Krishna's culture, you know, like that. Yeah, so in spiritual culture, what's the model there for taking care of the elders? Huh? There we have supportive systems within the communities, you know, because as we mentioned, you know, the different ashrams are meant to care for each other. So the brahmacharis, brahmacharinis, they're meant to serve and inquire from the elders, and the elders give guidance, and the grihastas, they offer financial support, they give in charity, you know, so it's actually a very nice system how it is all meant to function. So actually, rather than putting our old people in a nursing home, We should develop all kinds of supportive structures within a community so they can grow old and leave their bodies within the community. That's how it is meant to be, you know? And I mean, here in Mayapur we have a care committee, and whenever somebody is needing help, you know, then different devotees, they go and serve, or they have kirtan when somebody is about to leave their body. You know, there is that mood there of support. You know, here's not the mood of just building a big nursing home somewhere out behind Tarnpool Road there, and that's where all the old people go or something. I mean, I hope this is not a part of Mayapur's master plan or something.
They're doing something like that.
Or are they?
Yeah. They have it, you know, they have it.
I mean, some little facility should be there, but already when we isolate it so much, who will go there? How will they be able to come here and take darshan? You know, if it's out, you know, behind Rasamrita Kunj or what?
They're planning to have shuttle services.
Shuttle services, yeah. Well, no, I mean, actually, I am making some humble attempt to create some, you know, kind of a model of my ideas in Ukraine, because Ukraine is a country where the standard of life is low. You know, there's not much opulence and sense gratification available. So in such a country, people have still more remnants of spiritual culture there, and people understand, you know, if we stick together and serve each other, then we get further in life. Like in a country in Ukraine, even like amongst the non-devotees, it is still more the tradition and understanding that the children take care of the parents, much more than in a country like Germany. Right? I mean, some of you here are from Russia and so on. You know, there's still that understanding is more there. So, and I have made some little attempt, you know, to establish, because the culture is still more in people's blood, so then much easier you can actually establish such a model where really the different ashrams care for each other. And I have started some program which I call Varishta Vaishnavi or Varishta Vaishnava Ashram. You have even it mentioned here on the name, on the sheet. Varishta means, what means Varishta? Senior, important also, senior, important Vaishnavas. Varishta Vaishnava. Distinguished. There you go. So it is an ashram for those elderly devotees who are in an ashram mood, who just want to spend the rest of their life serving, who don't want to have, you know, having to pay a flat and renovating it and maintaining it and waiting for the pension to come, you know, working until they're 65 or 68, the pension age is put up and up more and more. I mean, my God, you know, if devotees become part of that system, then where is the Vanaprastha ashram? You know, doesn't fit. If they have to work till 68 to get a pension and then they finally can retire from their work. No, the idea is, and we will read this tomorrow, where Prabhupada again and again, he gives the mark of 50, plus minus. You know, because at that age, as a rule, one still has some energy, you know, and reasonable health, depending, of course, on the individual situation. But there is still enough, there's still some youthfulness there to serve. So, and Varishta Vaishnavi or Vaishnava Ashram is for those who simply want to spend the rest of their life serving. And they're happy to live in a very simple setting, and the community maintains them. Yes. The community and the temple maintains, mainly community. Temple may give some little living facility, prasadam, and the whole community maintains. And the idea is, if a person serves fully, then they become dear to the devotees, dear to the community. The community becomes indebted to those devotees, and then they will want to give care. Very natural, because care is based on personal relationships. Definitely. At least in spiritual cultures like that. In materialistic culture, that has gotten lost and forgotten, and therefore the government comes in, you know, and pays all that and gives all that support, which actually should be given through personal relationships, right? So, but in spiritual culture, the foundation for care is personal relationships. So like I always recommend devotees when they're around 50 years of age, especially if they have no family, single ladies, single men, I always tell them, look for a community where you want to leave your body one day and go there and serve, become an active member of that community and serve. And then very naturally, devotees will feel indebted to you, and then they will want to give that care to you in your final phase of life. Very natural. And I discovered that devotees, you know, around 50 years of age, especially if they have been practicing Krishna consciousness for quite some years, they have so much to offer. So much. You know? I started this whole idea with some ladies in Ukraine, in that one community. And they're such dedicated pujaris. They're like the backbone of our whole pujari department. And they set a wonderful example to the young girls how we are meant to behave. You know? Yes. I realized that if a temple has some senior ladies in the community who are very close to the temple, preferably even living in the temple or in the ashram or something, that sets a whole different standard, because then they set the example how a lady should dress, how she should behave, how she should deal with the other gender. Through the practical example, the elders pass down the traditions, the values, you know, and the norms, and they give guidance, and it created a whole different atmosphere in the whole community when these ladies were staying in this ashram which we created there, you know. But if they are not there, yes, as we said, then the young generation just brings in all kinds of Kali Yuga ideas, and the whole process waters down, and you know. But by having these elderly devotees close, if not to speak, in the temple, sets a whole different mood, you know. So these devotees have actually so much to offer. You know, not only can they give full-time service, but they also share their life experience and they set the example. So we are immensely losing on all this valuable input by having people work until they're 65 or something. You know, we are losing. Because why should people work until they're 65 if the children are grown up? You know, the family duties reduce. So why maintaining a whole flat and a house or this or that and working like an ass? What for? What for? That last phase of life is not meant for such kind of activities. You know? Yes, and I mean tomorrow we will get more precisely into the topic by reading so many quotes from the Bhagavatam, where Prabhupada says these things again and again and again. Yeah. So in any case, I find this a very, it is a humble start. And of course, not every elderly person is in that ashram mood, And again, I didn't mention that when we talked about the ashrams, but actually the Brahmachari ashram or Brahmacharini ashram sets actually the foundation to all the other ashrams. Because when a person had the opportunity to get this Brahmachari training, then they will be good grihastas. They will know, how to make their family life into an ashram, because they had that taste for hearing and chanting and serving selflessly and. So, and then when the family duties reduce, it will be more than natural to again move towards the renounced phase of life, because they remember that taste as a brahmachari, right? Yes, because the brahmachari experience maintains a person through the grihastha ashram, because very often grihastha life, there's so many distractions, so many family duties, but within one's heart, one remembers, these sweet days in the Brahmachari or Brahmacharini ashram, when I didn't have any other worries except doing my service and getting up for Mangalati. It was so ecstatic. And then there's this longing in the heart. When will the day come when I can go back to that life? Yes. So, and then when that longing is cultivated to actually get more back into, more full-time service and sadhana, a bit more austerity. So when that longing is maintained through the grihastha life, then it will be most natural to, finally I can get rid of all these duties and flat and this and that. And let me just move back into the temple and fully give the rest of my life to serving the devotees of Krishna and Prabhupada's mission. Will be very natural. But if we've never had that taste of brahmachari life, and saying this, I don't want to discourage anybody here who hasn't had that experience or something, but just to give you the full picture, how these ashrams are actually so nicely building up on each other, and they're so important, and there's a purpose in going through them, So, if we haven't had that experience, then it will not be so natural, because we haven't experienced brahmachari life. And I mean, if I may share this from my own life, I joined in Sydney in Australia in 1985. Originally, I'm from Germany, but I met the Krishna consciousness in Australia. So I was 4 years in the ladies' ashram there, getting all the training in all the different fields of devotional life. I cannot imagine my life without this training, It really sets the foundation to my whole life. So then I was married for 10 years, and we pioneered the first more organized temple in former Soviet Union in Latvia, in the Baltics. So then my husband left Krishna consciousness. I was 40 at the time, but for me, very natural to move on, So I went through these 3 ashrams. I had the Brahmacharini training. I had 10 years of grihastha life. That was perfect for me. It was just what I needed, even from some point of view. Maybe 40 is relatively early to move on to the renounced phase of life, but for me it just felt so natural, completely natural. So Krishna gave me exactly what I needed, So and then for the last 20 years I've been living as a renounced traveling preacher, doing different things in different parts of the world. So I can speak from my own experience. If I had not had that experience of 4 years of Brahmacharini life, I'm not sure whether it would have been so natural for me to move on, and say, okay, drive, Krishna's mercy, let me get back into, full-time service and dedicating the rest of my life to Prabhupada's mission. So, because I had that experience and that taste, that's why it was very natural for me, So in that way, these ashrams, they build up on each other really, And it is very helpful then to move on to the next phase of life. So, but as I wanted to say, not everybody may be, in their old age in this ashram mood. So this idea of Rishta Vaishnava ashram is for those who are in this ashram mood. And for others who are not in this ashram mood, all right, let them stay in their flats or houses, and then let's establish some different committees and care services as the need arises. Even devotee communities can have some home care nursing service. Many communities have a few nurses or medically trained people, so they can take up that service. They can be part of such a committee, and people can give support. And again, it's all built on relationships. So if we have been an active member for quite a while in a community, then people will feel indebted to us. So then they will still reach out. They will support. There will be people coming, helping us, and then as we get closer to leaving our body, the help will come. We've experienced it in Ukraine in that community where devotees were leaving their bodies in their flats, and when it was getting closer to the time of departure, there was a whole system there of people bringing prasadam if they could still eat something, and cleaning and chanting and reading to them and until they left, So ideally, the whole community should actually be involved in giving that care to the elderly devotees, and not just shoveling them off far away, paid staff, This is not according to spiritual culture, I'm sorry, No, let's be clear on that. I mean, all right, if some communities want to offer this, okay, let it be there for some people, but let's offer some alternative, Let's offer some alternative which is based on personal relationships and genuine mood of service, Yes, isn't it? Or am I too idealistic here or something? Yes, I mean, God, I hope nobody will put me one day in some nursing home there, Yes, I mean, really, I tell you frankly, in a country like Germany, even the non-devotees realize that this concept of nursing home is not such a nice way to spend your last phase of life. I've seen in the German news website, sometimes there's some articles, they have different models there also, where they try and build some model where people live in the same house, all generations, and they care, for the elders. Yes, and they already discovered, such more pleasant way of living, where there's relationships and care offered from the younger generation, and the children are also part in it, and. Yes, I've seen, there's already models there. So why should we, why can't we just learn, from them that they already moving away from the nursing home concept? Do we also have to go through that whole journey of first establishing nursing homes, and then after 20, 30, 40 years we realize, it's actually not so nice, no, all right, let's look for something else. Do we really have to go through this? No, I don't think we do. I mean, let's learn from the Kamis. They already realize that it's not a good concept. No, it's terrible. I mean, if you ever have been in a nursing home visiting, oh my God, it's so depressing, completely, you know. Very sad way to spend the last phase of one's life. Yeah, and I mean, let's collect the characteristics of these models, where actually the care is based on service and relationships, and the different ashrams support each other. Oh yeah, let me quickly share this. I mean, we are not quite there yet in Ukraine, but I had this whole picture, of actually building a proper building behind the temple, on the temple property, not away in the forest, but behind the temple. And one part of the building can be the ladies in the Varishta Vaishnavi ashram, who are around 50 and they serve and then in the other part of the building it is more the hospice area, so that when those ladies who live there, when they gradually get closer to leaving their body, they just move to the other section of the building, and that's all wheelchair appropriate, established and proper facilities, so it's medically helpful, and then naturally those ladies who live in the ashram and they're more healthy, they know sooner or later I will end up there. So naturally they will serve and care for them, right? Yes, very natural. And then we have also Brahmacharini ashram for the young girls before they get married. So they also offer service to these ladies who are about to leave their body, because they also know, sooner or later I will also end up there, hopefully. After my married life, I may want to join the Varishta Vaishnavi ashram, give my heart back into service, children are grown up, no need for maintaining flat, and so you can have a whole system there, where the Brahmacharinis offer support, and those Varishta Vaishnavis who are still healthy, they're around 50, they take care of those who are leaving their body, and then the grihastas are there, they give charity, they give support, so you can have a whole model there, where the different ashrams actually support each other. And it's like that the community becomes like one big family, That, I think, is so much nicer than the idea of constructing some nursing home away in the forest there somewhere. And I mean, we had the sad situation, where, even Prabhupada disciples, after a stroke, they ended up in a Kami nursing home. This is very sad. No structure there to take care of them. And they ended up in some non-devotee nursing home surrounded by Kamis, and maybe they picked out the meat there or something, they gave them something vegetarian, but oh my God, So I mean, obviously, we have to think about these things, otherwise it's a very poor sign of our society if we don't have some decent plans how to help our devotees in their last phase of life. It's a very sad, pitiful sign, And we have to send them to nursing homes. Because Western life is, busy, I'm running, no time, And that cannot happen, Yes. So obviously, every community should actually think about this. What kind of structure to establish to take care of their elderly devotees, because yes, we're all getting old, So 20, 30 years ago, maybe nobody was talking about this that much. But yes, every year so many devotees are leaving, So it is becoming a more and more pressing topic, Yes. Yeah, so anyway, the characteristics of such a model, where things are, based on supportive structures and within a community. So what's the characteristics there? We mentioned it already, but to quickly put it there in your holds, in your dotted lines. Respect, yeah, love and care, yeah. Care based on affection, on personal relationships, not just paid labor, who works in the Bhaktivedanta nursing home there or something, and you don't know anybody. No, you want to, ideally, we want to leave surrounded by devotees who we know, where we have served, right? Yes. That's why sometimes devotees hear, yes, we should leave our body in Vrindavan and Mayapur, Holy Dham. But I've seen, elderly devotees, okay, they move to Vrindavan, they don't know anybody there. They have never served there, no relationships. And we can't just come and say, hey, I'm a senior devotee, now everybody has to serve me or take care of me. No, sorry, it doesn't work that way. It's all based on relationships. So this idea of just moving to Vrindavan, moving to Mayapur, if you have not lived there and served there, you will be lonely there. Nobody knows you. And how can we expect people to come and care for us? So that's why I'm always advising people, when around 50, go to a community and serve and become dear to the devotees, and then you will get the required support, But if we remain aloof, we do this, that, cruising around, and then we're 75 or something and almost an invalid, then we can't just come and say, hey, who's going to take care of me? It doesn't work that way, Right? Yes. We have to live in a community where we have relationships, where we have served, where we established, and then the care will come, Yes. Yes. Yeah, that's how Krishna's recommendation is there, that the ashrams are actually meant to serve each other and support each other, Yes. Yes, so, and then everything is so much, yes, more supportive, Yes. Nicer. Spiritually nicer, More supportive for our spiritual progress, Yeah. Let us read this last quote here from Bhagavatam, 3rd canto, 30th chapter, verse 15, the purport. Before meeting death, one is sure to become a diseased invalid, and when he is neglected by his family members, his life becomes less than a dog's, because he is put into so many miserable conditions. Vedic literatures enjoin, therefore, that before the arrival of such miserable conditions, one should leave home, and this is pretty provocative here, and die without the knowledge of his family members. If a man leaves home and dies without his family's knowing, that is considered to be a glorious death. But an attached family man wants his family members to carry him in a great procession even after his death, and although he will not be able to see how the procession goes, he still desires that his body be taken gorgeously in procession. Thus, he is happy without even knowing where he has to go when he leaves this body for the next life. Prabhupada sometimes has an amazing sense of humor. Yeah, so quite a bit of a contrast here, you know. For a spiritualist, it's considered glorious when he dies somewhere and his family members may not even know, you know. Whereas the materialist, he wants that, they're all sitting around and, you know, yes, planning some gorgeous procession for his funeral. That gives him some satisfaction. Oh yes, they will carry me around and have some big pomp there, you know, for my departure, my funeral. Yes, anyway, this is just a little quote to close our first session. So tomorrow we will have a lot more quotes there. So, are there any final questions or points for discussion?
How is here in Maya resolve this problem? Because many older people want to come and stay in Maya. Do they have organized care?
Well, I mean, we just heard that apparently there is some plan for a retirement center. I don't know about it. But I mean, at this point, I would say from what I have seen and observed, it is almost like I have been describing. You know, that usually, yes, the community helps. And there is a care committee. There is a care committee here in Mayapur, although I'm not quite sure exactly how it is managed and functions. And I heard some news they want to reorganize it somehow, because they want that those persons who are actually making decisions, also financial decisions, that they should be more in the field, so they actually know what's going on, you know? So, I mean, it's still in the beginning stage, but, you know, there is this mood there. I mean, often on the Mayapur forum, internet forum, we read, oh, somebody has cancer, you know, let's collect, you know, for the medical treatments, or, you know, who has time to help that person in some way, or let's go and chant, have kirtan for that person, you know, so this is still, or it is going on here. It is going on. Yes, yes, yeah, definitely. Oh, yeah, definitely. I've witnessed several people leaving the body here. Yes, and some of them have lived here for quite a while. So, as I'm saying, they have relationships, you know, and then the persons are there, you know, naturally. They feel, you know, it's their honor and privilege to help that person in that last phase of their life, to support them. Yeah, definitely. So it is going on. But I could already imagine that if they would really establish some retirement center, this could almost spoil what is going on now. You know? Yes, it almost could, you know, that everybody thinks, oh, thank God, we've got the retirement center, okay, let them just go there, you know. And then this whole mood of serving and affection based on relationships, no need. The paid staff in the nursing home is doing it all. And oh, thank God it's far away, so it's out of our sight. And yeah, no need to even go there or something, you know. But if people live here in the Grihastha area, or I remember some years ago, and I will share more in the sessions on death. There was one Brahmachari leaving his body here from Ukraine. He was only 35. Bhajagovinda. He had leukemia, you know. So I knew him. So I arranged a room for him in the Conch building. You know, he was here in the youth forum, you know, in these crummy rooms with common bathroom. I mean, this is terrible. You know, how can a person leave his body in such facility? So because I knew him from Ukraine, so I personally arranged a room in the Conch building for him, and we collected, and whatever was missing, I paid myself, and so on, you know, and we arranged a whole system there of devotees to take care of him, you know, and then he left his body there in the Conch building, you know. Yeah, so, I mean, you know, I think this is just so much better than some nursing home, you know. This would really spoil the little bit of culture we've got here, you know, isn't it? Yes, that's my vision on things, you know. Yes. Anyway. But even if there's a nursing home, maybe not everybody would go there, you know. Maybe there could be 2 options or something. But it's also interesting, like in Vrindavan, they established this hospice. But from what I've heard, I may not be on the latest stance of things, but from what I've heard, not so many people even go there. Because of this very thing. Unless you've lived in Vrindavan and you've served there, you know, then why would you go there and you don't know anybody? And yeah, it actually, from what I've heard, it has not really taken off as they were hoping, simply because nobody comes. So people rather want to leave where they have relationships, you know? Yes, yes. And sometimes we read on Dandavats, you know, somebody in Bhaktivedanta Manor left, and somebody here left, and there left, you know, and they were surrounded by the devotees caring for them, and. So that's how it should work, you know, that's how it should go, you know? And not just, oh, okay, let's move to Mayapur, or let's move to Vrindavan, and no relationships, I don't know anybody here. Not such a good way, you know. But yeah, let's understand every place where, you know, Shravanam Kirtanam is going on, the Lord is worshipped. This is not different from the spiritual world, my God. You know, it's a holy place. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, let's do our final exercise. Please turn to your neighbor and share the realization of this session. What are you taking out of here? What are you taking home? So our introduction to session number 2 is that we first of all want to ask ourselves a couple of questions. In regard, when we hear Vanaprastha Ashram, even though we may not be so clear at this point what it actually is all about, but when we hear this, what are our fears? That's correct.
Going to forest and living there.
Going to forest and living there, oh, it sounds very threatening. Yes, all right. Even though this is not what Vanaprastha Ashram is all about. But anyway, yeah, well, let us make it a little more precise. We may be afraid of performing tapasya. right? That's what it means to go in the forest and live there. So we are afraid of tapasya and we are afraid of giving up our comfort, right? Yes. And what else? What else could be our fears?
Having food.
Not having food, yes, uncertain position, how will we exist? How will we be maintained? There's some uncertainties there, right? Who will take care of us? Right? Yes, what else?
Being bored.
Exactly. People are afraid of being bored. What will I do all day? Because as we will discuss, Vanaprastha ashram also means that we give up our positions, our titles. So then the fear comes, so who will I be then? And what will I do? I may be bored. Yes, exactly. Yes, often people, even materialists, are afraid of retiring because they easily fall into a hole. They don't know what to do with themselves because they have not maybe developed some deeper internal life or something and only running after external achievements. And then when that is being reduced, then, what will I do with myself? Right? Eva, can you hand out the materials to those who came a little late? Any other fears? Yes?
You take care about my family.
Who will take care of my family? Exactly. Yes, can also be a fear. Any other fears we have? They may be the most prominent ones. So now next question, what are our hopes? If we have any at all, let's hope we have some hopes. So what are our hopes when we hear Vanaprastha ashram?
Krishna is there to take care and many other persons have done it in the past.
Say it again.
Krishna is there to take care of us and also
Krishna is there to take care of us and?
many other personalities like Yudhishthira Maharaj, they had done this in the past.
Yes, and many other personalities have also done this in the past. So surely our hope is that somehow Krishna will take care of us and the situation. And what other hopes do we have in connection with old age? What other hopes? Yes? Yeah, go back to Godhead. So, first of all, before we hope to go back to Godhead, let's hope that we will deepen our spiritual life. That we actually will become more deeper and internal and therefore actually also more peaceful. That's one good thing in old age. The senses are not so active anymore. They're not demanding so much gratification, and the mind is not full of all big plans and hopes how to really enjoy life. And so this all gradually reduces as we get older, and we actually become more peaceful. And as we deepen our spiritual practice, we actually reach a deeper level of satisfaction and inner harmony. Right? Yes. And hopefully, this whole phase of life is meant that we have more time for Krishna consciousness, for solid Krishna consciousness in so many manifestations, according to also our nature and mood and abilities and all that. Yeah, so these are our hopes. Actually, meeting death in joy expresses already that actually this old phase of old age, for materialists, it's all devastating and frustrating because sense gratification is not so easily available and enjoyed anymore. But for spiritualists, actually old age is a very nice phase of life to look forward to, actually. But of course, We have to transform our outlook, our vision, when we then, it is a phase of life to look forward to, So, and what are the goals and purposes? We mentioned already to go back to Godhead, to deepen our spiritual practice, to get to the essence of spiritual life, actually. Because especially in household life, family life, there's so many distractions, so many duties, children, work, and living facilities, and schooling, education of the children, and my God, so actually for person in Krishna consciousness is such a great relief when, finally, all these duties are gone and done, and now, let's get back into full-on Krishna consciousness, into the essence of spiritual practice. It's, there's a lot of joy there, and it's, we can make so many enlivening plans and projects in this phase of life. It's not that Vanaprastha means you sit under the tree and chant all day. No. I mean, people can still do so many things. Because as we mentioned again yesterday, and we will come across it today again, Prabhupada always gives the mark of 50. So with 50 years of age, I'm 61 now, so, in the last 11 years, I've done so many things, traveled, this, that, so that there is still some energy and strength there, So there can be so many enlivening plans and projects for this phase of life, where we are not entangled in all these family duties, Yes. And of course the ultimate goal, what's the ultimate goal? Krishna Prema Bhakti, but more before that. Now, what's the title of the seminar? So, really, this last phase of life is meant to, in a very concentrated way, prepare for death, so that we meet death in a glorious way, and, yes, and we pass that final exam, So now a question to all of you, is the Vanaprastha ashram still relevant for us today? We may think, living in the forest, that's what Vanaprastha means. This is all not relevant, not practical for this Kali Yuga. This is some, thing of the traditional days, but now no need. Now Yuga Dharma is just chanting Hare Krishna, so maybe no need for this Vanaprastha ashram. What do you think? What's your answer?
Today we had discussion in class in which this point was repeated that His Holiness Jayadeshwar Maharaj said that the four problems, birth, death, old age and disease, they are from since long time and they haven't changed. So
which Maharaj said that?
His Holiness Jayadeshwar Maharaj.
Jayadeshwar. Is he here?
No, the point was raised in the class. The teacher said this.
Oh, okay.
And since those problems are states, those problems are constant, then why should we change the systems which are happening in those?
Okay, so those constant problems of birth, death, old age, disease, they're always there. So why changing the system that Krishna gives us? Any other comment? Is the Vanaprastha ashram relevant? Any other comment on this question?
It's very relevant, but conditioning of life is very different what was even 50 years ago. People were working in the fields, then maybe then the ashram was more seeable, more tangible.
More applicable when things were what?
More physically done in reality, in people's life. More people were working in the fields. Now,
in the fields?
With nature. Now, many people work intellectually. In offices.
Yes.
laptops
Yes.
and maybe these duties are a little bit delayed somehow.
Okay. Because people are not so agrarian based anymore, that's why it is not so relevant, is it? I would say the opposite. No, in Kali Yuga it's more relevant than ever, actually. Because life is so full of distractions and so artificial, sitting all day in front of the laptop and the computers and so full of distractions. People are more entangled than ever to this artificial lifestyle, So actually, it's more relevant than ever because we have to remove ourselves from these distractions. Yes, yes. And also we have to guard against the degradation. Kali Yuga, everything, the natural flow in Kali Yuga is down the hill. It's never up the hill, the natural flow is down towards degradation. So, Vanaprastha ashram, from that point of view also more relevant than ever, because that ashram is meant to pass down and to give guidance and pass down the traditions and the values and. So more relevant than ever. Yes. Yes, let us read a little bit. We've got quite a few quotes here. Eva, you taking notes there on your phone, or what are you doing with your phone? Maybe put the phone aside and just take some notes there with your pen. So, 2nd Canto, 1st chapter, verse 16. One should leave home and practice self-control. In a sacred place, he should bathe regularly and sit down in a lonely place duly sanctified. That's the verse. Yeah, and looking at it, it doesn't really even look so spectacular, One should leave home and practice self-control. In a sacred place, he should bathe regularly and sit down in a lonely place duly sanctified. So now we hear how Prabhupada unpacks this. If we didn't have Prabhupada's purports, we wouldn't really get that much out of the Bhagavatam, really. And sometimes I find this very fascinating, how just a very simple-looking verse, Prabhupada really elaborates and unpacks like anything. And especially remembering that Prabhupada actually dictated these purports. I can't even imagine how he did that. Because, as you know, I'm writing myself a little bit now. To dictate? Oh my God, this must be very, very demanding, Because, when you write on the computer, you see and you can change and you shuffle around, but just dictating, that's really amazing, actually, And his purports are just so deep and powerful. It's quite amazing. So let us see here, purport. To prepare oneself for the better next life, one must get out of one's so-called home. The system of Varnashram Dharma or Sanatana Dharma prescribes retirement from family encumbrances as early as possible after one has passed 50 years of age. Here we have it. Modern civilization is based on family comforts, the highest standard of amenities. And therefore, after retirement, everyone expects to live a very comfortable life in a well-furnished home, decorated with fine ladies and children, what we discussed yesterday. without any desire to get out of such a comfortable home. High government officers and ministers stick to their prized posts until death, and they neither dream nor desire to get out of homely comforts. Bound by such hallucinations, materialistic men prepare various plans for a still more comfortable life. But suddenly, cruel death comes without mercy and takes away the great plan maker against his desire, forcing him to give up the present body for another body. Such a plan maker is thus forced to accept another body in one of the 8,400,000 species of life, according to the fruits of the work he has performed. In the next life, persons who are too much attached to family comforts are generally awarded lower species of life on account of sinful acts performed during a long duration of sinful life. And thus all the energy of the human life is spoiled. In order to be saved from the danger of spoiling the human form of life and being attached to unreal things, one must take warning of death at the age of 50. Here we have it again, if not earlier. The principle is that one should take it for granted that the death warning is already there, even prior to the attainment of the 50 years of age. And thus, at any stage of life, one should prepare himself for a better next life. The system of the Sanatana Dharma institution is so made that the follower is trained for the better next life without any chance that the human life will be spoiled. The holy places all over the world are meant for the residential purposes of retired persons getting ready for a better next life. Intelligent persons must go there at the end of life, and for that matter, after 50 years of age, here we have it again, to live a life of spiritual regeneration for the sake of being freed from family attachment, which is considered to be the shackle of material life. One is recommended to quit home just to get rid of material attachment, because one who sticks to family life until death cannot get rid of material attachment. Ooh, heavy, heavy. You know? Yes, I mean, Prabhupada speaks such strong words, you know. So, someone who sticks to family life until death cannot get rid of material attachment. And as long as one is materially attached, one cannot understand spiritual freedom. One should not, however, become self-complacent simply by leaving home or by creating another home at the holy place. Ah, you're laughing. Either lawfully or unlawfully. Many persons leave home and go to such holy places, but due to bad association again become family men by illicit connection with the opposite sex. The illusory energy of matter is so strong that one is apt to be under such illusion at every stage of life, even after quitting one's happy home. Therefore, it is essential that one practice self-control by celibacy without the least desire for sex indulgence. For a man desiring to improve the condition of his existence, sex indulgence is considered suicidal, or even worse. Oh, Prabhupada speaks so heavy. Therefore, to live apart from family life means to become self-controlled in regard to all sense desires, especially sex desires. The method is that one should have a duly sanctified sitting place made of straw, deerskin and carpet, and thus sitting on it, one should chant the holy name of the Lord without offense, as prescribed above. The whole process is to drag the mind from material entanglements and fix it on the lotus feet of the Lord. This simple process alone will help one advance to the highest stage of spiritual success. Wow. Do we still have Russian materials even? So, anyone wants to comment what strikes them the most on this purport? Nobody wants to comment anything? Come on. Huh? Yes? Eva, she doesn't want the materials? She has? Okay.
It's not enough just to keep your house and get enough families very important.
Yeah, so that she means that we should not go to the holy place and create another home there. Especially fancy, comfortable, you know? Yes, and maybe even start again some relationship, you know? Which we also, it happens quite a lot, yes.
And as long as one is materially attached, one cannot understand spiritual freedom.
Yes, as long as one is material attached, one cannot understand spiritual freedom. Also very profound, you know? Yes, 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 yes. And I mean also Prabhupada is inviting, you know, he's inviting. So we have the holy places and anybody, intelligent persons must go there at the end of life. So that already gives us some little understanding what this Vanapastashram may look like, you know? That we live in the holy place, right? Yes. Yeah, so pretty powerful purport. And I mean, I find very striking that one who sticks to family life until death cannot get rid of material attachments, because these family attachments are so strong, so deep, you know? So unless we extricate ourselves from this, very easily at the moment of death, we think of, oh, my husband, my wife, my mother, my father, my child, my grandchild. And then we have to do another round in the material world, for sure, you know? I mean, we will discuss this more when we come to the sessions where we really talk about death. You know, that Krishna says, so whoever remembers me alone at the time of death, it has to be Krishna alone. Not Krishna and my wife, husband, child, grandchild. Yes. So at the time of death we are tested. Which relationship is the most important for us? You know? And unless we free ourselves from these family entanglements, then those relationships will be the most important for us. And then for sure we have to do another round. You know? Yes. I mean, sometimes I meet devotees that tell me, oh, we have been together for 7 lifetimes. You know, husband and wife, and they think it is an amazing sign of love or something, you know. But then I usually say, so how many more lifetimes are you planning to spend? How many more? You know, all right, we've done already 7 times the rounds, you know, so are you planning to continue this, or is it maybe enough, or, you know? Yeah, so this can easily happen, you know, because the family attractions, man-woman attachment, So strong, so deep, and so subtle, you know. It's a whole thing. Right. We're not going to discuss now, if you don't mind. I just want to spend the beginning stage just reading all different things now, and then we'll extricate some principles and. So in 7th canto, 12th chapter, there is a summary. It says, after the Grihastha ashram is another ashram, known as Vanaprastha, which is midway between Grihastha and Sannyas. So that's also a nice definition, you know. It's in between, halfway. Alright? Yes. Then 7:15th chapter, summary. It says, thus a Grihastha must become a Vanaprastha or sannyas, live in a secluded place, and be satisfied with food gotten by begging from door to door. He must chant the Omkar mantra or Hare Krishna mantra, and in this way he will perceive transcendental bliss within himself. So again, I mean, it's very clear and strong. Thus a Grihastha must become a Vanaprastha. So there is no question, or maybe only for some varnas or something, you know. No. It's a must, actually, if we want to go back to Godhead. Yes, yes. Then in 3rd canto, 30th chapter, verse 14, the purport is, family attraction is so strong that even if one is neglected by family members in his old age, he cannot give up family affection, and he remains at home just like a dog. So that's Dhritarashtra. And the Vedic way of life, one has to give up family life when he is strong enough. Here we have it. Are you with us, Prabhu? Or you didn't get much rest last night? Yes, that's the whole point. When one is strong enough, not when one is invalid. You know? Yes, that's the whole idea. Because often there's some confusion that people, you know, they think about 65, 70, oh gee, how can I leave home? And oh, you know, I'm so needy for help and bad health. And no, the idea is when one is strong enough. It is advised that before getting, here we are, it is advised that before getting too weak and being baffled in material activities and before becoming diseased, before, you know, one should give up family life and engage oneself completely in the service of the Lord for the remaining days of his life. Actually, you know, according to Krishna's recommendation, this should actually be roughly around 25 years, you know, from 50 to, you know, 75 or whatever, when one may leave. So it's not just a couple of years or something, but it's quite a portion of one's life, you know. And Prabhupada emphasizing 50 again and again. That's why I feel this education is so important, that we plan our life properly, you know, because the tendency is that people get later and later married. Even here in India, I often come across this, that ladies are already 35 and they're still not married. I mean, this would be unimaginable, you know, some 20, 30 years ago. But yeah, it's all shifting towards materialistic outlook in life, you know. Yes. So, and then of course, well, if you get only married 35, 40, you know, then there's no talk about 50 Vanaprastha ashrams. No talk, you know. So that's why, and there's other purports too where Prabhupada recommends when a person should enter married life, you know. For boys, he says around 25, 27. For girls, already 16, 17. We'll talk about that later. So it may sound really almost provocative to us. What? Getting married at 16? How can that be? You know? But anyway, we will get to that. But the fact that Prabhupada puts all these things in the Bhagavatam, I mean, I have faith in Prabhupada's words. There's some big reason why Prabhupada puts this in there. I mean, surely he expects us eventually to live accordingly. Because he was always saying his books are the law books for the next 10,000 years. So the fact that he puts these things in there, you know, why should he waste his time and energy if he would not think that these things are relevant for us? You know? Yes. Complete serves the Lord for the remaining days of life. It is enjoined, therefore, in the Vedic scriptures that as soon as one passes 50 years of age, he must give up family life and live alone in the forest. After preparing himself fully, he should become a sannyasi to distribute the knowledge of spiritual life to each and every home. I mean, it's a must. It's a must. Prabhupada says it again, must. 50, 50, 50. He's really hammering us with this. You know? But somehow it seems to take quite a while until we pay attention to this. You know? 7th canto, 5th chapter, verse 5. Again a purport. In the Varnashram system, one first becomes a brahmachari. Here we have the discussion from yesterday. Then a grihastha, a vanaprastha, and finally a sannyasi. Going to the forest means accepting vanaprastha life, which is in between grihastha life and sannyas. As confirmed in the Vishnu Purana, Varnashrama Charavata Purushena Parapuman Vishnu Aradyate. By accepting the institution of Varna and Ashram, one can very easily elevate himself to the platform of worshipping Vishnu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Otherwise, if one remains in the bodily conception, one must rot within this material world, and his life will be a failure. My God. Society must have divisions of Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya and Sudra, and for the spiritual advancement one must gradually develop as a brahmachari, grihastha, vanaprastha and sannyasi. Prahlad Maharaj recommended that his father accept vanaprastha life because as a grihastha he was becoming increasingly demoniac due to bodily attachment. Prahlad recommended to his father that accepting vanaprastha life would be better than going deeper and deeper into Griha Mandakupa, the blind well of life, as a grihastha. In our Krishna consciousness movement, we therefore invite, here we are again, Prabhupada invite, all the elderly persons of the world to come to Vrindavan and stay there in retired life, making advancement in spiritual consciousness, Krishna consciousness. Yes. Yes, strong words, again and again. I mean, there's actually so many more quotes. I just picked out a few, but if you search on the Veda-based Vanaprastha, you get so many. You know, it's full. 1544 purport. We have discussed many times before that the system of Varnashram Dharma, as it was strictly followed by the inhabitants of the world, specifically by those who inhabited the Arya Vrata province of the world, emphasizes the importance of leaving all household connections at a certain stage of life. The training and education was so imparted, and thus a respectable person like Maharaj Yudhisthira had to leave all family connections for self-realization and going back to Godhead. No king or respectable gentleman would continue family life till the end, because that was considered suicidal and against the interest of the perfection of human life. Ooh, strong words, you know? No respectable gentleman would continue family life till the end. This is very absolute, you know? Completely. Prabhupada doesn't really give us much of a choice, wasn't it? In order to be free from all family encumbrances and devote oneself 100% in the devotional service of Lord Krishna. This system is always recommended for everyone because it is the path of authority. The Lord instructs in the Bhagavad Gita 1862 that one must become a devotee of the Lord at least at the last stage of one's life. A sincere soul of the Lord, like Maharaj Yudhisthira, must abide by this instruction of the Lord for his own interest. Yeah, I mean, the Bhagavatam is full of examples, you know, where great personalities, kings like Yudhisthira Maharaj, he divides up the kingdom amongst his sons and he walks out, leaves behind his royal palace and comfort and opulence and wealth and everything, completely detached. Yes, I mean, these are not just some interesting stories for us or something, but yeah, they're meant to instruct us that actually we also have to practice that principle. And like Prabhupada was making kind of fun in the first purport, we read how politicians hang on to their prize post, you know, their well-paid positions until the very end of their life. And who was it where Prabhupada made always this joke saying, you know, he was thinking, oh, who will run the country? How will the country continue without me? Huh? Nehru? Was it Nehru? Yes. So he was saying, how will the country run without me? And then Prabhupada says, well, it goes on very nicely without him. But this is the attachment we have, that we think things cannot go on without us. And the same principle we find in our departments or temples and so on. How can things go on without me? You know? And often they go even better without us. Yeah, I mean, sometimes this attachment really does not only lead to stagnation in our life, but it brings stagnation to everybody around us. We will come to this later. It's a big problem, you know, also in our society. You know. Yeah. Okay, before we get further, let me see what thoughts and points come up here.
Now, I want to know if ISKCON administration is also considering this kind of activities.
Say it again.
ISKCON administration is also considered.
ISKCON administration is also considering these principles.
It's also part of these entanglements.
Yes, yes. I have to agree without wanting to criticize or something. It is a problem. You know? It is a problem. And the issue is because we are not giving training. That's the issue. Yeah. Yes. I mean, it's a big topic. I have mentioned already at the moment I'm on a marathon compiling my third book about the false ego. And there I'm getting into all these things, you know. Our false ego brings about this attachment to title and position. And very easily, instead of dissolving our false ego, we are feeding it and we are, maintaining these attachments, and they become stumbling blocks in our spiritual development, definitely. Definitely. So, yeah, there is quite a bit of education to be given. I see it as a question of education, that we don't only learn our philosophy and repeat it, but that now we have to apply it, we have to live accordingly. Not so easy. Requires systematic tuning of all these topics on more deeper levels, that we can really come to higher levels of maturity and understanding and insights and detachment. Yeah, so it's a fine line, because on one hand we also don't want to be irresponsible and just leave things, but we definitely have to hand down. I mean, we're jumping ahead here. It is now coming, just now coming. Yes?
In this last report, because the system recommended to anybody who wants to become free from family and move his life to Krishna consciousness.
Yes.
And before you told that when the first ashram doesn't mean that people just leave their family and in the name of Krishna consciousness, but in lecture, Prabhupada often gives this example of Lord Chaitanya, who with his family in young age, then because he had so high goal. How to understand this?
Actually, it becomes more clear when we look really how to extricate the principles, Yeah, we are not there yet. So maybe just park that question and see if the answer comes up in the future discussion. I mean, in regards to family life, in regards to Lord Chaitanya, there is one purport where Prabhupada says, if one has a good wife and or a good mother, one need not take sannyas, actually, unless it is really required for a higher purpose, as Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did. So, I mean, let me just respond in such a way that to take sannyas is definitely not for everybody. But I think we have heard it enough times now in these purports which we read, that Vanaprastha ashram is actually a must. So, and we have not discussed how it actually looks like. So that's why I don't want to now answer to your question of, yes, are we leaving family or are we not leaving family, because we're not there yet. Right? Okay. Yes, Father. But please only not to what we have not discussed yet.
It's not so much question, it's more like my thought about it. Prabhupada is saying that material attachments, so on, are the impediments to spiritual path. It doesn't make distinction between materialists. We thought material attachment is material people. No, we are not material people. We are spiritual people, yeah. But he doesn't make distinction. He says, but still, material attachments, that's impediment. We have to lie to that.
Well, I mean, let's be clear. The family attachments of devotees is also material attachment. Not just because we are chanting Hare Krishna, our attachment to husband, wife, children is spiritual? No. Let's not cheat ourselves here. It is a material attachment. Definitely. And I mean, sometimes the question comes up, that people say, especially when they have not been married yet, when they say, gee, hearing all this, how family attachment is such a encumbrance and entanglement, so maybe no need to get married or something, right? It may enter one's mind, but now, also the wrong conclusion there, because it's just a whole purifying journey, that in brahmachari life we get the basic spiritual training and discipline and knowledge, and then within grihastha life we get this little bit of independence to apply things and set our priorities, what's most important for us, our material needs in development or our spiritual needs in development. So that's a whole challenge. And by being a parent and a husband and wife, that's as a rule for most people, this is how we learn to serve. Yes. Because family life, mother, father, one has to be selflessly serving, as selfless as possible in material relationships, Yes, that impels us, that inspires us, especially for ladies. For most women, not so natural to serve, with that same energy and heart and soul to serve the devotees. No. Maybe 1 or 2 hours maximum. But when there's family, we have to, and the emotional attachment inspires us to serve. That's the whole thing. It seems entangling, but that's the emotional attachment impels us and motivates us to serve. So, and then when we do this within Krishna consciousness, then we have to gradually free ourselves from this material attachment and emotional entanglement. So that's the whole treatment plan, basically. So we can't jump over this artificially and think, oh no, sounds like this is all too much entanglement, no need. No, then most people stagnate completely and become very self-centered, only what's good for me. But especially for ladies, once they're mother, they have to give up the self-centeredness and serve, and not only do what's nice for me. So that's why this whole journey is all according to Krishna's plan, really, Yes. Maybe let us continue. So basically the approach we have is that we accept the mood and the underlying principles of Vanaprastha life. We extract them and we apply them in our situation. Even if it is in New York or Sydney or Berlin or wherever it may be, the underlying principles we can extricate and apply anywhere. That's how we live the Vanaprastha ashram in these modern days. This idea that we go to the forest, this is of course, not very intelligent really, but the idea is we extricate the principles and we apply them in the modern context of Lord Chaitanya's Singha movement. So, and the first and foremost principle, in one of the purports it was mentioned, is no more sex life. That's the first and foremost principle of Vanaprastha ashram. There is no more permission for sex life. Actually, we can say this whole, moving forward towards Vanaprastha ashram is a gradual transformation. Yes. Vanaprastha ashram is husband and wife work together as a team on this. Like, I'm not considering myself a Vanapasta because there's no husband. I'm not a Vanapasta. Vanapastas, husband and wife, work together. So I consider myself as a widow because my husband spiritually is dead and gone. So, and in traditional life, Krishna consciousness, there is no divorce. So there is only death of one spouse. That's why maybe somebody is alone, so then a woman is a widow, but not a Vanapasta. But if the husband has not died, then they still cooperate. They work together. So this is pretty important to understand. Even though the consciousness and attitude of a widow and a Vanapasta is not that much different, although it is also different, because Vanapasta, there is still a husband, widow, there is no husband. But in general terms, the basic principles of the internal mood is very similar. Yeah, so in no more sex life, for some devotees, depending on how strict they have been practicing Krishna consciousness and what level of spiritual advancement they are, what level of maturity, it can also be a gradual process, that a couple, all right, they target, they have this goal to move towards Vanapasta, but maybe they're still somehow slipping a little bit or something, but they work their way towards that, And when I was once meeting with Jayadvaita Swami, at this point of discussion, he was saying, well, the very humble start in this direction of no sex life is that husband and wife sleep in separate rooms. Of course, for many grihastas, they have been doing this already anyway. But then some also don't. So for me it was remarkable that Jayadvaita Swami as a sannyasi, he was bringing up this point. I was thinking, oh, okay. So he must be well aware of, how many of our devotees are living, and that this is even not the general standard everywhere in all families, that husband and wife live in separate rooms, So if they don't live in separate rooms, then this is how we start. Okay, let's sleep in separate rooms. So it is a gradual thing where the internal mood has to be cultivated. It's not just some external thing, an artificial external imposition or something, but no, it is a whole meditation and gradual cultivation like that. So that's why even with grihastas, it's not so easy to have some hard and fast rules when they are Vanapasta or something, Because it can be a whole transformational process over 5, 6, 8 years, They may start thinking more deeply about that when they're around 48 or something, and then gradually, when they're 55, 57, they have more and more that internal mood and attitude and mindset and consciousness cultivated, like that. Yes, and as we mentioned, reducing worldly and family duties, work, business, this actually should be happening quite naturally if we have planned our life according to Krishna's recommendations. If we get married relatively early, then around 50 years of age, so the children are pretty grown up, they're 18, 20, 22 or whatever. So then the worldly duties diminish, we can hand over things and. So Vanapasta means strictly speaking, that we don't earn any more money. You know, we don't have a business anymore or something. Then we are not quite there yet. You know? So, alright, Grihastha may still have some working obligations and earn some income, and they may aspire to become vanaprasthas, they may meditate, but really, you know, it involves that we don't work anymore. Otherwise it's not vanaprastha. You know? Yes. Yes. So, and actually, as a result, we increase our absorption in spiritual practice because we actually have more time. We are not all tied up in so many family duties and work and business but we actually have time. How wonderful, isn't it? I mean, it's something a Grihastha should be dreaming. You know, during their 25 years of Grihastha life, they should be dreaming because, Grihastha life is so busy, very little time. So there should be that hankering, that dream, when will the day come when I can actually, spend 6 months in the Holy Dham and go to the morning program and do some service, some preaching. Oh, how nice, Yes, yes. Yes. So, and I mean, even in Christianity, we also find some aspects of this that, in the more retired phase of life, people then they become active in all kinds of volunteer services in a community and they lead Bible readings and serve the children or the sick and old and so on, that they engage themselves in all kinds of volunteer activities within their Christian communities and so on. So, even in other spiritual cultures, we do find some elements of this also still left, Yes. So, and we want to increase austerity, minimizing comfort and material attachments. That is quite an important thing. We will get back to this later. But that's the underlying mood, that we want to give up the cozy, comfortable home, but we want to go back more to basic life, because really comfort is a little diminishing our determination, actually. The more comfort we invite in our life, the more luxury and the soft pillows and the nice, lounge decorations, and so it invites sense gratification, and it reduces the determination to, be more deeply engaged in the process of devotional life. So we want to increase austerity, minimize comfort and material attachments. And very important thing, we want to switch from external activities and achievements to internal activities and achievements. This is actually a really important thing, which I'm also discussing in my 40-year group there. Because external achievements always give so much more satisfaction to the faulty ego. Yes, I've achieved this, I've achieved that. That's why in Kali Yuga, people are really putting a lot of emphasis on externals. And the internals, they don't really give much glory and recognition, They don't really give much satisfaction for the faulty ego, but they give satisfaction to the soul, actually. It's the internals. Right? So, and interestingly, the material body, as it ages, actually forces us to make this switch. Because as we get older, body is just not so suitable for running around like mad doing so many things. But gradually the strength, the energy reduces. So that is all perfectly Krishna's plan. So we switch more towards internals. And main thing is, better to do this voluntarily rather than being forced to. Yes, often even with our devotees we can see that this understanding is not there. People run until their health collapses and they're forced to go towards internals, because health issues is always Krishna's way of pushing us to turn towards internals, because the body goes on strike, you know, and body collapses. So it's no. So, and then we are forced to hold in and to reflect and to go more within and introspect, you know. Yeah, so health crisis always has that deeper meaning, that we are meant to switch towards internals. So it's better to do this voluntarily rather than waiting until the body forces us. There's one other thing which often forces us to give up our, you know, external achieving spirit. It's health crisis, and what's the other thing? Let me see if any of you can guess this. Huh? Well, that's very final. Now, before that, frustration, yes. Huh? Economic collapse, yeah, can also be, yes. No, but within communities. Huh? Exactly. You know, when we don't hand over voluntarily and let the next generation take things further, and we give up title and position, the two things force us is health crisis or conflict. We can observe this a lot, you know, until the next generation gets so tired and sick of us and boots us out. Come on, get out here. Let us move on and take things further, you know. Yeah. So I mean, this is an intelligent person will not wait until somebody boots us out and starts a revolution, or until our body collapses and somebody unhappy. Yeah, so we will not wait until somebody creates a revolution or our body goes on strike. But we make that switch before, you know, to just gradually let go of things and delegate and pass on and make that switch towards internals. Because also, if we don't do this voluntarily, very easily there can be an emptiness, a vacuum. And there's no deeper internal life building up, because we're running after external achievements and glory and recognition and then all of a sudden, you know, our health goes on strike, and then we fall into a hole, into a vacuum. And then there's nothing deeper built up in our hearts. And then we get all frustrated and depressed and, oh, nobody needs us anymore, and we're pushed aside, and so, you know, these kind of feelings are a result of not building up some internal life before external circumstances force us. So that's why, you know, already before 50, I dare say, it's intelligent to realize, okay, you know, now gradually I'm getting older And, you know, because especially also for men, the main period of achievements is, let's say, between 25 and 50, roughly. You know, that's where man's nature really wants to move mountains and achieve things and start all kinds of projects and this is built in, I mean, we will talk about that actually next week. It's built into the male nature because somebody has to have that mood, you know, and move things forward. So, and then around 50 years of age, of course, it's not that a man cannot do anything anymore, but no, we want to pass on to the next generation because if we are hanging on to our posts and titles and position until we are 65 or 70, then the next generation is already at that age where they should pass on things. You know, so then they missed out, right? They didn't even get a chance, right? Yes, you get my point? Yes? Yes, so this passing on at the right time is really an important thing, you know? And yes, I'm saying here, unless we turn towards internal life, we will face a vacuum, midlife crisis. This is how this midlife crisis comes about, that people often face in the material world, mainly people who are not practicing any spiritual, religious practice. You know, just running their whole life after sense enjoyment and recognition and. So then when they face the age of around 50, oh, they fall into some hole. They realize, oh, gee, half of my life is gone, maybe even more than half. And what have I actually done? And is it all worthwhile? And what's the outlook on the rest of my life? And then they get all depressed because there's nothing deeper built up. And that's how we get the midlife crisis and depression, you know. So yeah, we are meant to increase our dependence on the Lord. And delegating our responsibilities to the younger generation and allowing them to take charge. Very important thing. Actually, when I spoke to Jay Vedaswamy about this, he was mentioning that traditionally there was even a ceremony when the father hands over the keys to the son. A whole ritual, a whole ceremony, because this is so difficult for many people, you know, not only in terms of posts in our communities or something, but also on the individual level, you know, that any father will think, oh, I worked for this business for so many years and oh, now my foolish son comes and we will make a whole mess out of it. And how will the business go on without me? You know, that there's all this hesitation to hand over. So now, of course, in spiritual culture, the respect is there that a son will always ask for guidance from his father, so then he actually doesn't have to worry that much, because he can still keep an eye on things, and he knows that son will not make any major decision without double checking with him and you know. But that, of course, these days this is all lost and forgotten, you know, and the young folks usually is not so respectful to the elders, and they don't ask for guidance. But in any case, even when the culture is there of respect and father is still giving guidance, still so difficult to hand over the keys. So difficult that there was a ceremony just to make sure it would take place. You know? Yes, I think we should introduce that in our communities. Yeah? Yes. Yes, so I mean, because this delegating and handing over, this is a challenge. This is not so easy, you know, because for so many years we may have had certain control and titles, positions, control over assets, control over people. So for the false ego, not easy to give that up and just be satisfied with turning towards internal achievements and giving guidance and so on, Yes. It's a challenge, a challenge. Yes. Yes, and definitely Vanaprastha ashram is a new challenge in life, right? And has to be accepted under guidance of more experienced devotees who have already some experience in mastering this same challenge. So that connects with our last week's discussion. How important it is to take guidance. It should be common sense, but often common sense is what we are missing the most, really. But very natural if you're moving on to a different ashram here, then yes, one should actually work under guidance of a more experienced Vanaprastha who can guide. Even when people prepare for sannyas, they also accept a sannyas guru, they work under that person's guidance and advice and so it's there. So let us say a few more words and then we'll have a 10-minute break. But let us first of all understand this Vanaprastha ashram is a gradual thing and it has so many different variations. The principle is that gradually husband and wife see each other a little less and they give each other more space, right? But still they're working as a team. So it's definitely not that the husband just puts on saffron and walks out. This is irresponsibility in the name of Vanaprastha ashram. I know a few examples like that, where the husband just walks out and leaves the wife behind with a farm and cows and kids and and see you later, I'm taking Vanaprastha. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's completely ridiculous. That's a complete misunderstanding, lack of education. Yes. Yes. That's not what Vanaprastha ashram is, really. So it's a very gradual thing where husband and wife work as a team and simply gradually they give each other more space, and it's also natural after being married for 25, 30 years, you don't mind, all right, let him go and do something and I go and do something. It's very natural, yes. So it means, he maybe goes traveling for a couple of weeks and comes back. Or they go together traveling, come back. But at least they leave the cozy home. And the children and the grandchildren. Because the grandchildren, some years ago, I had this annual program there where I invited different speakers to speak on this topic of Vanaprastha ashram, and I had Pancharatna Prabhu there and his wife. Probably most of us here know Pancharatna Prabhu. And he was talking, sharing, and he was saying the biggest challenge is the grandchildren. That's the biggest challenge, because you just get emotionally sucked in, and all involved, and then the children need help with the grandkids, and then, the grandchildren become the center of your life, the whole focus. So, and then very easily, when we lie on our deathbed, we lament, I didn't see my granddaughter getting married. And then we may have to come back just to see that, how she gets married. Let's better be careful here, is it really worthwhile coming back just for that? So, that's the whole thing. This family attachment so strong. And then a little child is born there, and the heart goes there, and yes. So, So that's why, husband and wife either live together or separately. But some leaving of the cozy home has to be there, and preferably also giving each other a bit more space is also good. Even though we will read some purports where Prabhupada says husband and wife very nicely can do this also together. So it depends a little bit. That there's so many variations, that they can travel from temple to temple together separately, or they go to holy place, they study there, or do some service, and yes, coming back, coming back, staying away longer and longer. You might go first for 2 weeks, and for 4 weeks, and for 2 months. And so that there's so many different variations. There's not just one hard and fast rule. Also, it's not everybody's nature to travel and preach. So, Vanaprastha also means, you can just stay at a temple, like we mentioned yesterday, Purishta Vaishnava Ashram or Vaishnavi Ashram. So you simply accept very simple facilities, and you just give your full heart and soul and time and energy in service, different, departments, whatever, some preaching, some deity worship, some cooking, guiding the devotees, having Namahata programs, doing a bit of preaching, Harina. Can be so many activities, Also for ladies, it's not every woman's nature to travel all the time. Not every woman's nature. Doesn't have to be. According to the culture, she can also stay in the house of the son, with his family. But then very easily one gets caught up in, grandchildren and family affection and. So that's why, yes, also the possibility is there. She stays in a temple somewhere, in simple facility, simply serves, like that. Or she stays with her son near the temple and goes as much as possible to the temple and is active. Because, as we said, 50 years of age, so people have still a lot of energy. I mean, the materialists, they go and have an 8-hour job until they're 65, So even if she lives in the family with her son, she can still be, full on in Krishna consciousness, go to Mangaladi, spend the whole day in the temple, basically, and come back just to sleep, basically, So there is so many different variations, It's not just one size fits everybody here. But the main principle is to extricate oneself from one's cozy home and reduce the family attachments and entanglements. Yes. Yes.
When they do Varnashram, first, and then they go to temple or something. That last stage of life when they are old, so who takes care of them? They should go back to the family, or they are taken care of temple. How it works out?
Well, I mean, we discussed yesterday.
Still, they don't have not seen a proper structure of even.
You're talking about today in ISKCON or in the former times?
Today, any society, not just ISKCON, but any society, if somebody really takes the Vrindavan and he's at the last end of his life, there's not a proper structure where he has to go back, what I can understand. And then again, in the last moment, again, that attachments might come up. This is what I see.
You see, in the general society today, there's no understanding of Vanaprastha ashram, even in India. In India, the understanding is there that the parents should simply be cared for by the children, but that's actually not really Krishna's system, actually. You know, because the idea is Vanaprastha. That's the idea, to actually depend more on Krishna, you know, and to serve and to travel and to, you know, extricate oneself from the cozy home of the son and daughters and all that. But because this idea of Vanaprastha ashram in today's society, there's no clue. Even within ISKCON, what to speak of outside ISKCON? No clue, no clue.
So we are actually creating a framework where people can think about it and work out the system. So that's what I understand.
Alternative systems, you're saying? Yeah, I mean, yesterday we talked about this Vaishnava ashram, or that there is some system for care with committees, you know, and it's based on relationships. Because ideally the family members should not hang around when we leave. Ideally, you know? From spiritual point of view, as we read yesterday, this Prabhupada says that death is glorious where the family members don't even know that we are leaving. Yes. Because, I mean, we will get to this also later when we talk about death. But, you know, I've observed this many times. When a person is just about to leave their body, when the beloved ones sit right there at the bed, they can't leave. They can't leave. It makes it so difficult. But then when they get tired of sitting there for 36 hours and they haven't eaten and slept and they just step out, then they leave. I've seen it many times, even without devotees, you know? Yes, yes. So this is not the idea that the family members are hanging there on the, you know, next to the bed when the person is leaving. No, 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 because this family attachment is so strong, you know? So much better if the family of devotees cares, because there is not this emotional attachment so deeply there, hopefully. Yeah? Yes. Yeah. Very common confusion that we think we call divorce Vanaprastha ashram. You know, we call divorce Vanaprastha life, just to give it a nice name and to make it sound authorized. I have come across this a lot, that, you know, two people get divorced and they tell me, oh, we are entering Vanaprastha, but then I hear, no, they're getting divorced. Are we having Russian translation? No. Anyway, let's hope she will come back soon. Yeah, so let's be clear in this. You know, divorce is not Vanaprastha ashram. I come across this quite a lot, that people confuse this, you know, and people are divorced and then they call themselves Vanaprastha. Now, as I said, a husband and wife work as a team. That's the Vanaprastha ashram. And they're actually still married. They're not divorced. So, you know, and if no husband or no wife is there any longer, then the wife is considered to be a widow. And depending on her spiritual strength and maturity, you know, there's a broad spectrum of widows. She can be more simply a widow in a mundane sense, like the husband left his body, okay, she's a widow. Or then, you know, if she's more spiritually elevated and strong, so then she can be on a higher level of being a widow, which ultimately is not even that distinct from being sannyasi, actually. It's the same mindset in many ways, you know. Yes. So it's similar for a husband whose wife leaves, you know, if a husband, his wife leaves her body, so then he also has to see how is he moving forward in his life, You know? Is he gonna prepare for the renounced phase of life? Maybe join a brahmachari ashram and be in that atmosphere of brahmacharis and just spend his life like that, or he moves on to the level of sannyas. So this is all an individual situation. I mean, also we can say to enter Vanaprastha is not just a question of age. It is a question of maturity, spiritual maturity. Yes. And I also came to the realization, one reason maybe why this Vanaprastha ashram has not been properly established in ISKCON is because our family life is not really yet a proper Grihastha ashram. And therefore, the family, people don't get that maturity to actually move on to the Vanaprastha ashram when they're around 50, because their family life was not an ashram. Bhagavatam, holy name, was not in the center. Therefore, the spiritual maturity has not taken place. Right? You get my point? So I think this is also one reason why this Vanaprastha ashram is not properly established, because it will be only very natural if people have lived their family life really as an ashram. Right? Yes. And I mean, in 2 weeks we will have the family life as an ashram course. I remember some years ago, one participant was making this comment, saying, actually, we are not even on the level of Grihamedis, because Grihamedis don't get divorced. Even Grihamedis, they follow so many rules and regulations. They give in charity, they do all kinds of things. They don't get divorced. Even in mundane family life, traditionally, there's no divorce. So he was making this comment. Our family life is not even on the level of Grihamedi life. Otherwise, how do we have such a high divorce rate of about 60% or something in ISKCON? Yes. So we are even lower than Grihamedis in many ways. Yes. So, I mean, this came from my audience. So, I thought, okay, it was a good point, actually, I mean, for many years, I didn't even think of these things so deeply. We take it for granted that, yes, I'm initiated, I'm chanting Hare Krishna, we're tilak neck beads. Of course, I'm a Grihastha. We would get offended if somebody calls us Grihamedi. But no, not such a cheap thing. And only if we actually live our family life as an ashram, then we will have that spiritual maturity to move on as a Vanaprastha. Then we will have really had so much Bhagavatam, a holy name, deeply in our lives. That detachment and renunciation has been, developed there in our hearts. But if that's not there, then we may find ourselves at the age of 50, and maybe our wife or husband left us, or maybe died, but we will not be ready to move on. So it's not just a question of age, it is a question of spiritual maturity. And my approach always is that I say, well, if we are not ready to move on to the renounced phase, well, then maybe we have to repeat the lesson. I think I mentioned it once before. Like at school, when we don't pass the exams and we move on to the next grade, we have to repeat the year. So in the same way, that's my approach, that I am not categorically against getting remarried when people are even 50, because what to do if there's still some unfulfilled desires there, and we are not ready to move on to the renounced phase of life, well, if we just remain single, then very easily we can fall down, right? Because there's some unfulfilled needs. So then better to repeat the lesson and get one more time married, or maybe even the third time married. Oh my God, slow learner, we have to go through the same thing so many times. Better than that, and hope that time we do it properly. We get some proper education, how to actually make our life into an ashram. And then hopefully after the second or third time, we move on to the renounced phase of life, or leave our body in good consciousness. But if there's some unfulfilled things there, then good chance we have to take birth again to just clear off these unfulfilled things. So it is not just a question of age, no. So it requires a little bit of maturity. Of course, we are preaching that there should be no remarriage and there should be no divorce. And at 50 years of age, we should not get married again. But what to do if we are not there yet? And we are not there yet because the education has not been fully established. People don't get that education, how to make their family life into an ashram. So what to do? We have to be strict in one hand and preach the ideal standard, but then we also have to be accommodating and liberal enough to help people move forward in their spiritual life. Right? And like Prabhupada had a similar approach to sannyas, for example, when sannyasis were falling down. Of course, we are preaching sannyas cannot fall down. And if a person falls down from sannyas, he should drown himself in the Triveni. This is in Chaitanya Charitamrita. Right? Junior Haridas. So, and we have the story with, what's his name? My Kali Yuga memory. This charismatic sannyasi who disappeared. Vishnucha, yes. So we've got this whole story, that he once asked Prabhupada, if a sannyasi falls down, should he drown himself in the Ganga or Triveni? And Prabhupada said yes. On one hand, Prabhupada was uncompromising, and we have to preach that standard, otherwise taking sannyas becomes a farce. People just take sannyas and, if I meet a nice lady, I can always get married again. No. We have to preach the highest standard. So Prabhupada said yes, sannyasi who falls down has to drown himself. And then Vishnu Swami disappeared. And there's still some unclarity there a little bit, what actually happened. And some fishermen were saying that they saw somebody rowing out into the center of some rivers there and drowning himself. So there's all kinds of speculations that yes, most likely he did drown himself. But Prabhupada, when devotees reported that to Prabhupada, Prabhupada was not disturbed because he sees things from transcendental platform, So alright, let him drown himself and he will continue in his next life. And I even heard I can't even remember where I heard that apparently Vishnu Swami took birth in Russia somewhere. And he is there as a quite humble brahmachari somewhere. Have you heard that also? Yes? I can't even remember who told me that. But in any case, So in any case, Prabhupada demonstrated that yes, we preach the highest principle, but then when sannyasis were falling down, and so many were falling down, Prabhupada just said, just get married and continue. Yes, just get married and go on in your life. Practice Krishna consciousness. Whatever you do, don't leave ISKCON. Yes. So the same principle we can apply in regards to our discussion here, that of course ideally, there is Vanapasta ashram around 50 years of age and only one marriage and no divorce. That we have to preach, that's the ideal. We have to come up eventually over a few generations. We have to get there. My God, you know. Sometimes I hear this opinion, Kali Yuga, there will always be divorce. No, sorry, I'm not satisfied with this. You know, we have to train our devotees. And if we don't understand Krishna's system, and especially next week's course, if people don't understand that knowledge, then there will always be divorce. Yes, what I'm describing in the red book there, Spiritual Culture, Krishna's Divine System. If we don't have this knowledge, there will always be divorce. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. So we have to preach, you know, the ideal, to strive for that. But then, if people are 50 and they're not mature enough, their life was not in ashram, there's still so many material desires there. You know, we can't artificially force the Vanapasta thing on people if they're not ready for it. And then, well, maybe the only choice is to get married again, you know. Yes. So it is a very individual thing. It's not just a question of age. And yeah, we do need guidance because we ourselves often cannot so easily see, you know. We need some guidance from somebody who maybe can help us to understand where we are standing and we can also try, we can say, okay, let's try for the Vanapasta thing. And yeah, if we notice, oh, there's still too many desires and attachments, oh, well, then what to do? Then we opt for the next best thing, you know. And that would be to repeat the Grihastha lesson there, you know. But ideally, we should be situated in one of the ashrams, you know. Yes. Any questions or comments about that? Yes, Philip.
If husband and wife go to Naprasta together, that how they relieve from emotional dependence to each other?
Yeah, good question. So if husband and wife practice the Vanapasta thing together, how do they free themselves of their emotional attachment? I mean, we can say, and I mentioned that the other day in a private discussion, that material emotions through deep spiritual practice can be transformed into devotion. And that transformation can also go back again. Example is Bharat Maharaj. You know, he was on the level of bhava. He experienced transcendental emotions, and then due to not properly balancing one's life, you know, he got attached to the deer, and the spiritual emotions were going back again into material attachments and emotional attachments. So emotion is the material thing, and devotion is the spiritualized feeling. You know? So by sincere practice, one can transform the material emotions into devotion. If one really deepens one's spiritual life and one, you know, really absorbs oneself in Bhagavatam and chanting and service, then this emotional attachment should naturally reduce. Even within Grihastha ashram, this should take place. Yeah? Yes. That in the beginning, when people get married, there's so much infatuation, so much affection, so much falling in love and all that. But then gradually, as we practice and, you know, we get used to each other and the novelty wears off, you know, then gradually, even within strict Grihastha life, the emotional attachment can also be more transformed into a more spiritual platform there, And we are not so emotionally dependent on each other and. We simply bring that relationship to a higher level, through sincere practice. Nevertheless, I dare say, within the Vanaprastha ashram, to spend some time separately for husband and wife is recommended. Out of that reason, not to get too emotionally dependent or something, It is recommended. And I mean, I know grihastas, even before they really get into the vanaprastha mood, they already are there, that they don't mind, yes, let the husband go for 1 month to India, no problem. And it's not that we're all missing him and we can't stop thinking of him and when he will come back. No, there's a bit more detachment there and let him do his thing, and we're also quite glad that he's away and we can focus on other things, and so this should be there even within Grihastha life, actually. Maybe not so much in the very beginning, but I mean, see, traditionally that is a little bit of a different topic now. We're getting into the Grihastha thing, but traditionally, husband and wife were living in extended family. It was not that husband and wife are so focused on each other. No, this is this modern nuclear family structure. Actually, it's very unhealthy. That husband and wife are so focused on each other and they see each other as the source of all happiness and fulfillment and satisfaction, and that guaranteed has to bring so many disappointments and frustrations, and you strangle each other there and sitting on each other's neck. This was not the way it used to be, The women were with the women, there were so many cousins and aunties and sisters, and the men were doing their thing, and they were seeing each other, and this keeps a relationship so much more lively, and this nuclear family life already invites trouble. It's the pressure cooker family life, The pressure cooker, pressure builds up and then you have the whole thing exploding, So that's the nuclear family structure, leads to exactly that, But anyway, let's keep that discussion for another time. Yes?
Can I ask how to discriminate healthily between desires? Which desires should be fulfilled and which should be just tolerated? How to make this?
Which desires should be fulfilled and which desires should be tolerated?
Just best.
Yes. Well, we need guidance because we often can't see ourselves, and we have to be situated in one of the ashrams. So like the Grihastha ashram gives so many opportunities to fulfill one's desires in a regulated and Krishna conscious frame. So, and if there's desires beyond that, then maybe we have to learn to tolerate, I mean, that's what Grihastha life is all about, Prabhupada says it's a so-called license for sense gratification, so-called. Because it is sense gratification according to certain rules and regulations in a certain frame, But let's park this for later. Most valuable duty and contribution of Vanaprastha life. I think we have discussed this already enough, really, Share life experience, wisdom, realizations with younger generation, give shelter and support and protect. Maybe we didn't establish so much that at the moment because this Vanapasta ashram is not established, and this whole idea of sheltering relationships is not clearly understood. That's why, as a rule, so many devotees run to their Diksha Guru with their family issues, which should not be. It's actually not their matter to solve these things. They should just, the sannyasi Diksha Gurus, they should talk about pure devotional service, about chanting the holy name, about all these things, not working out family issues and who marries whom and what to do with the crazy teenage children and all these kind of issues. They're not topics for sannyasi Diksha Guru. I had gurus sharing with me that 75% of all their time and energy goes by with family issues of their disciples. But no, the mentors, the counselors should fill that gap, and the vanapasas should play that role. Or let's say the experienced grihastas, the stable grihastas, and the more mature and senior grihastas who may already be on the path to the Vanapasta ashram. So in that way, the Vanapasta ashram, if that would be properly established, that would really support and protect the sannyasa ashram. Then our sannyasis would not be bombarded with all these issues, having to talk to their lady disciples about whether or not getting married and who to get married and all this kind of thing. It is not what a sannyasi Diksha Guru should talk about, really. Yeah. Now, one interesting little point here, the culture of begging. Because in one purport we were reading, it was said there that a vanapasta should maintain himself from begging. And this is quite an interesting point, that begging is actually part of our Vaishnava culture. It is a part, And I mentioned it already briefly yesterday, but in spiritual culture, the maintenance and security is based on personal relationships within a community. Whereas in such a culture, begging is part of that. Like in Vrindavan, at Loy Bazaar, you see all the widows going shop to shop. Every shopkeeper has their jar with 1 rupee coins there. That's the pension system. That not the government pays that, but people beg. Right? That's the culture. And all the shopkeepers in Vrindavan, they know all these widows and old people, they know them all. And they will come and they get their little coin there. Or they sit outside the temple, especially on Ekadashis, there's always a big long row, of beggars sitting. And many I even know, they've been sitting there for 20 years. Yeah, so that's actually part of our culture. That's the maintenance, actually, through begging, Even Prabhupada himself, when he was living in Radha Damodar temple, preparing himself for his mission to go to the West, he was doing madhukari, we call it, madhukari, going around with a begging cloth, begging from shop to shop, all different things, rice, vegetables, whatever people want to give, or some coins or whatever. And then Prabhupada used to go back to Radha Damodar temple and cook his meal and offer it to the deities. That is actually the culture. Yes.
But there is no ISKCON in ISKCON.
No, because in materialistic culture, life and relationships have become more impersonal. Therefore, the government takes over the care and maintenance. Right? Yes, very clear. I mean, even in Europe, 100 years ago, I don't think there was some pension system. It would be interesting to find out, to research when this whole idea of government paying pensions, when this came about. I don't think it's that long.
So government will get the benefit for devotional benefit.
That's a different discussion. But no, let's be clear in that. In spiritual culture, care and maintenance and security is based on personal relationships. That's what we also discussed yesterday, that if we want to be a spiritual organization, we have to bring back, that care and security and maintenance has to be based on relationships, being dear and indebted to each other. That has to be the foundation of care. And not just some committees paying maintenance to people or pensions. These ideas came up, that senior devotees, retired temple presidents, that is going to pay them a pension or something. Yes, such kind of thoughts came up. But my God, this is the materialistic system. Yes, it is. But we don't know anything else. But if somebody has a bit of extra time, I would be interested to find out when this pensions came about. How long it is ago? Huh?
70s.
What?
During 1970s.
Well, maybe in India, but not in Europe. 1970s. In India, only then the pension idea came up, is it? Wow, that's not so long. That's just 50 years. See? In Europe it must be older, but also not that old. I'm sure not much more than 100 years, I would say. I'm just guessing here. But before, the communities, the villages, the families, extended families, they were giving the care. And even in a village, if people know, oh, my neighbor is in need, then they would help out. My brother lives in Switzerland in a village high in the mountains. And he has shared with me that there still that system is that people really help each other, they support each other like anything. Yes. So, in the more remote areas, in the Swiss Alps there, in the mountains, the system is still going to a large extent. Of course, there's also government support, but just this whole idea that people stick together and they help each other out and they support each other. Yes. Yeah. Yes, and government takes over. So people are still begging from the government. Right? Then we are still begging. Instead of from people, we are begging from the government. Yes, but we are beggars. Let's be clear on that. Just a more polished version of begging. Yes. 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 So I want to read this purport here. Bhagavatam 11, 1825. This is quite a funny little thing here. One in the Vanaprastha order of life should always practice taking charity from others, for one is thereby freed from illusion and quickly becomes perfect in spiritual life. Indeed, one who subsists on food grains obtained in such a humble manner purifies his existence. So that's the verse, right? So purport 11th canto is not from Prabhupada, but from his followers. In the Western countries, people are generally so dull that they cannot distinguish between a saintly beggar and an ordinary hobo or hippie. Everybody understands what hobo is? Just some poor dirty street beggar, that's a hobo or hippie. A saintly beggar is constantly engaged in authorized devotional service to the Supreme Lord and accepts only what he requires for his bare maintenance. The author of this book, I think it must be Vridananda Maharaj, remembers entering the Krishna Consciousness Society as an arrogant university student and being quickly humbled by the process of begging on the street on behalf of Krishna. This process is not theoretical, but actually purifies one's existence by forcing one to offer respect to all others. Unless one offers respect to others, one's begging will be fruitless. Also, by begging, one will not often eat very sumptuously. This is good, because when the tongue is controlled, the other senses are quickly pacified. A vanaprastha should never give up the purifying process of begging for his food, and ordinary people should not foolishly equate a lazy bum living at the cost of others with a saintly beggar engaging in higher duties of the Supreme Lord. So that's a pretty amazing purport, isn't it? Yeah, the benefits of begging. So obviously he's talking here about going out of book distribution or collecting. Yes, this is a kind of begging, definitely. And anybody who's ever been out of book distribution or collecting, they know how true it is that if you're not in a humble mood, your begging will be fruitless. People don't want to talk to you. They will not give you. Yes. So, yes, the benefits of begging, So, yeah, spiritual benefits from begging. Here we have this little thing there. What are the benefits of begging? What can be summarized? Huh? Yes, become humble. And what else?
Your senses will be controlled.
Huh?
Your senses will be essentially controlled.
Senses will be controlled because we are forced to lead a simple life. Of course, we can see, well, say maybe so much money comes to us that we can still eat luxuriously and all this. But no, the idea is that we should only keep what is necessary to keep body and soul together, and everything else should be spent for preaching, for serving.
Depending on the Lord.
Exactly, very true. Dependence on the Lord is increased by that, and that is actually the vanaprastha mood. We were saying all ashrams teach dependence. So we start with the brahmacharya ashram, we have to do as we are told. Then we are still alive, we are given a little bit more independence, but we have to use it properly, and we can't be completely independent because there's wife, husband, family, and then vanaprastha ashram, we want to deepen that dependence on the Lord. Exactly. And by begging and just being satisfied whatever comes, we learn to depend on the Lord. Yes, very true. So there is so many benefits from this, And I'm simply presenting this here, not saying that so now everybody here who is around 50 years of age, you have to go out and beg or something. No, let's first just understand the principles and the different aspects and their benefit there, and what it is meant to look like traditionally, what's Krishna's recommendation here. And then we can see where we are here and how close we can be to Krishna's system, how much we can apply in our life, and. But first, let's be educated and fully understand that, yes, begging is part of our culture. So, but with mundane eyes, we would find begging completely embarrassing, We would be so embarrassed, So, And sometimes I have come across this too, that when one person is in some, terminal disease and they don't have health insurance, they need some donations, that sometimes it is announced on some forums, even on our website, Dandavats, there has been some, announcements in the past saying, oh, this and this person. Just in October we had this heavy car accident there in Ukraine where two devotees left their bodies and then some were injured, and Indra Swami wrote a whole thing there asking for donations, I have heard the opinion, not in that connection, but in other devotee situations, that people say, oh no, how embarrassing, how can we make some announcements there that, oh, we are asking for money, so embarrassing. But no, it's not embarrassing, it's humbling. And it's good, that's what we want to become. We want to become more humble, and we want to, we should not feel ashamed to be dependent on the Vaishnava's mercy. My God, at the moment of death we will be so much dependent on the Vaishnava's mercy. So much, Yes. So, if we feel embarrassed, oh well, maybe this is a bit of a sign of pride there or something, because it is the mundane attitude, Again, we have this day-night principle, What is a valuable and good part of spiritual practice, namely begging, is beneficial. With material eyes, it's seen as a complete failure and embarrassment. So that's how opposite these two cultures are, So, yeah, we want to transform here our vision and our attitude, and we want to let go of the materialistic one there, Yes. Yeah, so it is interesting, that, often this question comes up, so Vanaprastha, how should he maintain? Well, strictly speaking, depending on the Lord and his devotees. Strictly speaking. Strictly speaking. And we can also say, if actually a person is a qualified Vanaprastha, then he will have something to contribute. He will have some realizations, can give guidance, he may be a good preacher or something, or he offers service in a very humble mood so that people actually naturally will give donations. They will. They do. But of course, if we haven't matured that much, maybe our family life was not that much of an ashram, and therefore we haven't built up so much, spiritual strength and substance, and we have not cultivated so much detachment and renunciation, then maybe people will not feel so inspired to give simply because we cannot deliver the goods as Vanaprasthas, so we also have to be able to come up with the goods to deliver, and then the donations will come. And we have couples, who live as Vanaprasthas, they travel, they preach, Vaisheshika Prabhu and his wife, or Mahatma Prabhu and his wife. So we've got a few, But at this point, it's rather rare still, But since we are not there yet in the whole development, as a rule, I think we can't be too naive. And it is advisable to think a little bit about one's old age also in regards to finances. Because simply the culture hasn't quite developed yet so far. So we have to somehow see that there's a transition period there, you know. We can't just say, okay, let's rely on Krishna and his devotees. I'm going to just sell my house, donate all the money to different ISKCON projects, and Krishna will take care of me. No. This is a little too naive because we're simply not there yet in developing the whole culture properly, you know. So that's why, yeah, no harm to have some, you know, resources or something, you know, if it is there, if it is naturally coming, and so on, you know. Yes, Prabhu.
Yeah, for example, offering oneself or doing some kind of service or work to these kind of activities just for some money. Is it kind of pay?
Is it kind of begging? Ooh, that's a pretty intricate question, almost a political one or something. I mean, hang on. Yeah, it goes a little touch off the topic, but ultimately it depends on our consciousness, you know. So I would first look at, is it devotional service or is it a job? I would first make that distinction, you know. If we have some paid service, very easily we can just treat it as a job. We just go there 9 to 5 because we are being paid just like a job, you know. But devotional service is actually that we do it unconditional. But paid job, paid service is pretty conditional. We do it because we get paid. So actually there is many situations where Prabhupada strongly spoke against this, that devotees should not be paid. Oh, there's so many quotes on this. Yes, where Prabhupada was really against it, and he said, no, our devotees, they serve voluntarily, and very strongly Prabhupada preached that actually. This is also, that's why I'm saying it is a bit of a controversial discussion, this thing, you know. That on one hand Prabhupada said that, but then on the other hand also sometimes, yeah, well, we have to be practical, you know, and sometimes we cannot find anybody to do a certain service, and rather than hiring non-devotees or something, let's better employ devotees and you know. So it's a whole thing, but even there also, I mean, it's not that just by being paid, automatically we treat our service as job. No, it depends on our consciousness. If we are actually really serving, and okay, unfortunately I have to accept here some little maintenance or something, but we serve with heart and soul, and we have an unconditional consciousness and attitude, you know, then it may still be with the same service mood or something, you know. But to call it begging, I wouldn't really see it like that, because, you know, begging is more that you do rely whatever comes at that moment, you know. Maybe if you do it on donation basis, you don't have fixed rates or anything, you know, so then it gets more Brahminical, that you just offer freely your service, and whatever people want to give, you're happy with that. But you have to truly be happy with that, you know. I've had such situations too, that people tell me, yes, on donation basis, and then I give them a donation, but then they're not satisfied. They say, oh no, sorry, that's not enough. You know, well, then we have to charge fixed prices, then we can't say donation basis, you know. So, but yeah, if we have a fixed wage for a service, or fixed maintenance for a service, I don't think we can call it begging. I don't think so. No. Any other points? Well, as I said, because we are not quite there yet in our cultural development, and the Vanapasta ashram is more or less not even established, I think in this transitional period, yeah, it is advisable, if possible, to somehow have some little savings or something, or some devotees may inherit some property from their parents or something. This is also a very common thing, that the parents leave them some money and then they actually have some money, they can rent out some house or flat or whatever, get some little income, So, yeah, I think we should not be so naive to just say, okay, let's give it all to as a donation to ISKCON and we have nothing and Krishna will take care of us or something. So if we have some resources, some inheritance from our parents, I think it's wise to keep it as some little some little security there, even though, strictly speaking, then if we have some security like that, we are not so much fully depending on Krishna as it should be, Because actually the Vanapasta life should be, that you leave it all behind, you walk out of your castle like Yudhishthira Maharaj, and you leave it all behind. So that is the true dependence, But since we are not there yet, I don't think we can now, from one day to the other or 1 year to the other, just jump from, one extreme to the other, Yes, you understand? But strictly speaking, Vanapasta ashram means we depend on the mercy of the devotees and the Lord. And we don't have some big bank balance or we rent out some flat there in Moscow and that gives us income while we live in the Holy Dham or something. Strictly speaking, no. But we can say, even if Vanapastas have some income from some property or something, still by serving and giving their heart and soul, they can also cultivate dependence on Krishna and his devotees. The financial dependence is not the only dependence. There's other forms of dependence, internal dependence. And Krishna arranges so many situations where we learn to be dependent on him and his devotees. Right? So it is not that as soon as we have some bank balance there somehow, or some inheritance, we cannot cultivate the mood of a vanapasta or something, because there's so many other facets of dependence on Krishna and his devotees. And definitely at the moment of death, doesn't matter how big bank balance we have, this will not save us. The devotees will save us by taking care of us, by being there chanting Hare Krishna for us. Yes, I see this even with my mother. She has so much money, but that money doesn't even help her that much, It's the relationships. The relationships give so much more security and protection than just having money, What's the money gonna do, If you're alone and you don't have anybody and so on, Yes. Yes, Prabhu.
I think 2 points are quite important in this regard. The Vaishnava system is to put aside 25% which you ask us.
Yes.
As for the black days, whatever it is.
Now, I would say the 25% a grihastha puts aside is more for family emergencies.
Yeah.
This is not for the Vanapasta ashram or something.
I didn't mean that.
Okay.
It's good question.
Okay.
Yeah, for family emergencies, for your own thing. But if you have accumulated money while you go into the place, Prabhupada also mentioned, is it like you go to Vanaprastha, the temple, but leave all the money into the road. It's also not true. If you have some savings, then you also divide. You said you half the relatives and half the temple. And then that temple sees, okay, you are honest with the temple as a half.
Yes, it's true. There is this. There's also this story where, Prabhupada tells some rich businessman takes to renounce form, order of life, comes in the Gamsha to Vrindavan, and then Prabhupada says, so, and where's your money? Why didn't you bring that, Rather than leaving it all with the family members and so on. Yes.
But begging, I can say that's quite an interesting experience. I tried last couple of days sitting next to beggars. It's quite interesting.
You tried it out, did you? What? No, not really. You didn't sit there next to him?
A couple hours. Yoga pit in Shivasankam.
And you were begging there?
Yes, with the ball.
No, you're serious? And did people give you something?
Yes, sometimes more than others.
No, you're serious? I was also thinking, I was for so many years on Sankirtan and collecting for Bangladesh and this and that. To be really frank, I don't think it would be such a problem for me to sit there next to the temple at Mayapur entrance and beg. I've done it for so many years, begging.
What's amazing is when I put my ball down, the ladies who were next sitting, the beggars, they gave first donation. So sharing this is a principle. If somebody gives, for example, 20 rupees to one person, they share. They divide the coins and they share for everyone.
Really?
Yes. That's what I thought.
Well, thank you for sharing this. No, it's very nice to hear this because, there is some sweetness there in begging. It definitely is. There's some sweetness there. Yes. And some gratitude, some humility, and you become very grateful somebody's giving you something. That it is a loving exchange. Yes. Yes, it is. It is. So maybe we should make that as a homework. Everybody should go to the yoga pit and beg for 2 hours and share your experience tomorrow in the next seminar session. Yes.
They get free prasadam in the yoga pit.
Get free prasadam in the yoga pit.
Twice a month, beggar specific next line.
Yes. Yes, that we have pretty common, food for life and so on.
They were 70 rupees.
Huh?
You don't get it for free for 70 rupees.
What, 70 rupees? What, the beggars or?
Beggars don't get for free.
But he's saying you get free? They get free.
I went to check the amount of
They saw that you're not a fully authorized beggar. That's why you had to pay 70 rupees, Not a bona fide beggar. Just one who is aspiring.
I bought 5 coupons for 70 rupees. That's how
I would like to ask another question. Would be nice if Maharaj says, when everyone go in temple and do service, they don't need to beg, they're just going to do service and everything will be taken care of.
Yeah, we mentioned that already, when we talked about how Vanaprastha ashram manifests, we said they can travel or they can also just go to a temple and do full-time service. Like in New Vajradam, Shiva Swami's project in Hungary, they have that category of people there, they're vanaprasthas. It's basically the same thing like I mentioned yesterday with this Varishta Vaishnava ashram or Vaishnavi ashram. They live in the temple, they're fully maintained, they're sent to India, this, that, and they simply fully serve, you know. And I mean, that you can say is a state of begging, because you simply serve and you rely on Krishna and his devotees, how they maintain you, you know. And then in winter, when it's getting cold, people may offer you some second-hand clothes, or do you need a jacket, this, that, you know, so, and then you begging in such a way, you know, and you simply accept whatever comes, you know, whether the temple and the devotees, sometimes people collect for a devotee, go to India, they make an announcement, okay, this person should go to India, anybody who wants to help and donate or something, you know, and even for medical treatments. Like in Ukraine, in this one community where I'm trying to create a bit of a model in this regard, we also have some medical fund, you know, and, or actually we had a medical fund for quite a few years, but then some devotees were a little doubtful whether this money is always spent properly. So now we do it like this, but there is some need that it is announced at the Sunday program. Such and such person is sick, has cancer, needs some treatment. So please, whoever feels inspired to give something, you know, there's a committee, give it to that person. So we have this happening in that community, you know, because Ukraine, people don't have proper health insurances, and even if you have health insurance too, you have to bribe the doctors to give you proper treatment in the hospital and so on, you know. It is pretty underdeveloped there, the whole social welfare system, you know. So, yeah, so we have that system, and that is all falling under the category of begging, really, you know. And nobody feels ashamed there or embarrassed that the announcement is made, everybody knows, people give. It's all completely accepted, you know. Yeah. We were discussing different models, how to take care of elderly devotees, and we were comparing the material model of nursing home, retirement center, and then the spiritual system where the whole community takes care. And one additional point entered my mind, that actually when caring and assisting devotees who leave their bodies, this gives immense realizations for those who take care. Right? Yes. You know, to be confronted with this whole topic of death, even for the youth, this is very beneficial, very healthy. Sometimes people think, oh, children, they should not go to a funeral, you know, they will get all afraid. No. The children usually, they can the easiest accept it and digest it, and it's very healthy and natural if a person already in young age is confronted with this topic of death. And that there is some little experience and realization that yes, sooner or later we will all have to leave this world, you know, so this is of great benefit really. And especially if in a community, you know, devotees assist seniors who are just about to leave, and so this is of greatest benefit to people. And we are missing out on that if we just, you know, push the elderly devotees out of the way in retirement centers. You know, we actually miss out on this. So I simply wanted to add that to the discussion, since we did not mention this point, you know. So yes, yesterday was the actual beginning of this whole topic of Vanapastashram, we were reading quite a lot of nice quotes from the Bhagavatam where Prabhupada again and again stresses that this is a must for everyone around 50 years of age, and very strong words there in the Bhagavatam. And then we were starting to extract some general principles. That's the whole approach of this topic of Vanapastashram, that we extract the principles and we apply them in our present situation, even if it may be in a big city or this or that or whatever. So, and we started with that. We extracted some general principles. Who can remember something of this without looking in your sheets? Some principles. What's the first and foremost principle of Vanapastashram?
No more sex life.
No more sex life. That's the first and basic one. And we were also explaining that this whole transformation from Grihastha ashram to Vanapastha ashram, this is a gradual cultivation. It's not that from one day to the other, so now I am a Vanapastha or something. But no, it is a whole gradual cultivation, meditation, and. So the first and foremost one is no more sex life. So what other little things were there? Yes? Huh? Not earning any livelihood, yes. No actual work as such. Yes. And increasing dependence on Krishna. And what do we do with work, title, positions? Yes, we hand them over to the next generation, either within family life, to the sons or daughters, or within a community. We pass it on to the next generation. And we said there used to be even a ceremony where the father hands over the keys. Yes, because this is quite a tough step for people. They're attached to their business. Oh, I've given so much energy, and my foolish son, he will ruin everything. How can I give him the keys? Yeah, so there is this fear there. But if the culture is established, then the juniors will still take guidance of the elders. The son will not just make any big decisions without double checking with his father, because there's this respect there that he has the life experience. But nevertheless, because it is so difficult to hand over our titles, positions, and facilities, that's why there's even a special ceremony for that, just to make sure it takes place, it actually happens. Rather than people hanging on to their titles, positions, and control until the last moment of death, and then others in the family or in a community, they may not even know how to run the show, This is a very often common thing that, again, it's connected with the false ego, that we want to have this feeling that only I can do it. And people think this is a good sign of leadership if everything depends on me and nothing goes on without me. But this is the opposite. It's a bad sign of leadership and management. If everything is dependent on that one person, not a good sign of good leadership. So good leadership is if everything goes on without me, that's a sign of good leadership, right? So very easily we like to keep ourselves in this, illusion that we are so important and nothing functions without us, and therefore we don't like to hand over. And then sometimes the next generation is already missing out. They don't even get a chance. By the time the elders are 75, they're already 50. Well, that's the time when they should hand over, And we said every generation makes their contribution. The heroes from yesterday will not be the heroes for today, and the heroes for today will not be the heroes for tomorrow. So every generation will push on Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement further. So we have to allow the next generation to come in. And that's a very important part of the whole idea of Vanapasta. And we remember Yudhishthira Maharaj just dividing up his kingdom and walking out, leaving his whole royal palace behind, you know. So we have plenty of examples like that. And also we were touching upon the importance of switching towards internals. That around 50 years of age, naturally the body becomes less suitable for big achievements. Because generally, you know, the energy goes down, so many health issues come. So we have to switch towards internals. And better to do that voluntarily rather than waiting until a health crisis forces us. Health crisis, or what else forces us to hand down things? Health crisis and conflicts, revolutions. Oh, let's get rid of this leader. We had enough of him. He's been 30 years in the position. So now it's time, you know, for the next generation to come in and take things further. You know, so if we don't do this voluntarily, then there's either revolution or the health collapses, and then we're forced. And then very easily, if we have not made the switch voluntarily, then there is a vacuum inside. It's hollow, it's empty. We have not built up some deeper internal life because we were just running after external achievements. They'd satisfy the false ego, but the internal achievements, they satisfy the soul. So we have to make that switch. That's an important part of Vanapasta Ashram too, that's the whole essence of it, that we deepen our spiritual life, that the external activities, they're gradually diminishing more and more and more and more, until we may not be able to do anything much except chanting all day, 64 rounds, you know, and reading the Bhagavatam. So this is all Krishna's perfect plan, so that we prepare for death. You see? So better to start making this switch voluntarily around 50 years of age, because then if our health collapses, then we have built up some internal substance and we don't feel all depressed and empty and we are not needed anymore and pushed aside. So that those feelings, like people call it midlife crisis, this comes about because people don't turn towards internal, you know, achievements and activities, and they don't become more introspective and build up some internal, deeper life. And then there's all vacuum there, nothing to fall back on, nothing to take shelter of. So these are very important things, you know. And we were also stressing that Vanapasta Ashram definitely does not mean divorce. Very often people like to try and give divorce a nice name by calling it the Vanapasta Ashram. You know, I've had this, that people say, oh, we are taking Vanapasta, but then I hear, no, they're getting divorced. So no, this is, you know, Vanapasta actually means husband and wife work as a team. Like I'm not a Vanapasta actually, because there's no husband. I'm a widow. My husband spiritually is dead and gone, so I'm a widow. Even though the mood is not so different between widow and Vanapasta, but yet there is also a difference there, because Vanapasta there is still the support of the husband and widow is not. You know, so there is a difference, but in general the principles are very similar, you know. So Vanapasta means simply retired family life. So husband and wife still work as a team. And we said it has so many different manifestations. They can, you know, husband leaves for 2 weeks, come back, leaves for 3 weeks, come back. Or they go together somewhere, come back. Or she goes somewhere, he goes somewhere. So it has all different variations depending on people's natures and moods and qualifications and abilities. There's not one hard and fast rule which Vanapasta ashram has to fit in. But the idea is that we leave the home, we leave the cozy home. Yes. And also, so we don't get entangled with grandchildren. We were saying the grandchildren is one of the biggest challenges, because then naturally the parents feel, first of all, they feel charmed, or the parents always want grandchildren, I remember when I got married, my parents were in my ears, so when are the grandchildren coming, So this is always some big hopes there, or the dynasty continues, and so, yeah, it's just another one of Maya's tricks there, this, charming aspect of being grandmother and grandfather and all that. So, yeah, one aspect is that one leaves one's comfortable and cozy home, but then it can have all different variations. It's not that every Vanapasta has to be a preacher. Some people don't have that nature to preach, so they can simply go to a temple, live there full time in a simple ashram situation, do full-time service, and like that, Or they spend time in the Holy Dham, simply studying Bhakti Shastri, whatever, doing some seminars and deepening their chanting and so on, and doing some little service. And 50 years of age, people are not invalids as a rule. If we have maintained pretty good health, then with 50 years of age, we can still do so many things, and according to our capabilities, we may even take up some project or something and get fully absorbed and busy there, like that. And then at the end, we were also touching on the culture of begging. That actually begging is part of our Vaishnava culture, and we had Atmaram Prabhu there yesterday. He's now not here. He was actually sharing that he tried out the begging. He went to the yoga pit and sat in the row with the beggars, and they were all sharing with him what they received, and he had a pretty good and sweet experience there. And it is actually part of our culture, and we read some purports yesterday which described that, yes, Vanapasta should actually beg. And Prabhupada also did Madhukari. He went from door to door and begged for Boga, and then he cooked his offering there at Radha Damodar temple. So it is part of the culture, and it increases our dependence on on Krishna and the Vaishnavas. And we read a funny purport where it said how humbling it is, and we will not eat too sumptuously if we beg. And yeah, it is actually very purifying. And one's efforts for begging will be fruitless if one is not humble, right? And even as Sankirtan devotees, we have that experience. That is also a kind of begging, to go out and beg people to take a book and accept donations or ask for donations or whatever. So, yes, so this begging is definitely a part of our culture. But from mundane point of view, it seems like, this is so embarrassing, and how can I ask other people to help me? No, that's a bit of a proud attitude, that we don't want to accept any help from others. No, it's humbling if we have to accept some help from others, and that all comes as part of preparing for death. We will talk about this tomorrow and the day after. There's so many humbling and purifying moments there when we witness how our body falls apart and we lose control. Wow, that is immensely purifying. Immensely, yes. Yes, so now, do we still have some sheets of the second session for those who were not here yesterday, because we haven't finished the second session? So it would be good if they can get it. Yes, so now, the main and foremost principle number 1, which we want to extract from this Vanapasta life. This is living simply. You know, living in the forest, well, we're not going to have some fancy, you know, situation there with soft, nice pillows and beautiful decorations and curtains and fancy linen and all these things. So it will be very simple, very basic, not much comfort. So we extract that principle of forest life and we apply that wherever it may be, even New York or Chicago or Berlin or whatever it may be. So that's the first principle, living simply, decreasing comfort. So in the summary of 11th Canto, 18th chapter, we have some nice description on this. One who is taking to the Vanaprastha stage of life should leave his wife at home in the care of sons, or else take her along. So it's one or the other, you know. Doesn't have to be that the wife stays with the sons and he leaves alone. No, he can either take her along or leave her in the care of his sons. And with a peaceful mind, spent the third quarter of his life in the forest. Third quarter. You know, so this is quite some years. Can be 20 years. He should accept as his food whatever bulbs, fruits, roots, and so on that grow in the forest, taking sometimes grains cooked by fire and sometimes fruits ripened by time. Furthermore, he should take as his garments tree bark. By the way, tree bark doesn't mean that we cover our body with tree bark, but you can actually make cloth out of tree bark. Yes, it's like jute or something. You also don't hang the natural jute from your body, but you can make cloth from jute. So from tree bark, you can also make cloth. Somebody gave me that information. I also was thinking, okay, wearing tree bark here, what does that gonna look like? But no, you actually can make cloth from it. Yeah, tree bark, grass, leaves, or the skin of a deer. It is prescribed that he should perform austerities by not cutting his hair, beard, or nails, nor should he make any special attempt to remove dirt from his limbs. He should bathe 3 times daily in cold water and sleep upon the ground. During the hot season, he should stand beneath the fearsome heat of the sun, with fires blazing on 4 sides. During the rainy season, he should stand in the midst of the downpour of rain. And during the cold winter, he should submerge himself in water up to his neck. He is absolutely forbidden to clean his teeth, to store food that he has collected at one time, to eat at another time, and to worship the Supreme Lord with the flesh of animals. Here it is, what I mentioned the other day, you know. If he can maintain those severe practices for the remainder of his life, the Vanaprastha will achieve the Tapaloka planet. So, thank God we don't want to go there. But, I mean, for me, this description gives some valuable insights. First of all, that, you know, actually this Vanaprastha stage in life was really practiced by everyone. Or let's say, maybe not everyone, but by people who were not Vaishnavas. Otherwise, we would not have the instruction that he is forbidden to worship the Lord with the flesh of animals. Right? Because Vaishnavas don't do that anyway. So just the fact that this is mentioned there means that this was also practiced actually by people who were not vegetarian, who did not follow all the principles, who were not Vaishnavas. Because Vaishnavas also have no interest to go to Tapaloka, you know. So this, I find a very interesting point, that really this practice was really there for everybody to again perform tapasya at the end of their life. That family life was not the last stage in life, but then there was a stage which with more renunciation, with austerities, and even to the extent of, you know, submerging yourself in water in the winter time and standing there near the fire, and the hot blazing fire and the heat and you know. So that was the system even for personalities who were not Vaishnavas. So I find this quite interesting, you know. And we mentioned previously, you know, that sometimes this idea comes up that actually Vanaprastha should not be done by certain Varnas, by Sudras or something. So all right, maybe in those times, you know, where really this was a general practice, certain Varnas were exempt. But as Vaishnavas, it is for all Varnas. Because if we want to go back to Godhead, if we want to free ourselves from these family attachments and have less risk that we remember our granddaughter or grandson at the moment of death, we have to free ourselves. We have to leave things behind. We have to accept the Vanaprastha ashram. And yesterday we were reading quotes where Prabhupada says, no gentleman will remain in family life until the time of death. You know, it's a very strong words, absolute strong words, you know. In the session 2, you will see them all and you can read them at home after the session or something. You know? Yeah, so these are quite drastic descriptions here which we read, but again, we extract the principles, you know. Of course, we are preaching movement, so we will brush our teeth and all that kind of thing, and we will remove the dirt from our lips and so on. But the principle is that we simplify our life and we give up comfort. Right? And this can actually be practiced in a very simple and even practical way that I always recommend people who are heading towards this stage in life that they should clean out their house, their flat, give things away, sell it, give it away, throw it out. You know, free yourself from all kinds of stuff which we accumulate as grihastas. I mean, sometimes when I go to people's homes, the whole house is full of stuff. Full. You know, people accumulate so much junk which they don't even require. You know, but it's just all accumulating and people think, oh, maybe I will need this, maybe I will need that. And some attachment develops. Oh, this is so dear to me, and oh, this I need, I cannot give away. So all these things which we are so attached to, they actually occupy some little space there in the subtle body and of the mind. You know? Yes. And it is extremely liberating to free ourselves from so many things which have accumulated over the years. I mean, I went through this experience, even though even as a grihasta we didn't have that much stuff, because actually in my 10 years of married life, we had only our own flat for 6 weeks in the 10 years. The rest of the 10 years, We always lived with devotees, or we had a little room in the temple, or we lived in the back of a Sankirtan van.
No.
In Australia, we had an old ambulance, and we were living in the back of that. So, our capacity of accumulating things were pretty limited due to our lifestyle. But still, nevertheless, you accumulate stuff, And I remember when, my husband left Krishna consciousness, and it was, in one way, it was such a relief just to get rid of things, to give it away, throw it away, sell it, and just to have only a few things which we really need. It's a very nice feeling, Yes. I have so little. I just have a box here and a box there, and very, very minimal, very minimal. And it's a good life. It's a good life. Yeah. So because we can imagine, Prabhupada was saying in the purports yesterday, yes, we invite all the members of our society all around the world to come to Vrindavan, live there. So we imagine we would move to Vrindavan in the renounced phase of life. As we were reading yesterday, we are not meant to create another fancy, cozy home there with all different comforts, but we are meant to just live in a very simple way, just like Prabhupada's room in Radha Damodar temple or something, You have a room, there's a bed, there's a desk, a chair, some bathing facility, some little cooking corner maybe, and that's it, bas, finished. No need for all kinds of fancy stuff. So the same thing, I usually recommend people to really, yes, arrange their home, which they have now, in that mood. Just get rid of some of this fancy big furniture and comfy stuff. Just make it very simple, very basic, just a bed, a chair, a desk, sitting place. That's all. Empty rooms, very liberating, But sometimes when I stay in people's homes, there's all the rooms are so stuffed with furniture, you can't even move, and all these knickknacks and porcelain cats and dogs and what people all collect, and vases and glass things, and So empty rooms, you can breathe, and it clears the mind, because these fully stuffed rooms, they clutter the mind with all these things. So if we free ourselves from that, very, very healthy and liberating experience. And again, there's young devotees who are just starting off their grihastha life. They may need so many things, so why not hand it down? Either sell it to them for cheap or give it to them, here, you have this, you have that. I don't need it anymore. So by giving away these things, we are really relieving ourselves from all different subtle attachments there which we are carrying along, Yes. Yeah, and as I'm writing here, sooner or later we will have to leave everything behind anyway. We can't take it with us. So better to give it away voluntarily and get the pleasure and the spiritual benefit of giving in charity, rather than waiting until death forces us to leave everything behind anyway. Yeah? Makes sense. Actually, Bali Maharaj is saying that. When he, gives the 3 steps in charity there. He says, yes, sooner or later everything will be gone anyway, so why not giving in charity and get the spiritual benefit from that, Yes, And I mean, I also had this realization. How long is it ago? Yeah, it's 12 years ago now that my father left his body, and I was the last week with him and took care of him, and I will share some things when we talk more about death. But he had a house full of stuff. Oh my God, it was not so easy to empty that house, especially in a country like Germany. People have everything. You cannot even give things away. People don't want it. They have everything. Yes, that's the situation, you know? And then finally somebody from Eastern Europe, he answered my ad there of giving away stuff, and he came with a big van and he loaded everything in and he drove back to his country there, Serbia or Bosnia or something, and he was selling it there. That was his business, you know. Yes, because in Germany people have everything. Of course, a few things I could sell, you know, some antique furniture or something more useful, but a lot of stuff I could not even give away. That's how fussy people are, you know. I remember one family came with their young boy, you know, 10 years old. So my father, he had a whole youth, you know, room, all the furniture for a young person. For my brother, was still in the bottom floor there, for my brother. This was nice furniture, all matching, you know, bed, cupboard, desk, chair, everything matching. So then the family came with this kid, 10, 12 years old, and then he said, oh, I don't like the color. And then the parents said, oh, well, sorry, he doesn't like the color, you know. So they didn't take it, for free. For free. Oh, the kid doesn't like the color, you know. So that's the situation in countries like Germany. You can't even give things away, even if they're in fantastic condition, you know. And I distinctly remember that situation. Like my father, he was a real traveler, you know. He traveled all over the world in his life. And he had all these photo albums with paper photos, like it used to be in the, you know, in the old days. People didn't have all the, how do you say, electronic pictures there. So he had this whole pile of photo albums with all written things in there, like a diary and this and that. Oh, well, what could I do with it? It was of no value to anyone. It just ended up in the rubbish. You know? Yes. And I started realizing, my God, what is all so near and dear to us, you know, to other people has no significance, no value, ends up on the rubbish dump, you know? Yeah, I mean, it felt a little strange to me because, of course, I knew it was all very dear to my father. But what am I going to do with it in my lifestyle? And my brother didn't want it. Nobody wanted it. So off in the big rubbish dump, you know. Yeah, so there was quite a bit of realization for me, you know, how so many things we accumulate. They're just useless, and it's all attachment, and for others, no value, no significance, no importance to it, you know. All kinds of old family photos, and oh my God, you know, what people all accumulate, you know, and has no value, you know, actually in the ultimate sense, you know. Yeah, so that's why it is wise to already do a bit of cleanup before we leave, you know. My mother always says that. She says, I'm cleaning up just to make it easier for you one day. So she already gives things away, and, you know, she already has some realization about this. So, yes. So this is a very simple and practical tool that people can start applying in their life when they're heading towards that phase of Vanaprastha stage, that they start getting rid of stuff, simplifying their home, gradually. It doesn't have to be from one day to the other in some extreme and fanatic way. But gradually, we start getting rid of things, We start with all kinds of kami books and this and that, and then gradually, we're freeing ourselves of more and more stuff. And we will experience the liberating effect which that has when we, simplify our surroundings. Yes. Yes. Let us maybe just quickly read this purport here at the end of this section, 11.3.26. There it says, thus a devotee should understand that his eternal residence is fixed in the dust of the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. A Vaishnava should reject the gross sense gratification of living in the forest in the mode of goodness, in the city in the mode of passion, or in the gambling house in ignorance. A pure devotee may travel all over the world distributing Krishna consciousness, but he should never consider any material place to be his actual residence. So that is a pretty important aspect of the renounced phase of life, that we don't consider this is my home, But actually the idea is Goloka Vrindavan, the spiritual world, is actually my home. I'm just visiting here, One who has become mature in this understanding may take to treat under sannyas order of life, under the direct shelter of the Lord. So, as we said, Vanaprastha is the stage between Grihastha and sannyas. We read that in the first session. So as we develop and cultivate this Vanaprastha mood, we should also have this understanding that actually, no, there is no place really where there is my home, this is my home. Anywhere where there is nice devotees is our home, And ultimately the spiritual world is our home. And there is even a verse in the Bhagavatam which describes that even a grihastha actually should have that attitude. Let me see if I can quickly find this, where it says that the grihastha should simply see himself as a guest. I'm not sure if I can find this so quickly, because I have collected so many nice things here about Grihastha life. But in any case, even if I cannot read the exact wording, it does say that a Grihastha, if our family life is an ashram, we should, even as a Grihastha, we should consider ourselves to be a visitor, a temporary visitor to this world. And this is actually a very nice attitude, even in Grihastha life, that we don't know when we will be kicked out of our situation. So we are not permanently here, but this is what people all pretend. They pretend to be here permanently. And they make all kinds of elaborate arrangements for some permanent residency, for PR, permanent residency. No permanent residency in this world. Nothing is permanent. We're just a guest. We're visiting for some years and then we're moving on. So if a person is somewhere as a guest somewhere, he would not be so foolish to make so many elaborate endeavors to establish himself permanently, because he knows in a few weeks I'm moving on anyway. And actually, even as a grihastha, one should have that attitude, that spiritual outlook, that yes, I'm just a visitor here in this world. And I am just accepting as much as required to keep body and soul together and to have my regular life functioning, but no need to establish myself here permanently, because it will not be permanently, you know. So even in Grihastha ashram, one should have this attitude, what to speak of Vanapasta life, you know. Yes. So let me see if you have any points of discussion. We start with you, Prabhu. Yes, you.
No, I didn't ask actually.
Oh, you didn't ask, you were just stretching yourself. He did, then we start with you.
Just a mind came if Grihastha family has a deities, worshipping deities.
Yes.
Where should they leave it? To children?
When we take Vanapasa, well, it depends. Some devotees travel with deities, some Mahajas travel with deities. Right? Depends on the situation, you know. We may take them along, or we may not take them along and leave them with devotees or with children or with a wife if she doesn't come along. Actually, deities should come to us naturally anyway. We should not actually go out and buy them for ourselves. We should wait until they somehow come to us. So, you know, if we take to the renounced phase of life and we don't want to take the deities with us, then maybe, we will get some inspiration within our hearts who to give them to, you know. And then for them, it would be a nice sign that Krishna is entering their life and coming to them out of his own accord. Why? But that is my personal one. Sorry. I'm sure it will work okay. Huh? Yes. Yeah, the equipment is easily getting mixed up here. Yeah, so that's the situation with deities. What else? Is there any other comment, question? Yes?
Yesterday you mentioned that wife and husband take Vanapasta together. And my
They can.
Huh?
They can stay. Prabhupada says, but it doesn't have to be. So many options.
And my question is, if husband ready to take lifestyle of Vanapasta, but wife not.
Yes.
What to do?
What to do? Or what about if it's the other way round? The wife is ready and the husband is not. Can also be. Well, has to be looked at in the individual situation. First of all, it is a team thing. And we have given each other so much support in our married life. So also in this phase, we do give each other support. We don't just say, oh, sorry, see you later, you know, good luck, I'm ready for Vanapasta, oh, well, too bad, you know. No, not like that. It is a team thing. And of course, there should be a mentor, there should be guidance, there's also guru maybe still there. So it has to be done under guidance of senior devotees and mentors. Definitely. If we make these steps without guidance, very easily, you know, we don't do things nicely. And just because we are irresponsible or we can't tolerate each other anymore, then we just, in the name of Vanapasta, we just leave each other. But this is not Vanapasta ashram, you know. So that is the basic thing we start off with, that it is a team thing. So, and then, let's say if the husband is actually, you know, a good preacher or something, so then, you know, maybe, you know, the wife can be encouraged, okay, if you're not ready, then you stay with your children, but at least let him go and he can come back every now and again and come back, so we don't want to break relationships. There has to be some cooperation and some team spirit there, and only in rare situations like, for example, Prabhupada's situation, where the wife was not even that favorable and supportive. We all know the story, tea or me, and she said tea, So, and then Prabhupada had these dreams, where his guru appeared and ordered him to take sannyas, and so this is a very exceptional situation, which we cannot imitate. Yes, let's be clear on that. I guess this is maybe how this whole misunderstanding comes about, that Vanapasta means husband just puts on saffron and walks out, because Prabhupada just walked out. But that is a big exception. This is Prabhupada, because he really had to save the whole world, So that's, why he acted like that. But we are not of that caliber. We cannot compare ourselves with Prabhupada. So therefore we do need the guidance. And similar thing is there. And also let us remember, when Prabhupada left his family, he was always sending money to his wife and his children. He did not act irresponsibly, He always made sure they were maintained, and he asked his elder son also to take care of his mother. And if I'm not wrong, even when Prabhupada left this world, his wife and family members got something, I don't know, apartment, money, whatever, Yes. So this also shows that there is no question of irresponsibility, But that maintenance is always there. And even when Prabhupada's disciples were taking sannyas, Prabhupada always asked the wife if she would agree, of those devotees who were married, And he always consulted with a spouse, So this also indicates that even Vanapasta also, there has to be an agreement. And, sometimes it is just a question of cultivation, of getting ready to accept. Even we have a similar situation, not the same, but similar principles there. Let's say a family comes to Krishna consciousness. One of the partners is more eager to accept Krishna consciousness. We also don't want to break the families. This unfortunately happens so often, that the one who is more eager is too fanatic. Too fanatic, doesn't give the partner some little space and time to also gradually make their steps towards Krishna consciousness. But then from one day to the other, so no more sex life, and no more meat, and no more this, and no more that, and then they're surprised that the partner, is put off, and then the family falls apart, the children are suffering. This is all a sign of immaturity, but if that spouse who is more eager for Krishna consciousness, if they just can be a little patient, and gradually, bring that person to Krishna consciousness, then very often they become devotees. It may take 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years, but eventually they will become favorable. So a similar principle is there in regards to taking Vanapasta, that even if the person is not quite ready yet, so all right, let's give that person a bit of time to gradually cultivate that mood and become more, friends with the idea, and see actually it's not so bad. It's quite nice to give each other a bit of space and absorb oneself more deeply. There's so much joy there. So there may be fear of being neglected and lost and all this, but then as we take some little steps in the direction, we can be encouraged, So that's the idea, that we give each other some support, and some time to gradually prepare for this, yes. Especially also the wife, is meant to be the better half. She has supported and served for so many years. So it's kind of a little, hard-hearted for the husband to just walk out or something. So let her also make that step, to go towards the renounced phase of life. Yeah. Yeah, good question. Any other points for discussion? Yes, Philip.
Okay, the family doesn't have children, and how does the husband who, of course, you renounce for her? Generally, the wife goes under the care of the eldest child, but you have some.
Yes. I mean, yeah, you were not there in the other sessions because we were looking at different models. In principle, we can say that the family of or a community, an ISKCON community, becomes our spiritual family. And we were in the first session introducing the idea of a Varishta Vaishnava ashram or Varishta Vaishnavi ashram, which is basically an ashram for devotees around 50 years of age who want to just dedicate the rest of their life to service. They don't want to have a flat and maintain and repair and pay the bills and all this, but they just want to live very simple and serve and rely on whatever Krishna and his devotees provide through the community. I have made a humble attempt to start such a model in Ukraine. So this could be an option for that person, And in general, I was also sharing that especially for people who are single, I always advise them, look for a community where you want to leave your body one day and serve, become dear to the devotees. And then you will get all the support in your last phase of life, because care and shelter and protection is based on personal relationships. Yes. So, so let's say, a husband even takes sannyas, not only vanapasta. So then the wife should live as close to the temple as possible in a simple setting, maybe with other ladies of similar age, and so they have their own little ashram there, and be, connected as much as possible to the temple, and that gives protection. And sannyasis, even amongst our sannyasis, I remember Tamal Krishna Maharaj, he used to also regularly send money to his widow, Mataji. Right? Is she still on the planet? Anybody knows? She's still around? Yes. So I remember this, that, he was asking the disciples to send some money and so on. So even as a sannyasi, there is still some little obligation, especially when a sannyasi has disciples and gets donations, to make sure that his wife is taken care of. Prabhupada did it, He also did. So what to speak of us, Yes.
Even after establishing ISKCON, Prabhupada was...
Yes, of course. I just said at the point when he left his body. Yes, of course. Yeah, he did. Even though in Prabhupada's case, one could say there was maybe not even that much need, because, there were so many other children there and relatives. So one could doubt whether there was actually really a need for Prabhupada to send some money, but he did. Yes, definitely. Yes, Prabhupada.
Can I add to Prabhupada's life?
Yes.
When Srila Prabhupada, sometimes the whole life of Prabhupada is not properly understood.
Okay.
Prabhupada stayed for about 2 years nearby his home, to another room,
that building is still there, just one room apartment in Calcutta,
Mm.
Calcutta.
Mm.
So Prabhupada was staying nearby his home, but still he was in Calcutta for 2 years.
Mm.
Later in 1973, Prabhupada's wife and children, they were staying in a building.
73?
73. 1973. After Prabhupada left and was again back to India for preaching.
Okay.
So they were practically on streets because they had no funds. Prabhupada family.
Okay.
They were staying in one building in Calcutta called More Bhavan. So that
You're from Calcutta, are you?
So Srila Prabhupada, the news, Prabhupada was here in Mayapur, that they are on streets. So then Prabhupada told them, call them to Mayapur. And Prabhupada made them accommodate here. Bhavanand Maharaj was just got sannyas, he was surprised by Prabhupada's decision. That how come a sannyasi see his wife again after sannyas?
Okay.
Which Prabhupada told to Kamal Krishna Maharaj just some time ago last year. And he was just initiated sannyas. So Prabhupada told, actually emergency had no rule.
What?
Emergency has no rule. Emergency has. Actually, this is a principle from Manusamhita. And then Prabhupada had them stay here in Mayapur. And eventually...
His wife?
Yeah, they came
Right.
here.
Yeah, I never heard that. That's interesting.
And in 1976, then Abhiram, who was temple president in Calcutta, he saw the family is completely in poverty-stricken condition. So he proposed to Prabhupada that, Prabhupada, we can't see your family struggling like this. So then he talked to Kamal Krishna Maharaj then. And because then Kamal Krishna Maharaj came with a proposal of how much money for each individual member and for the wife. And then Shridhar Maharaj was also around that time in Calcutta. Shridhar Maharaj actually personally saw the whole flat, which costed 1,10,000 rupees that time. It was a very posh flat.
For 1 lakh, wow.
Prabhupada personally visited that place, saw each room and told what should be there in each room, directed the whole family.
Really?
Wow.
So where do you get all this info from?
This is from Kamal Krishna Maharaj.
Really?
From interview and also from Prabhupada family members.
Wow.
I've been meeting them.
Okay.
It's all there.
Yeah, oh, well, there you go. Pretty interesting.
And even 1 week before departure, Prabhupada made the will for all this money.
Yeah.
And he had, but the Prabhupada told they misused that, it should be directed to Bhaktivedanta Charities Swami Trust. His Prabhupada was concerned, not with attachment.
So what, the family members didn't get that from the will?
They're still getting.
Yeah, every year we get.
Still?
Still getting.
Well, just see. Yeah, I mean, that I have heard, that Prabhupada had a proper will where his family members were getting something. That was known to me, but the other details I hadn't heard, yeah.
But the interesting thing in Mataji there, when Abhiram went with the proposal, Prabhupada told in a very detached way, GBC can decide. Because he's not attached.
Okay. Yeah, very nice. Thank you for sharing. That's interesting. Yes. And I mean, we also all know that Prabhupada's sister was also here in Mayapur, you know, and she was eager to cook for Prabhupada and you know. Yeah, so, I mean, there is still some obligation there, some responsibilities and so on. You know. Yes, good. Now, Peter Maharaj did, didn't he? Yes. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, well, and then you got attached to the ear, you know. So, that's how it can go. Okay, so principle number 2, to simplify our external appearance. We read before how we are wearing tree bark and all these kind of things, you know, so simplifying our externals. Maybe let us read first this purport, this verse and purport here. 4:28:44. The daughter of King Vaidava wore old garments, and she was lean and thin because of her vows of austerity. Since she did not arrange her hair, it became entangled and twisted in locks. Although she remained always near her husband, here we have a scriptural Shastric example, she was as silent and unagitated as the flame of an undisturbed fire. So that's the verse. So now we hear a long explanation of Srila Prabhupada, how he unpacks this whole purport. Is there some problem with the materials or what? Really? So how come, didn't you yesterday print 5 of each extra? So where are they? Huh? I don't think we are more than 18 English speaking people. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. No, it should be enough. Huh? Or maybe there's still over in our flat or something which you printed. I mean, no, stay here now. Let people share. How many people did not get the materials? 4, 5. Oh, you want to have a quick look, Eula, if you find them over in the flat somewhere, the materials? Yes. Because, I mean, yesterday we printed some extras, so they should be there somewhere, you know. So, now, Prabhupada's explanations. Yes, some of you might have it on the thing, you know, and yeah, my apologies, we will print them out tomorrow if we can't find them there. When one begins to burn firewood, there is smoke and agitation in the beginning. Although there are so many disturbances in the beginning, once the fire is completely set, the firewood burns steadily. Similarly, when both husband and wife follow the regulative principles of austerity, they remain silent and are not agitated by sex impulses. At such a time, both husband and wife are benefited spiritually. One can attain this stage of life by completely giving up luxurious mode of life. Luxurious mode of life. I mean, that, you know, is a nice explanation, you know, how we mentioned it briefly before, how all this comfort and coziness and also some little fanciness, this invites the mood of sense gratification. But then if we accept austerity and simplify our life, then very naturally the mood of you know, the luxurious mode of life will not be there, and then also the whole sex impulse will diminish, you know? That's how it works. So in this way, it is very possible that a husband and wife can stay together, but there is not this whole man-woman attraction and sex life and so on. It is not there anymore because simply the whole mood of life is a different one. It is based on austerity and simplicity and absorption and spiritual practice, you know. In this verse, the word chiravasa refers to very old torn garments. The wife especially should remain austere, not desiring luxurious dresses and living standards. She should accept only the bare necessities of life and minimize her eating and sleeping. There should be no question of mating. Simply by engaging in the service of her exalted husband, who must be a pure devotee, the wife will never be agitated by sex impulses. The Vanapasta stage is exactly like this. Right? Although the wife remains with the husband, She undergoes severe austerities and penances, so that although both husband and wife live together, there is no question of sex. In this way, both husband and wife can live together perpetually. Since the wife is weaker than the husband, this weakness is expressed in this verse with the words upapatim. Upa means near to or almost equal to. Being a man, the husband is generally more advanced than his wife. Nonetheless, the wife is expected to give up all luxurious habits. She should not even dress nicely or comb her hair. Hair combing is one of the main businesses of women. In the Vanapasa stage, the wife should not take care of her hair. Thus, her hair will become entangled in knots. Consequently, the wife will no longer be attractive to the husband, and she herself will no longer be agitated by sex impulses. In this way, both husband and wife can advance in spiritual consciousness. This advanced stage is called the Paramahamsa stage, and once it is obtained, both husband and wife can be actually liberated from bodily consciousness. If the disciple remains steady in the service of the spiritual master, he need no longer fear falling down into the clutches of Maya. So, pretty detailed and elaborate description. I mean, Prabhupada goes really, into all details to get the point across, And I mean, sometimes we hear these ideas that all women, they're not suitable for austerities and all this. It's not their nature. But no, here we read, yes. She also has to, give up luxurious dress and comforts. And we women can also perform such tapasya, definitely. So the whole idea is that the principle number 2 is that we simplify our external appearance. So again, we extract the underlying principles and we apply them in wherever we may be living. So, and this is especially also important for the ladies, because we will discuss next week in the next week's course that we women are actually meant to bring beauty and color into life. That is one aspect of women being the auspicious source of energy and inspiration, the power of inspiration to men. One of that aspects is that she brings color and beauty into life. I mean, even looking here, amongst the men, not so much color there, but then we turn to the ladies, there's more color there. So, and just to make sure that a woman wants to bring color and beauty in life, that's why woman's body always goes together with stronger bodily identification. That will inspire her to play that role, to make herself attractive and pretty and beautiful. Otherwise she wouldn't give a damn, So that's why woman's body comes along with more bodily attachment. And during her married life, it is her duty to make herself attractive for the husband's satisfaction. So, and that should be then purified. If even within Grihastha ashram, if she practices sincerely spiritual life, towards the middle or end of Grihastha life, she will naturally get more detached and she will get more sick and tired of all having ornaments and this and that. You kind of feel, so I've been there, done that, it's enough now, no more, So that's why, especially for the ladies, it is an important part of Vanaprastha ashram that we are meant to simplify our externals. We are meant to, gradually, again, it should not be done artificially, but it should feel right within the heart, but gradually, it's a whole meditation that we gradually, we give up the decorations, the jewelry and this and that, and we go gradually into more subdued colors, not the bright pink, purple, blue colors, but the more earthen colors, the beigey, grey, burgundy, earthen colors, and then gradually into white with a border. Yes. That actually is the proper, the proper culture. And that immensely helps to get off the bodily platform. Immensely. And for the men, this is also there. All right, the men maybe don't have so much that tendency to dress up, but some do. Some like to have some cool quarter there, and all fancy and big borders, colorful, or it manifests with fancy watches, and aftershave, and so there's also all these kind of attachments there for the men, Even we can extend it even to fancy gadgets, so that we gradually minimize, reduce, simplify, keep things to the bare minimum, not the latest of this and the latest of that and the fancy watch and so on, but just simplify. So this is a pretty important part of the whole Vanaprastha stage, and this is almost not existing in ISKCON. I mean, it's almost rare to find somebody who wears white or white with a border or something. And often we see that ladies, they're already 65, 70, but they're still dressing up and. But actually, in spiritual practice, this is inappropriate, actually. It's actually inappropriate. And really, the body is already helping us to develop that mood, because gradually, the youthful beauty is lost, the skin is saggy, the hair falling out, getting grey, teeth are falling out, so Krishna is already pushing us in that direction, And it's all perfectly Krishna's whole plan, so we lose our attachment to our body, right? Yes. So, and of course, a materialist fights against this by hook or by crook, completely. I mean, cosmetic surgery is the biggest business for a doctor, cosmetic surgery. I mean, we devotees, we are often a little out of touch. What's going on out there in the material world? How people, have all these cosmetic surgeries, putting some pig's fat into their lips there to make them all big and attractive, and the backside there. So, I mean, you're laughing, but it's a fact. It's a fact. And lifting all kinds of parts here and, and boosting them up there. And, it's big money.
All celebrities are doing that.
Huh?
Celebrities are.
Not only celebrities. I mean, you wouldn't believe, just to shock you, when I was a couple of years ago visiting Bangalore, the devotees, I won't mention any names, but through my stay, but there the wife told me that some other devotees had suggested to her to have a facelift surgery. Yes, Brahmin initiated devotees in India, discussing about facelift surgeries. I was completely shocked. I mean, I was completely blown away. Yes.
Facelift is not so bad.
Huh? Facelift is not so bad? Okay, are you on a commission there or something? Huh?
It's not something adding anything outside.
I mean, I recommend people not to dye their hair. Already that's where it starts. Let the hair go grey. What's the problem? Let it grow grey. It's good for preaching. People take you more seriously.
I know one counselor, like a mentor, did for hair, planted hair, as he was bald.
Implanted hair,
Yeah.
a man.
Yeah. Because he was getting.
And then he sits on the Vyasa-san and talks about the bodily concept of life, is it?
Very effective classes he gives.
Huh?
Much better classes now he gives.
Well, you know, I mean, sorry, you can't fool me, you know. I mean, I know young preachers in male bodies who dye their hair, streak it. Sorry, you know, I don't like to hear from such people. You know, I'm sorry. Many people love it. Many people love his preaching, but how can a person sit on the Vyasa-san, representing Vyasadeva, talking about the bodily concept of life, as a man, having blonde streaks in his hair? No, sorry. I can't go along with this, you know? No. Maybe I'm too fanatic or something, but...
Maybe they want to be presentable enough to talk. Sometimes I just like that. Sometimes bad, maybe they are just trying to be presentable so that more people can attend the class.
No, but I mean, this is really mundane vision, one bodily platform of life. I mean, next week we will have one session, spiritual beauty and materialistic beauty. You know, so the spiritual beauty is based on the purity of the soul. So as we become purified, a devotee becomes attractive. We don't need facelifts and implanted hair and all kinds of streaks. No need. Purity is the force, not cosmetic, improvements here. I mean, that's a completely mundane view. My God, this should not enter our preachers and sitting on the Vyasa. There's no room for this. And for the ladies also, I mean, let's accept Krishna's system of old age, And I mean, I find elderly personalities with grey hair, this is very beautiful actually, very attractive. There's so much wisdom there, and if they're actually, deep personalities, they are effulgent. With grey hair or without grey hair or without hair, it doesn't matter.
But just like you dress up.
No, well, haven't we just read that we don't dress up in the Vanapasasha? Haven't we just talked about that?
Dressed up well. Sometimes you dress up well for presenting yourself.
No, you dress neat and clean. Prabhupada was always excellently dressed. But I don't think he would have ever considered to have a facelift or some hair implants, or some streaks in his hair or something, But we dress nicely and neat and clean. But cosmetic ways of counteracting the natural signs of old age, no, this is really too much bodily platform of life, Yes. Yes, Puru.
Yeah, this regard teeth treatment, for example, someone has bad teeth or isn't good. For example, doing something nice with that.
Well, with teeth, I dare say it is part of your health also. Because if you don't take care of them, they rot. And then you have some big surgeries there.
For example, if someone has... because they don't have some teeth.
Well, I mean, you still need the teeth for chewing, If you don't have the teeth properly set.
But Mataji, what Mataji means for beautifying it is not required. But for the basic needs, it is required.
Maybe not for beautifying, but not to be very ugly.
Working out,
This question came into my mind.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. It's true.
Nothing is just being more beauty than others is being someone.
Yeah.
That's what I was.
I mean, it's a fine line. Of course, if you look at Prabhupada, he didn't care about his missing teeth and so on, you know. But then maybe to some extent, but now you will probably say, well, if you accept that, then why not the facelift? You know, that we can say, well, to some extent, the teeth can be counted in the dress, in the appearance. You know? But then you can also say, oh, well, what about the bald head and no hair? This is also part of the dress. And the facelift is also part of the dress. And then the pig's fat in the lips is also part of the dress. You know, so, yeah. You know, so I guess it depends how much we are off the bodily platform, you know. So...
It's pretty good when we accept our defects. For example, some years before, I had a complete paralysis here. Paralysis.
Yes.
Some months did nothing and I felt a little like bad. Then I started to laugh at myself and it was pretty nice because you see everybody has a lot of disease and problems and when you can just give place to old age and diseases of life and you with laughing with this, it's really humbling for everybody.
Yeah, so it is humbling, but you know, let's not get confused here. Just the fact that we don't agree with cosmetic surgery doesn't mean that we don't maintain our body. You know? So of course if there's disease, our body is Krishna's gift. And that will be another chapter here actually. You know, our body is Krishna's gift to us, so we can engage in service and purify our existence. Without a body, you can't do that. So it is our duty to maintain the body so that we can serve, you know. And definitely the teeth, to maintain the teeth is part of this, because I've seen it with devotees that they're so neglectful with their teeth. And then they have everything rotten there and they have to have some big surgery and my God, you know. Because just for 10 years they never went to the dentist thinking, oh, I'm not the body. You know, so that is a very immature understanding, you know, of I'm not the body. So we do have to maintain, you know, our body, you know. Yes. So let's get back to our principle here, number 2. Simplify external appearance. So simple dress, no ornaments, makeup, subdued colors, gradually going into white, you know, and it has to be a gradual cultivation, not just an external fashion. You know, sometimes people, all right, let's shave the head, wear white, but then the internal life is not accordingly, and it just becomes another fashion just to show off. Oh, look at me, I'm different, I'm in white now or something. No, it has to be gradually internally cultivated so that it really fits to one's consciousness, you know. And yes, even the hair. For women to have short hair, I mean, Prabhupada says in the purport, no combing and all that, but it is part of our tradition to shave the head for the ladies, or have a very short haircut. Here in Bengal, often amongst the old people, you see, you know, old widows with shaved head. They even have shika sometimes too. So this is part of our culture. Shika is, for those who want, it is part of our culture. You know. So in any way, for the ladies, Vanapasta means white with border, and completely white is widow. So for a woman to wear completely white while the husband is still there, this would be inauspicious, you know. And I mean, if I may share from my own life, in my 10 years of married life, I was wearing all kinds of fancy saris and this and that. So then when my husband left, I kind of felt, yes, good to go in white. And then I asked my guru and he said, yeah, why not, try it. So, and even there, from 40 to 50, I was wearing white, but the border was still important for me. And in the beginning, it was pretty white and also bright colors, right? They were pink and purple and blue and all that. And then gradually, the border became smaller and more earthen colors. And over these 10 years, I always had this goal, when I'm 50, then I will go into white. But before, it did not feel like it was right for me. You know? I needed these 10 years where I gradually prepared for being in white. And then when I turned 50, I thought, okay, now it's the right time, let me wear white, you know? And now I can't even imagine wearing anything else. So it is a gradual transformation. You know, it should not just be externally accepted simply as a fashion or something. You know? Yes, like that. Okay, any questions about that? Any further comments from the lady side? Yeah, no, I mean, I really wish that more devotees would practice and invite these cultural aspects into our life, in their life. You know, that we would see more examples of ladies 55, 60, kids are grown up, you know, and they move into white. It would be so nice, you know, that also the young generation sees, okay, this is what I'm also meant to look like when I'm at that age. You know, would be very nice, very encouraging. And I mean, in Ukraine there, where I'm spending a fair bit of time there, we have a few ladies who are wearing white now, and especially those who are living in this Varishta Vaishnavi ashram. So we've got 3 ladies there at the moment, and they wear white, or almost white with a border or something. Also at Shiva Swami's project, New Vajradam in Hungary, he also has a whole ashram of ladies, they wear white, you know. So it's nice. It's a nice and important part of our culture, you know, that we... and this is preaching, and sometimes when I was giving these talks in Mumbai, no, not Mumbai, Bangalore, we had the Vanaprastha course there. Then some ladies were saying, but for preaching, we have to look colorful and you know, so again, this is the mundane viewpoint. You know, if you wear white, this is actually attractive to people. You know, that quality of renunciation is attractive. I mean, how often do I have it when I travel? Because I only have saris. I don't have any non-devotional clothes even in my suitcase. So I do everything in a white sari, even, especially since I have a shaved head. It looks weird for a woman to have a shaved head and wear anything else but a white sari. So many times on the plane and the airports, I have people asking me, oh, you look so nice and attractive. You know, who are you? What are you doing? You're doing some yoga. You know, so people always approach me like this, and I'm often telling them, oh, you think this looks nice? You should see our ladies who are married. They look really nice. They wear so many colors and styles and saris from silk and so on, you know. So, but they even say white looks nice, you know. So, yeah, so we should not be worried about this, that this doesn't look nice or something. This is simply our mundane concepts of what beauty is, you know. Yes. Yes. So, principle number 3. Eating very simply. Many devotees say this is the toughest one, to simplify our eating. So we have in the summary of 7th Canto, 12th chapter, we have some nice explanation. After the Grihastha ashram is another ashram, known as the Vanaprastha, which is midway between Grihastha and Sannyas. We read that already on the first session or second session yesterday. A person in the Vanaprastha order is restricted in eating food grains and forbidden to eat fruits that have not ripened on the tree. Nor should he cook food with fire, although he is allowed to eat charu, grains that have been offered in a sacrificial fire. He may eat fruits and grains that have grown naturally. Living in a thatched cottage, the Vanaprastha should endure all kinds of heat and cold. He should not cut his nails or hair, and he should give up cleaning his body and teeth. He should wear tree bark except a danda and practice life in the forest, taking a vow to live there for 12 years, 8 years, 4 years, 2 years, or at least 1 year. At last, when because of old age he can no longer perform the activities of a Vanaprastha, he should gradually stop everything and in this way give up his body. Wow. Yes. Yeah, so I mean, the beginning of the summary, we hear about the restrictions of eating. And again, yes, when you live in the forest, obviously you're not going to have some whole feast there with halava and gulab jamuns and paneer and this and that, but you live simple, whatever is available there from nature. And interestingly, again, the body is actually already pushing this, because anybody over 50 knows digestive fire is not so strong anymore. You can't digest. And I remember when I was younger, I was always thinking, oh God, these old people always talk about their diet. Thank God I can eat anything. I was thinking like that when I was 28 or 30 or something. So now over 60, I also have my diet. So again, Krishna's perfect arrangement, that as we are getting older, the digestion becomes more poor. We are forced to give up this enjoying the tongue. Because the tongue is the most ferocious sense organ. It always demands some satisfaction. So, if we want to go back to God, we have to give up this hankering for sense gratification. And it starts all with controlling the tongue. So this reducing of the eating and be satisfied with simple foods, this is quite an important part of the whole Vanaprastha mood, Yes. And as we get closer to death, this even gets more and more extreme, that old people, I see it with my mother, she's 90. God, 20 years ago she was eating and eating. Now she just eats like a sparrow, she just can't eat so much anymore. So it gets more and more prominent until before death we can just drink some liquids or something, some little soup, then nothing, So, and you just lose, you lose this attraction of enjoying life. Krishna arranges it so perfectly that all our hopes and plans for enjoyment are smashed to pieces, and you just want to get out of here, and you're just tired of the whole situation, because you cannot enjoy anymore. All your hopes are frustrated. Yeah, so it's perfectly Krishna's arrangement. If Krishna wanted, he could do it the other way round, that we take birth as an old person and we become more and more youthful, right? Krishna can do anything. If he wanted to do it this way, he could have arranged it this way. But no, he didn't. And by the effect of time, everything deteriorates. So that's why Krishna says, time I am, and so on. So, Yes, I mean, this reducing the eating is quite an important thing of the whole Vanaprastha ashram. And again, if we don't agree to this voluntarily in old age, then easily we become fat in old age, especially, because we don't burn up all the calories there we are taking in, and because we're not moving around that much, we're not so useful and energetic anymore. But if we eat more than is required to keep body and soul together, people often become huge in their old age, And that's always an unhealthy sign. It means actually we have not conquered over that lower level of happiness through eating. And I'm sure we all have that experience. When there is some higher satisfaction, then this eating is not such a big deal. I mean, for most people, when they come to India, they immediately lose weight because there is some higher satisfaction there through the whole spiritual atmosphere and energy and activities, that this whole eating doesn't become such an important and prominent thing, and we just eat to keep body and soul together. But then when there is some emptiness in our lives, some boredom, then very easily we fall onto this level of satisfaction through eating. If we are not properly engaged, then we go to the fridge. Let's have a look what we can eat here, and maybe I need something nice and tasty or something. But even when we are busy preparing for Janmashtami, and then eating is secondary because we're so absorbed and we're so busy and we are joyful and blissful, and then the eating is almost becoming a disturbance. Oh, okay, I have to eat now, like that. So becoming overweight in old age, or not only in old age, in any age, is not such a good sign, Yeah, and I mean, old age means gradually body falls apart, we lose control over bodily functions, we have to accept service and help, and that dissolves the false ego and the controlling propensity. We will talk about that more when we get more into the whole death topic, Yeah, but all up, this cultivates gratitude, tolerance, humility, It's actually intense purification. This old age and disease, there is so much purification in the last phase of life. My God, we really, the ego is really crushed to pieces, in so many different ways. Because, giving up this control over bodily functions. We'll talk about this tomorrow probably, or the day after. So in that whole process, it does cultivate gratitude, tolerance, humility immensely, Yes, and it actually brings the true beauty of the personality as built soul. It brings it out. And especially old age is so purifying when people have practiced some spiritual practice, some religious practice. Then they have something to fall back on, and they can turn to the Lord, and they can see things as the Lord's arrangement. But if people have not had any religious or spiritual practice, then they fall in a vacuum. They have nothing to fall back on, they have nothing to take shelter of. And then old people often get very grumpy and cranky and senile and bizarre, and nobody wants to associate with them. But if they have some spiritual practice in their life, then they usually take shelter of that. And then actually, so many nice qualities come out, and they develop humility and tolerance and gratitude for every little thing they can still do, and. So this old age disease, intense purification, really. Our heart is being scrubbed like anything. I do want to read you some more quotes from my verse book about eating. I collected all kinds of nectar here, under E for eating. Here, fifth, it's not on your sheet, I'm just adding here. This is 5th canto, 18th chapter, verse 10. 5th canto, 18th chapter, verse 10. There in the purport. It's probably not the whole purport, so you have to quickly try and find it. There Prabhupada says, why should the menu be unnecessarily increased for the satisfaction of the tongue? Yeah, you find it?
5, 18, 10?
Yes, in the purport. Why should the menu be unnecessarily increased for the satisfaction of the tongue? You find it? Yes. Devotees should eat as simple as possible. Otherwise, attachment for material things will gradually increase, and the senses, being very strong, will soon require more and more material enjoyment. Then the real business of life, the advancement in Krishna consciousness, will stop. So this is not even only for Vanaprasthas, but in general, that yes, and even for the body, it is good to eat similarly every day. If every day something different comes, then the stomach gets all confused. Oh my God, what's this here now? And what's that? And so yes. But if you pretty much eat in a regulated way, and all right, there can be some little variations, but pretty much the same menu at the same time, then your body gets completely used to that, and all the digestive functions are already prepared to digest it. So regularity and simplicity, even as a grihastha or brahmachari, is of the greatest importance. But all these super fancy foods and always different every day and different timings, this is such unregulated life, and this makes spiritual practice very difficult. And as Prabhupada says, if we actually increase our menus here, then the senses, being very strong, will soon require more and more material enjoyment. Especially sex life is stimulated through fancy foods. This is a well-known fact, There is one other purport where Prabhupada, he really speaks strongly. I really want to read that to you. This is 4th canto, 28th chapter, verse 36. 4:28:36, right? Also in the purport. We can definitely see that to advance in Krishna consciousness, one must control his bodily weight. Yeah, you found it?
4:28 is 36.
Yes. We can definitely see that to advance in Krishna consciousness, one must control his bodily weight. Yeah? Found it? I'm talking to my translator here. If one becomes too fat, it is to be assumed that he is not advancing spiritually.
Wow.
Yes.
I thought that fat people can go to God too.
Huh?
I thought that fat people can go to God too.
Can go?
Back to prison.
Well, it is assumed that he's not advancing spiritually because, he's not overcoming this lower level of satisfaction through eating, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur severely criticized his fat disciples. The idea is that one who intends to advance in Krishna consciousness must not eat very much. Devotees used to go to the forest, high hills or mountains on pilgrimages, but such severe austerities are not possible in these days. Here we go, we're talking about the Vanapasta ashram. One should eat instead only prasad and not more than required. According to the Vaishnav calendar, there are many fasts, such as Ekadashi and the appearance and disappearance days of God and His devotees. All of these are meant to decrease the fat within the body. Oh my God! You know, Prabhupada speaking, I mean, pretty blunt and almost a little gross here, you know. It's not all esoteric that, oh yes, you know, we fast and Ekadashi for spiritual advancement. No, it's meant to decrease the fat within the body, so that one will not sleep more than desired and will not become inactive and lazy. Wow, heavy, huh? Yeah, so, yeah, what to say, you know?
Mataji, I have just one question.
Yes.
Whenever I used to, during my early age also,
During your what?
Younger age, young age.
Young age, yes.
Whenever I have to read a book, you know, I read a lot of reads, you know, because otherwise the stress is too much. Reading the books and, you know, even while hearing some tough lectures or, you know, heavy lectures.
You have to have a bag full of sweets.
I keep eating something so that more. So what is
Well, do you need them here too? Or?
Some kind of sweet, you know, like I keep it so that my brain is
Yesterday, Ananda Rupini Mataji was distributing some sweet there in the beginning. And Friday is the day when we distribute some prasadam. Just for people to reward them that they have, you know, managed to tolerate the whole week's intense class here, you know.
So what do you think?
Well, I mean, I have not heard that recommendation in Prabhupada's books, you know, that just to digest the heavy philosophy, please bring a bag of sweets along, you know, and eat them while you're hearing the class or something.
Not really big but you know, I'm afraid so like if you are taking sweets or I was thinking specifically, I have this in my habit for a long time and whenever I'm going to
So, yes.
So I'm reading also now. They got better.
You're reading more.
I think our movement is a prashadam movement, you know.
Huh?
Our movement is a prashadam movement. 70% devotees became devotees because of prashadam.
Yeah. I mean, see, let us be clear in this. And we can often observe this. You know, when newcomers take up Krishna consciousness, because so much sense gratification is cut out of their lives, no more intoxication, no more gambling, no girlfriends, boyfriends, you know, so then we say, okay, fill yourself up with prasadam. So there is a certain compensation there, because prasadam is the only way how we can enjoy it. So we compensate. But then as we practice more sincerely, we are meant to get off that level a little. You know? Yes, of course. I mean, this took us also a while to understand. You know, in the beginning the motto was prasadam is transcendental, just eat it, doesn't matter how many tons of sugar and ghee it has, you know, it's all transcendental. And we were thinking like this. I remember in '85 when I joined in Australia, that's what everybody was saying. And people were thinking like that, you know. Actually, even you may know Badri Narayan Maharaj, you know? No? Badri Narayan Maharaj? Come on. Everybody knows him. He gives these funny classes during the GBC meetings with Prabhupada stories and all that. So he was once making this joke himself. Yeah, in our beginning stage, we all thought Prasadam is transcendental. Now I have heavy diabetes, you know. So the bill comes. Sooner or later, for any kind of sense gratification, the bill comes. You know, we have to pay for our enjoyment. So sometimes it's immediately the bill comes, sometimes after 20, 30 years. But sooner or later, it catches up. And I mean, this topic of diet has been a topic in the GBC Devotee Care Committee. You know, here, what's his name? Bir Krishna Maharaj is a strong advocate of this. You know, that our diet in ISKCON is one of the worst diets we can ever imagine. Yes, this is a serious point. Krishna can eat like that. You know, he can eat deep fried and puri, paneer every day. For him, no problem, but our bodies are not so transcendental, and our diet is very damaging to our health in most temples. This is a fact, you know. Yes. So, and this whole understanding, yeah, it's all transcendental. Well, it is transcendental, but our bodies are not so transcendental, you know. Yeah, so, you know. Yeah, I mean, it took almost 50 years until devotees become more mindful of this. And I know some temples, they have made some drastic adjustments. I mean, we're going a little off the topic here, but still, it is connected with eating. So they have made some adjustments. They stopped using this cheap and refined oil. You know, they don't deep fry in this cheap and refined oil anymore. They use ghee. And if you use ghee, you will not use so much because it's expensive. You know, then not everything is dripping in ghee. But with a cheap, refined sunflower oil there, or soy oil, or whatever they use, this is cheap and nasty, and everything is dripping in oil. So, you know, sometimes temples have made some serious adjustments, but not enough temples, you know. Serious topic. But in any case, the principle is that we should eat in order to maintain body and soul together. And any extra eating, I mean, this purport is so heavy, you know, Prabhupada says it in such a heavy way. He really rams it down our throat, you know, that we can definitely see that to advance in Krishna consciousness, one must control his bodily weight. If one becomes too fat, it is to be assumed that he is not advancing spiritually. Clear and to the point. And these excessive sugar, sweets, you know, this is bad for the body and spiritually also bad, you know. All right, we finish the meal with some little sweet taste, but you know, there's tons and tons of sugar, especially just to digest, you know, the philosophy or the reading or something. There's some compensation taking place, you know. And all right, in the beginning stage, as you said, jokingly, at least I'm reading more. Okay, good. But then eventually, you know, we are meant to reduce the sweets while reading.
Like
You know?
even healthy diet, like I'm mostly fat because of the healthy diet. Because I eat more than needed because I'm reading a lot of stressful things, for example.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. I mean, in the offices too, people who sit all day in the office, a stressful job, they have all this stuff there and put all this junk food in their mouth, you know? Or when people watch television out of boredom, they just put all kinds of stuff in their mouth. So, I mean, but this is not the recommended practice in spiritual life. We are meant to control our tongue. We are meant to be regulated in our eating habits, you know? And that starts with eating at meal times, not in between. If you just eat breakfast, lunch at the certain timings, or as prasadam offered, what also leads to overeating and getting fat is if people don't offer properly. You know, they just buy this, buy that, some junk food, just Sri Vishnu at Hari, Sri Vishnu, Sri Vishnu, Sri Vishnu, you know. So, yes, but if we actually properly eat at the meal times and we properly offer it, and it is, you know, homemade prasadam, and we restrict ourselves to that, you know, and, well, yes, serious sadhaka will only take 2 full meals. And in the evening, just a little snack, some cup of milk, some soup, some couple of cookies or something, just to satisfy the mind. But not a whole big plate of prasadam in the evening. This is completely, I mean, we discussed it on the Holy Name retreat, you know, completely counterproductive to spiritual progress. I have a few more little things about eating, which is more connected with the renounced order. Yeah, this, hang on, 11. There's one verse here, 11th canto, 7th chapter, verse 45. I mean, this is pretty simple and short, maybe no need to look it up. 11.7.45, in the purport, Prabhupada says, one should eat palatable foodstuffs, tasty foodstuffs, to maintain one's mind in a cheerful mood. I think this is very nicely expressed. You know, one should eat palatable, tasty foods. Simple doesn't mean tasteless. Tasteless food is mode of ignorance. So it should be simple but tasty, palatable foods to maintain one's mind in a cheerful mood. However, one should not eat luxuriously, because this will cause sex desire and laziness. Eula, you're translating? It's very simple, it's just these 2 sentences, no need to look at it. So, and then there is a series of verses from 11th canto, 8th chapter, starting with verse 2, 2, 3, and 11. So that you could look up in the Russian. 11, 8, 2. These may be even verses or purports, I'm not sure. So 11, 8, 2, it says, following the example of the python, one should give up material endeavors and accept for one's maintenance food that comes of its own accord, whether such food be delicious or tasteless, ample or meager. So that's now the renounced phase. You know, before we said it should be palatable, that's for, that's for the general phases in life, but the renounced phase is we should follow in the mood of a python, simply accept what comes naturally. Then the next one, 11.8.3. If at any time food does not come, then a saintly person should fast for many days without making endeavor. He should understand that by God's arrangement he must fast. So I hope my assistants will not tell me that tomorrow. It is God's arrangement, you must fast. Thus, following the example of the python, he should remain peaceful and patient. So then another one, 11.8.11. Same chapter, verse 11. A saintly person should not think, this food I will keep to eat tonight, and this other food I can save for tomorrow. In other words, a saintly person should not store foodstuffs acquired by begging. Rather, he should use his own hands as his plate and eat whatever fits on them. His own storage container should be his belly, and whatever conveniently fits into his belly should be his stock of food. Thus, one should not imitate the greedy honeybee who eagerly collects more and more honey. So this is pretty nice, isn't it? Yes. And I mean, it is a fact, when I travel, I'm simply sharing this from my own life. When I travel, I hate carrying all these bags of prashadam, It's just, it's not part of the renounced phase of life. All right, you take something little along, but people often carry these big bags and they give me all this stuff and, oh, maybe you need this and maybe that. And no, it's not part of the renounced phase of life. And I want to share a funny little story in this regard. Once I came into the room when His Holiness Niranjana Swami was just packing his suitcase to leave, And then somebody came with a jar of jam, homemade jam, and wanted to give it to him. And he was laughing and saying, no, sorry, I cannot take a jar of jam in my suitcase. What will people think when they see, oh, what kind of sannyasi is he? Traveling with a jar of jam around. That was his answer. I mean, this is years ago. I was a really young devotee then, I was just 4 or 5 years in the movement. But I remember that. And then later when I came across these verses in the Bhagavatam, I thought, oh yeah, here we go, here we have it, Yes, so all right, a person may take something along for his health, some certain things which will not be available and he needs it for his health. But a jar of jam is obviously more in the category of sense gratification, so a renunciant would not travel with a jar of jam, So either there is some jam in the next place or not, we just accept whatever comes, but we don't load up our suitcase with jam and stuff like that, Yes. Yeah, so the eating. Not so easy. Many people say out of these 3 principles, simplifying our surroundings, simplifying our externals, simplifying our eating, the eating is the most challenging, Yes, but good to, hear these things and understand them and know what we have to cultivate when the time comes. It's good to have that outlook on life. That we know, yes, 50 plus, we are meant to accept these principles in our life. So even if we are not there yet, it can already be a certain part of our meditation now, even when we are younger, that we understand, all right, now I'm 30, I'm a grihastha, so okay, let me have a bit more palatable foods here to make the mind cheerful. But even then, we should not eat too luxuriously, because then really the determination for devotional life easily decreases if we put too much emphasis on fancy food, Yes. I remember when I was in the Brahmacharini ashram, we had these marathons. We were collecting Lakshmi to build Mayapur, actually. Bhavananda Maharaj was in charge of Mayapur at that time, and I was his disciple there. And we were going out, 12, 14, 18 hours a day, we were hardly sleeping. And we were keeping our eating to bare minimum. I remember 4 weeks, I just lived on peanuts and apples for 4 weeks. Yeah, I didn't even go to prasadam. I was out the door, and we were just chewing apples and eating peanuts. But such simple life and eating and austerities really increases your determination, like anything. But if you Oh, you have to go first to prasadam, and let's hope there's paneer and this and that. So that already has a different mood, and then you just don't have that focus and that undivided determination there to serve and surrender and so on. So it is helpful, to engage in such austerities. Yeah. So, any questions on the eating? You had a question, yes.
It was mentioned that the renunciate, he begs from door to door and he collects whatever the food that is getting from.
Yes.
So how does he offer that to Lord? Is he getting prepared or is he just getting raw food?
So the renunciate begs from door to door, so how does he offer it? I mean, Prabhupada was doing Madhukari when he was living in Radha Damodar temple, even before he took actually sannyas, I believe, And then also as sannyasi, he was doing Madhukari. He was going from shop to shop begging, and people were giving bhoga. Even in Bangladesh, when you go on Harinam, or Naga Sankirtan they call it, right? The people come, they have a whole big sack the devotees take along, and people give all kinds of products. They come with a tray of rice, with potatoes, with some coins, whatever, Yes. That's still the practice there now, especially in the village area. It's very sweet. We go on Harinam there, we go almost door to door. We usually go early in the morning. Jeev Jago, and people come out with their toothbrush in their mouth, all sleepy, and we wake them up, and often they invite us to enter their homes just for 2 seconds, have some kirtan there, and the home is blessed, and everybody comes, pays obeisances, and the ladies quickly run to the kitchen and get some bhoga, and it all is all thrown into the big sack. And the brahmacharis carry it, and then when they get back to the temple, they empty the whole sack and sort things out, Yes. So that's the morning's collection to cook your meal, basically, Yes. So it's still going on in Bangladesh, all these cultural traditions and aspects are still happening there. Yes, Puri?
Yeah, and there's more detailed description that one of us collect the grains, different marketplaces, or the place where they collected the rice and just let it in the ground.
Yes.
But there's other aspects of the temples have those kitchens for people who are needy and they are served prasada. So this hasn't been explained as one of the options. So it seems that one of the rest is more like even getting away from those things. He just collects and just sits alone and cooks whatever he gets. And that's it.
Now, I mean, see, today, the way we apply the Vanapasa ashram is that we extricate the principles. So please don't think that you have to go now in Ukraine there begging and cook your own little meal or something. No. We extricate the principles and we apply them. That's how we live the Vanapasa ashram. The details is a different thing, but the principles are universal. Right? Yes, because obviously these descriptions, they're not in connection with Lord Chaitanya Sankirtan movement. It's a different situation. The principles are universal. They are eternal. As eternal the material world is, so these principles are as eternal. And they can be applied according to time, place and circumstance anywhere in the world. So the principles are simplifying our surroundings, as we discussed, that we get rid of things. We make our home very simple, just basic furniture, very, very simple. We are not, eager for some fancy flash facilities and fancy furniture and costly bookshelves and all this kind of stuff. But we just keep it simple and we free ourselves from all kinds of stuff which is accumulated. So that's first principle. Second one is externals, fancy watches, gadgets, toys. We can put them all in that category. The men are usually more attracted to the fancy gadgets, the women to the jewelry and makeup and saris. So and then the third one is simply to reduce the eating, keeping our menu simple. No need now to think, okay, now I have to collect the grains and I should go in the fields. I want to be a real manapasa, so I should go in the fields after the people harvest the wheat and I'll pick up here whatever they leave and I'm only going to eat that. No, come on, let's not make a show here. So let's be practical. We are part of Lord Chaitanya's preaching mission here. So the principle is we should eat simple. Cut halava out of your life. Cut puris out of your life. Good for our health anyway. Once we are over 50, we can't digest all this heavy stuff anymore, Cut sugar out of your life. That was one reason why I accepted a no sugar diet. Also because it's good for controlling the tongue, because as traveling preacher, people always offer you all these sweets and cakes, and it's so much easier to control the tongue if you say, it's got sugar in it, sorry, it's not for me, And then, all right, sometimes I don't follow it. If it's somebody's birthday or something, I eat it. But it's helpful for controlling the tongue to accept such kind of dietary principles, So that's the way how we apply things as Vanapastas, that we're just, trying to reduce this tendency to enjoy the tongue through eating, Yes. But we don't want to, waste our time there going to the fields and collecting the grains. Better we go on book distribution or Harinam in that time, and we simply eat more simple. And many things we just don't eat, Pakoras, all these fried things. They're all tasty, but they're not good for the health. Once we are over 50, sooner or later the bill comes for all this enjoyment, and spiritually also, and we may put on excess weight because we eat more than we're actually burning up, Yeah. Yes. Yes, Philip.
Yeah, so sometimes this kind of accumulation of these gadgets or food or anything is also because lack of spirituality,
Definitely.
lack of love, emotions, goals.
Very true.
Your goals, nice relationship, love, your ability, your everything is prioritization. No, because you have.
Yes.
You are filled with
very true.
Spirituality, with emotion, with love,
Yes.
with goals,
Yes.
with problems here outside. So there
Yes.
is much easier. But if only just one of these parts is not very good, you start to feel all
compensate
your house with this little do that, little this, little.
Yes, no, it's very true. And I mean, that's why I yesterday said that entering Vanapasa is not just a question of age. We have to have the spiritual maturity also. So if the spiritual maturity is not there, that we are actually, that we have a higher taste, because ultimately it's a question of higher taste. We can only give up the lower taste if we have developed the higher taste, right? So to enter Vanapasa phase, there has to be a little bit of a higher taste there, But if that's not there, then we will fall onto this level of compensating through eating and gadgets and all this. But if we have a higher taste, meaning some deeper spiritual satisfaction, then we don't need all this stuff, as you said, you know. So, as we mentioned before, this Vanaprastha ashram has to be accepted under guidance of somebody who can determine whether we are ready at all, who can help us see, you know, whether we are ready, or whether there's still some unfulfilled needs, some emotional imbalances, or I still need some, you know, more gross sense gratification. Sex life is still so prominent, sex desire, and so then obviously we might just not be quite there yet, you know, and then it becomes artificial that we try to jump higher than we can, but we are still struggling on the lower levels there, and then we are compensating with eating, or we may fall down in other bad habits or something. So that's not the idea, you know. It has to be practiced under guidance. I mean, this was last week's topic anyway, that a devotee needs a mentor. We need some guidance, some counselor who can see, you know, where we're at and if our whole spiritual practice is balanced and so on, you know. So especially if we move on to the next ashram, even from brahmachari to grihastha, also very advisable to be under the guidance of somebody who's got already more experience with that new challenge. And then when the grihastha moves on to the vanaprastha stage also, we need that guidance. Otherwise we might just whimsically, prematurely, out of some ego thing or something, we might just jump higher than we can, you know, and then we may fall down. So that we don't want, you know. Yeah, but that's the whole point, especially with eating. Very easily we compensate all kinds of emotional deficits and imbalances and mental tension. So this all has to be cleared off, you know. And I mean, the process of devotional service targets so wonderfully the subtle body of mind, intelligence, false ego. So many issues are being cleared away just through serious practice, through good sadhana. You know, a lot of issues are gradually cleared away, you know. So entering Vanaprastha ashram means there has to be some little maturity there, you know, some more. Today we have the session number 4 on our topic of the Vanaprastha ashram, meeting death with joy. So we did not quite finish the session number 3 yesterday. Let us quickly remember the 3 main and foremost principles, without looking in the materials, the 3 main and foremost principles of Vanaprastha ashram. Yes?
Simple outfit, simple eating, and simple living.
Very true. Yes, so our externals we want to simplify, our eating we want to simplify, and our surroundings we want to simplify by keeping only what is necessary to keep body and soul together, basically, and getting rid of so many unnecessary things we could we accumulate during the family life. Good. And one more time, let me emphasize that all these different, you know, aspects we were reading yesterday in the Bhagavatam, which are descriptions from former times, and not in context of Lord Chaitanya Sankirtan movement, that we are not getting caught up in all these details, but we extract the principles and we apply them. You know, otherwise also this Vanaprastha ashram easily just can become some show, oh, look at me, I'm Vanapasta, I'm going to the fields and collect the grains there which are left over after the farmers are harvesting or something, but this is definitely not the idea, we don't make some external show and fashion or fad, how we say in English, to make a fad out of it. But no, it's actually so much more of an internal thing, that internally we want to transform and we want to become more simple and more austere. And all that is with that ultimate purpose of deepening our spiritual life. No other purpose. Because all these external things and comfort and fanciness and opulent eating, ultimately it does distract us from our entire focus on Krishna, basically. So that is the only purpose why we engage in these aspects of simplifying our life. Okay, so the last topic is on this session number 3, is the attitude to medical treatments. This is also quite a big topic, and we only touch upon this very briefly now, because in material life and spiritual life there is a very different outlook on disease and old age and also on death. Because materialist does not have any knowledge of the eternity of the soul. He has no clue that death is simply soul is moving on to another existence, and because of this ignorance, people are hanging on to their life like anything, to the last breath. They're trying to fight this fact that they have to leave. So, but a spiritualist knows very well, okay, time is up in this body, I have to move on. So then this whole thing is not such a fearful and horrifying thing. So therefore also the outlook on medicine is very different. Yes. I mean, I may have mentioned this before, I actually had cancer 2 times. And last time, not so long ago, 2.5 years ago, I was in Bangalore doing chemotherapy. I had surgery in Mumbai. So when I met my oncologist in Bangalore, I first of all gave him a half-an-hour lecture what my attitude to death is, just so he understands who he's dealing with here, So I gave him a whole talk, that sooner or later we're all going to have to die, and I'm not coming here to do chemo to try to become immortal or something, and that I just want to take a really light run just to do my duty, but I'm getting ready to leave, and yes, we devotees know, we simply move on. So he was completely flabbergasted. He had never had a cancer patient giving him such a speech. And then he even was saying, would you mind repeating that in front of my colleagues? And I said, sure, it was quite clever. And we had a big program in the Apollo Hospital in Bangalore. Yeah, it was ecstatic. I mean, that kept me going through my whole chemo. We printed up really nice leaflets. I went through the whole hospital to every single department, inviting all the staff. It was just for the staff. And a lot of people came, over 100 people came. Yeah, and I had a whole crew of devotees there. We were distributing prasadas.
You should start a series of visiting hospitals.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was really ecstatic. And I mean, Bangalore, a lot of people are Christian there, and Muslims also, so it was a real mixed audience. Many of the nurses, all the nurses who were treating me there on the chemo's ward, they all came, all my doctors came, so many other people came. Yeah, I mean, everybody wanted to know, because I made a really nice card. I made a card in gratitude to Apollo Hospital, and then you open it up and yes, meeting death with joy was the topic, you know. And first of all, I expressed my gratitude to the staff, how nicely they were taking care of me, and then boom, 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 I gave them a whole outlook on death. You know, and I said to them, you know, you oncologists, you have to know the signs of the soul, you have to know what is happening at death. And, you know, Rajavidya Rajaguyam, you know, so king of all knowledge here, and if you don't have that knowledge, you're not first-class doctor, you know, like that. I gave it to them straight, and they were impressed, you know. Yes. People loved it, and afterwards we served prasadam, we distributed books, and people were asking, so when is the next program? You know, I mean, it was really nice. It was really successful. We even had a big poster hanging on the notice board there in the hospital, and everybody knew about it, you know. And they even announced it through the whole system of the hospital. So now 3 o'clock, please come, you know, in the auditorium, and you know, so people came, yeah. So I mean, yeah, that's the thing, you know. As spiritualists, we have a whole different outlook to disease, completely different than a materialist, you know. And I mean, modern medical science has almost become inhuman in the Western world because people don't allow people to die. You know, by group, they keep them alive and all these life-extending machines and I mean, there's stories where people are in coma for 5 or 10 years, you know, and they don't switch off the machines. They just somehow keep things going there, you know. I mean, that is really inhuman, you know, rather than understanding, okay, let the soul move on to another destination, you know. Yeah, so, but this is all because of the ignorance, you know, people have no knowledge of the science of the soul. So, and of course, on the other hand, it is our duty to avoid untimely death, you know. So as I mentioned already yesterday briefly, yes, this body is a gift of the Lord, and we have to take care of it, because it's a vehicle to receive from purification. So to be off the bodily platform does not mean that we are neglectful and we don't take care of Krishna's gift, you know, being the body. So we have to take care of the body and be very responsible and dutiful. And, you know, once we are over a certain age, we should do regular checkups. And I mean, that's both times. That's how I find out my cancer, just by a routine checkup. I had no clue, no symptoms, nothing. Because once you have symptoms, then it's too late. Then you miss the boat, you know. But 2 times, I just found out stage 1, tiny tumor, hadn't spread yet. Just through a routine checkup, you know, yes. So, you know, it's worthwhile doing this, and, you know, and then we may catch it in time, you know, yes. So devotees are dutiful in this, you know. It doesn't mean you're off the bodily platform. It's like having a Sankirtan vehicle. You know, you also have to service it, you have to change the oil, you have to put it through all the different checks there, and you know, you can't just say, oh, it's material, let's just drive, you know. Oh, you have to service your vehicle, and then you can function nicely, and you can distribute lots of books. But if you're neglectful, then you break down in the nowhere and can't do anything. You know, so the same thing is really with the body, you know. So, but then we also have to see, you know, no use to artificially prolong life. So it's a fine line. We have to see, so is it really worthwhile? Is there some use in fixing up this vehicle? Or is it just getting too old and this breaks down and that breaks down and another thing breaks down? and then, yeah, no use, So we may need some guidance because we may not be able to objectively see, because naturally we attach to the body. So we might not so easily see when actually the time comes to just get better ready to leave. And I mean, if we really want to remain here, then better to get a new body, What's the problem? It's like driving an old vehicle. Why driving around in an old bomb? So just get rid of it, get a new one. Rather than fixing this, fixing that, fixing the other thing, and it's breaking down. No use, So similar thing with the body. So if we're really so eager to stay here in the material world, all right, we can get another body and start all over again, no problem. Or then just better to get ready to leave, So, and when a terminal disease is there, then very often, actually the main purpose of medical treatments is actually to smash our hopes for recovery and to help us to accept the fact that it's time to leave. I have observed this, that sometimes when people have some terminal cancer or something, and then there's still some hope, oh, maybe I can get cured, and they go here, there, to South America, some healer, and then finally they come to the point, okay, no use, no hope, I have to accept the fact. So the actual purpose in this terminal stage is very often just to come to the point to accept the fact that it's time to leave. But with a little bit more Krishna consciousness, I think we could save ourselves, from struggling and paying so big bills, I mean, my God, these treatments, you can spend a fortune. You can spend a fortune, But if we actually have a more spiritual vision, then we can just say, okay, I've got brain cancer, liver cancer, bone cancer, oh, what the heck? Let's just get ready to leave rather than becoming chemo-conscious or cancer-conscious. Let me just go to Mayapur and absorb myself and throw overboard all different luggage and attachment and just get out of here, I mean, I hope when my time comes, then I can have hopefully this approach. I don't want to, do all kinds of treatments there to the very end and all this. No need. Yeah, but this is not so easy, to act. It requires some spiritual vision and it requires some Krishna consciousness, really, Yes, I mean, when I did my first time chemo in Melbourne, actually, in Australia, that's 12, 13 years ago, you get a lot of realizations when you go through these journeys, because chemo, usually people come every 3 weeks, I believe, and there's a whole ward where all these beds are in one open room usually, and you just are there for a few hours, you get your drip there, and then you go home. So most people, they come every 3 weeks, so you meet the same people. And naturally, you start talking. I remember once I had this fellow next to me, some old man. So usually the first thing people say is, so how many more treatments do you have to do? That's always the first way to strike up a conversation. And then, I answered, so then he said, yes, these treatments are terrible, but the alternative is also no good, meaning dying, So I just couldn't help myself. It just came out of my mouth and I just was saying to him, well, we all gonna have to die. This chemo is not saving us from death. And he was completely shocked. Yeah, but this is what people keep themselves in this illusion. That's why they're clinging on to these treatments, even if they're useless. Because actually chemo has only some little use before actually you have tumors everywhere. Once you have them everywhere, no even use to do chemo or surgery, because they pop up like mushrooms here, there, everywhere. So no use. One oncologist in Melbourne, he told me this, one of the best oncologists. I asked him straight out, So, but people are so in denial because there's so much ignorance there, so much fear of death. They have no clue what's happening. And because of this whole understanding, there's only one life, and then everything is finished, people cling on like anything. Yes. I mean, it's so pitiful to see, and what ignorance people are, and how they cannot confront this topic of death at all, Or then in the same hospital there also in Melbourne, there was this lady, my God, she was probably 75 or something. She had already a whole swollen belly, bloated belly, which means liver cancer, then the body accumulates all this water in the belly. And, she was last stage of cancer. And often when you do chemo, you lose your hair. So she had this wig on, with all these blonde curly hair, like a Barbie doll or something. And then these red cheeks with makeup, red lipstick, and I just was looking at her and thinking, oh my God, it's so sad. People just, they try, even in that moment when they're almost leaving their body, to try and look like they're 30 or something, Oh, it's so sad and almost grotesque, when you see people like that. So, I mean, for me, these 2 times chemo was a great preaching opportunity, I came every time with a whole bag full of Mahaprasada from Radha Vallabha in Melbourne, and I had some books, and I was just, talking to people, preaching to them, and so everybody knew me as, oh yeah, the Hare Krishna lady who distributes the food, Yes, I mean, as a devotee, you can turn around any calamity and make it into an exciting preaching program. So for me, it was quite exciting to go through this, and you get so much realization. I mean, I wouldn't want to miss these, these 2 times cancer. It was really a good time of my life, actually. And the second time, that's when I started writing, actually. So that first book, the red one, I put together during chemo. I used that time. I thought, now is my chance. I better write. So if I hadn't had this cancer 2.5 years ago, there probably wouldn't be no books. I wouldn't have stopped traveling just to write, So it was perfect timing, Yeah, so, but there you see, how people are in so much denial, and often there's always this criticism there that, oh, chemo is all money making and the doctors are all pushing it. But it's not so much the doctors, it's the patients who can't stop it, who can't just say, okay, it looks like I'm going to have to leave this chemo, let's give up on it. No, they go on to the last breath because they have this hope, this maybe will save me. So it comes much more from the patients than from the doctors, actually. But that people don't realize, They think it's all, maybe to some extent, maybe also the doctors are of course earning something. But my experience is, if the patient really wants to know, then the doctors tell you a clear prognosis, that give you the clear information. But if the patient doesn't want to hear, the patient doesn't ask, You know, what is my situation? How much lifespan do I have? And is it worthwhile or whatever, you know? If the patient doesn't want to know, then the doctor will not tell you, you know, because the doctor doesn't want to shock the patient and confront them with this news, or you have to die or soon or something. So it's very much up to the patient, how open the patient is. But then if the patient is open, then the doctors will also tell. You know. Yeah, so I mean, it was quite an interesting experience. So, but you get a lot of realization, you know, and it made me really appreciate Krishna consciousness. That I thought, oh, thank God, Prabhupada saved us from this ignorance, you know. It's so sad if people cannot at all deal with the situation, and there's no idea of preparing, you know, no idea. So they're just so suffering and depressed and ignorance, and you know they can't deal with it. You know? So it's very sad. Yeah. So very often, you know, our treatments we do in that terminal stage is basically to bring us to the point of acceptance. We will come back to this later, because the main and most difficult part in the whole process of dying, leaving one's body, is really the step to accept it. That's the toughest one. But then once we have accepted, you know, then all right, we come to terms with it and we let go of so many hopes and illusions and so on. But yes, while we have this hope to somehow be cured and stay here, then it's so much more difficult to leave because we're so clinging onto life and so on. You know. Yeah. Yes, I have mentioned here the concept of Artabana health insurance. You want to hear about this? Yes, please. I think it is an interesting concept for devotees. I am part of this Artabana health insurance. It's like an alternative health insurance concept which is existing in Germany, Austria and Switzerland, in the German-speaking countries. And some fellow invented this. He's not a devotee or something, but Satchidananda Swami knows him quite well, and he cultivated him a little bit. And the whole principle goes like this, that there is groups of about 10, 12, 15 people, and they meet regularly and encourage each other to lead a healthy life. And at the same time, they put monthly some contribution into a pot. Like, I'm in a group in Germany only of devotees. There's some devotee groups in Germany, but most of them are non-devotees. So we pay 60 euros per month, which for the Western world is peanuts. It's nothing, 60 euros, you know. So and of these 60 euros, some percentage goes into your fund, and I think 60% or something goes in one's own fund. 20% goes into an emergency fund for the group, and 20% goes to an emergency fund for other groups. So, and there is no administrational fee or anything involved. You know, just one person from the group is doing the accounting. Actually, from our group, they're living here in Mayapur. Sudevi, Mataji, and what's her husband's name? Oh, can't remember. From Germany. They live here with their 2 children. So she does the bookkeeping and informs everybody, so like that. So, and let's say when I did my chemo and my surgery 2.5 years ago, first I have notified them, so I have cancer, I have to do this surgery and chemo. So, and then first of all, my fund covers. Then if my fund is empty, then the group is asked. So who wants to give something? Oh no, first then comes the emergency fund for the group. So, and if that's also not enough, then the members ask, anybody wants to give something from their fund, and they can either lend it and pay back later, or they can donate it. So, and if that's also not enough, then you ask other groups around you. Yes, and the principle is, that when I'm in an emergency situation, then hopefully people will help me, and when others have an emergency, then we will help them, So it's very much based on personal relationships. Even in our group, everybody knows each other. Actually, they're all usually regularly meeting in Germany. I'm kind of the only one who never takes part in any meetings because I'm always traveling. So, but they mercifully accepted me in their group. So if anybody wants to join the group, the whole group is asked, so here's this person, so-and-so, some introduction. Do you want to have this person in our group or not? Like that. So the group also determines what is covered from that. If childbirth is covered, or dental thing is covered, or eye, things, your glasses, this, that, Ayurvedic treatments, this, that, so the group always decides what is covered. So, and they meet regularly and encourage each other in a healthy diet and exercise, because it's in everybody's interest that everybody in the group is as healthy as possible. So, and I mean, this, you can even Google it. If you Google Athabana, you will find it. And all over Germany, Austria, Switzerland, this Athabana, they have quite a few million euros in assets, Yes. And there has never been a case which could not be covered.
Wow.
Yes. Even though Germany, if you are down with something in Germany, you are up for a big bill, I mean, I did everything in India. This was about the 10th of the price what I would have paid in Germany, Yes. So, and for me, all my treatments, Athabana covered it all, my group. Even my Ayurvedic Panchakarma I did afterwards in Bangalore after the chemo. They helped me with everything, Of course, my fund was empty, but this is 2.5 years ago. So meanwhile, I've accumulated again something there, because every month 60 euros goes in there. So it's actually a pretty good concept, because the fee you pay is not lost. Usually, when you join some commercial,
yes, they keep 35% as commission for the agent. And every year when you pay also, they get minimum 10%. So at 35% already gone.
Not only that, but the money is lost.
Yes.
The money is lost.
Yes.
Because how often do you have some big thing in your life, some accident or cancer? Often for many years, people are actually pretty healthy. And before I joined that thing, I had some fancy health insurance. I had to pay 350 euros every month. So if you calculate that over the years, this is a lot of money, and it's all lost. It's all wasted. And so much goes by just paying all these people who are sitting there in the offices. Like with this system, no money gets lost. It's all in the different funds. There's no money wasted for any maintenance and bureaucracy, and it's all based on personal relationships. I mean, for ISKCON, I think this would be ideal. And when I was in the devotee care committee there of the strategic planning, I made once a little presentation about this. And people liked it, but yeah, well, didn't get any further than that, you know. But like in countries like Ukraine, there's a lot of devotees. You need a minimum of people who take part in it to have enough capital, you know. If you only have a handful of people, if you only have 100 people or something, that will not be enough. You need a few thousand people who take part in this. Yes, and the idea is small groups, just 12, 15 people, you know, very easily accessible, and one can overlook it easily, you know, not impersonal system there and so on. You know. Yeah, so anyway, I mean, for countries like India or Ukraine, where there's a lot of devotees, it is a very good system, I'd say, you know. Of course, the downside, like in Germany, is, for example, that people who are working in an official job, they have to have a health insurance, and they don't accept this Autobahn. Because it's not a government thing, and it's not, you know, yeah. So many devotees who have regular jobs, they can't even be in such an insurance. It's only for people who have no regular employment. They can be in it, you know. Yes. Artabana, you've got it on your sheet here. The concept of Artabana health insurance. You know, at the end of the attitude towards medical treatment, still lesson 3.
Very, very, very powerful system. Very nice.
Yeah, it is. It is.
I'll make a separate clip of this. Vedic insurance.
Vedic insurance? No, I mean, don't call it like that. It's got nothing to do with Vedic or something, you know. But yeah, I just came across it in Germany and I thought, wow, this sounds good. And I joined them because I didn't want to pay 350 euros there, because my situation is I'm nowhere registered as living. You know, I have no permanent residency because I'm always moving. So I cannot even take any regular health insurance in any country, because you have to be a permanent resident in any country, you know. So, yeah, so for me this is fantastic, you know. At first I was also a little doubtful, will this really work and so on, but then I thought, all right, let me try it. And yeah, I mean, I put it to a test 2.5 years ago and everything was nicely covered, you know. Yes, yes. Yes.
Can group decide that they want to ask one of them go away from the group if, for example, don't follow some rules, don't want to live healthy life?
I mean, theoretically, it could be possible, but I mean, better to decide this before. And I mean, it's not, we can't force people there to accept a certain lifestyle or something, you know. I mean, sometimes we get requests from some other groups where people have AIDS and this and that, you know, or even some diseases which are connected with breaking the principles or what, you know. So sometimes we're also a little bit there in conflict, should we give something or not, and so on, you know. But yeah, I mean, theoretically, probably this could be done to kick somebody out, but I don't think, at least in our group, this has never happened, you know. Yes. I once proposed this to Achyuta Prabhu in Ukraine. I gave him a whole presentation. He's the regional secretary in Ukraine, you know. And he liked it, he was interested, but it needs somebody who really takes it up, you know. But in Ukraine it could be easily connected with a mentorship program, because you've got already all these groups, you know. Yes, you got the groups already. And this is much better, I think, than some Bhaktivedanta fund which we have in Ukraine there, where just some more well-off greenhouses give some money to. I think this system is much better where everybody actually contributes something rather than just some rich people putting something in the fund and then, oh, here I'm sick, I need some money, you know? Because if we put some little thing every month, you accumulate quite something, you know? So like that, everybody is contributing in their own little way there. And also has some interest to keep some healthy life, there the individual people take more responsibility rather than, oh, not worrying at all about health insurance and then, oh, sorry, I need some help here. You know, this, I find this cultivates more some irresponsibility. But if everybody really puts something aside and some fund like that, and you have a special bank account, and of course, yeah, we have to be sure that nobody runs off with the money there that accumulates and all that, you know. So, but yeah, this can all be arranged, that there's several people who are joint account holders and so on, you know, this can all be arranged, you know. Yes. Yes.
What happens to the devotee's fund when if the devotee dies, the person dies, what happens to his fund?
What happens when he dies? Oh, well, most likely he will empty his fund with all kinds of needs before he leaves, you know.
But if he has normal death, if he has a normal death, if he doesn't utilize his funds?
I don't really know. I mean, there was some discussion in our group what happens, because sometimes people have to leave the group. If they, for example, they take up a regular job and they need some, you know, conventional health insurance, which is compulsory in Germany, then they leave the group. And there was some discussion whether they can take more than their personal fund, whether they can also take some money from the emergency fund, you know. But I really thought this is not fair, you know, we've paid in for emergency fund, so I mean, how can the system function if everybody takes even the emergency fund along? All right, your personal fund, no problem, you can take that, but not the emergency funds, you know. This cannot function, you know. But what we do when the person dies, don't know. Maybe if he's got a wife or a husband, maybe they take the personal fund or something, you know. Or if there's nobody else there, oh well, then we take it as a donation, gets into the emergency fund or something, you know. Yes. Yes. Any other question? Well, we can just read these two quotes here. Third Canto, 25th chapter, verse 39-40. Thus, the devotee who worships me, the all-pervading Lord of the universe, in unflinching devotional service, gives up all aspirations to be promoted to the heavenly planets or to become happy in this world with wealth, children, cattle, home, or anything in relationship with the body. I take him to the other side of birth and death. Yeah, so I mean, that's the thing. You know, all our hopes and aspirations have to be smashed, and very often this takes place through all kinds of treatments which are not successful. And that brings us to the point, okay, let's give up on it and let's just get ready to leave. So now the next one is pretty funny. It's from Kundamala Stotra, verse 37, the purport. One can see enlightenment among the elderly at pilgrim sites in India, especially in Vrindavan. There one sees many old people visiting temples with intense devotion early in the morning. Hundreds of old people walk the circumambulation parikrama path, despite physical debilities. Some are bent nearly double. You know, sometimes you see these old people completely bent. Someone might criticize that these people are not being provided with a Western medical treatment that could add a few years to their lives or ease their pain But the sincere Babajis and widows of Vrindavan who somehow make their way every morning to see Krishna in the temples and who call out Jai Radhe are actually fortunate and most intelligent. They are taking the Krishna Rasayan, the elixir that will grant them eternal life in Krishna's spiritual abode. The Vedic Shastras recommend that one drink this elixir from the beginning of life, but even if one neglects to do so earlier, one should by all means drink it during the waning days of life, and thus cure the disease of repeated birth and death. So it's pretty nice, you know. It captures in a nutshell this different approach to old age and disease. You know, that the material mood is, oh yeah, this surgery, that surgery, straighten up the spine, replace the hip joint, there's that, you know. But here the spiritual approach is, doesn't matter. Even when the person is almost double bent, you know, let them go to Vrindavan, let them take the ultimate medicine, you know, and go on parikrama and yes, make this life their last life, you know. So it's quite nicely explained. Yes. I mean, you may know this nice film which Lokanath Maharaj put together, The Lost Village, right? Anybody seen that, The Lost Village? Yeah, a few of you. I remember there is one part in it where it is explained how in the early days there was no need for big hospitals and clinics, and that practically all our diseases come about through our artificial lifestyle, you know? And they were saying that if people have enough exercise, and there was this picture where the women are grinding with big stones, you know, grains and dough and all this. So if they're grinding and they're harvesting and they're eating what's freshly harvested from the field, and they have enough exercise, people don't really get that sick, you know. And all right, every village had their Kaviraj there, their doctor, you know, who knows all the herbs and this and that. But all these big fancy clinics, you know, I mean, the West is full of them, all these rehabilitation clinics and this thing and that thing. They're actually all an effect of this crazy artificial lifestyle. You know, it really hit me when I saw this movie, you know. Yes, my God, you know. But we keep ourselves in this illusion that our life is getting better and better and more progress, and science, medical science is always progressing, and you know, but still there's always new diseases coming, you know, so it doesn't matter how advanced medical science is, there's always new diseases coming, you know. And Prabhupada also in one purport he says in the Bhagavatam, the material body is designed to be diseased. Designed. It's part of life in the material world. Sooner or later there will be disease, you know, we can't avoid it. So yeah, I mean, it's quite, you know, with spiritual vision we have a whole different outlook on this, you know. Okay, any more final question to the topic of disease? The difference is clear that we have to be dutiful on one hand and maintain our health, but on the other hand, we can't hang on to it when, you know, too much, when there's not much hope, you know, then better to let go, you know.
Like this whole seminar was going on about that we were discussing. I was just wondering, and also in previous seminars, I was wondering why, like association with cow at any stage, you know, is not discussed so much, like, or actually not discussed, right? Because when we read also Prabhupada moves on. Prabhupada talks in a different way about cows, and when he was reading the body, Varnashram was 50%, which he didn't know, he said. So why we don't discuss association with cows for our own purity? Because like I have, I'll give a simple example. One of my good friends, the scientist, he made a machine called parameter.
He made what?
A machine, small machine called parameter. So when he took that meter to every being, every species, like cows, dog, so that machine showed 3, 4 human beings, it showed 2, 3 out of 10. But when he went to cow, at 10 meters distance, it was already full. 10 out of 10. And then he did an experiment with that. He got one lady, because he was following Shastra. So he did his experiment based on Shastra. So he got one lady who was sick. And she also showed 1.5 aura. And she asked, just do 108 parikrama of the cow. Okay. She did that. And after parikrama, he checked her meter, it was 7. And he said that if aura is rectified, the disease is rectified. Because when you get any disease in your body, 1 month before that, that particular organ of your body, the aura will come down. When you can also do the aura scanning of individual organs. So this is one experiment. Second, I did with my friends on mad people. There is a hospital in Bangalore where they school for mad kids. And when I went to interview that kid, first that owner of that, he took me to Goshara manager. And I was talking to him and he said, I will teach you how to manage cows and all that. He looked like normal, but there was something weird about him. So I asked, what is going on wrong? Like, something is there. He said he was completely mad man. He stayed with the cows for 3 years and now he's able to teach you how to manage a Goshara. So, and I made a film, there's a whole film on it. So my point is, if a madman can fix, if our devotional life, our spiritual life with cow, why are we not talking about that? Generally, because then our 400 cows are here, and we don't see so many goats coming, like we have all 5,000 of them. They're not coming here, we don't know anything. So we connected, it would need so much.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I heard, for example, just to add, I heard this one amazing thing that, vegetarians often have vitamin B12 deficiency. And the easiest way, actually, for the human body to assimilate vitamin B12 is by working with cows.
Also,
through the air, from cow stool.
Raw milk has vitamin B12. The raw milk has vitamin B12. I want to try it because the grass also has.
But I find it even more amazing. I mean, I heard this from Priyavata Prabhu, who is the Minister for Food for Life. He wrote an article about this, that actually if we work with cow stool, then through the air, breathing it in, the body assimilates vitamin B12. And I thought, wow, this is amazing. Krishna's system. Because we are actually meant to live like this, that we have cows. So it's very true. So all these things, like even gardening, this becomes now a therapy. People, even in the outside world, people have discovered that this gardening is really making the mind peaceful, and it makes people more grounded, and it's good for the mind, and so the gardening has become a treatment, and dealing with cows also. I'm very well aware of this, but I mean, here we don't want to get into all different alternative treatment plans or something.
I'll give one more point, just about gardening, just a little bit. I have I get a lot of calls from autistic kids or kids who are not speaking up to 4 years age. So I give treatment for that, like my. So first thing when a patient, mother calls, so what medicine I have to give and all that. So first thing I ask the kid that I have a free therapy before you buy. So that is 2 weeks you will do. And the therapies don't show any screens, mobile or TV to the kid. Second, Let him play with the soil. Just only toy you should be having is the soil. Don't let him do gardening and all. And 86% times they never call back for medicine. Kids started speaking in 2 weeks. So this is that powerful.
Yes, I mean, this we can all summarize in the point that our lifestyle has become so completely crazy and artificial, you know, that all kinds of disturbances come from that. And if we just, you know, add all these natural ways of life and how we are meant to live according to Krishna's recommendation, then actually everything is quite nicely in balance, you know. It's really a fact, it's true. So let us move on and introduce the topic of death, our final challenge. We're still at the end of lesson. Hang on. Yeah, lesson 3. And then comes lesson 4, exactly. Yeah, so let us read a few quotes here. 2:1:15. At the last stage of one's life, one should be bold enough not to be afraid of death, but one must cut off all attachment to the material body and everything pertaining to it and all desires thereof. You know? So that's basically one goal of the Vanaprastha, that we become bold enough not to be afraid. And this simply comes through preparing. You know, tomorrow we will get more into the details how we are meant to prepare. But of course the first step is always to get some knowledge, what actually is happening there, you know. That will destroy our ignorance. Then the next one, 4:27-24 in the purport. Because a devotee rigidly follows the instructions of Narada Muni, he has no fear of old age, disease or death. Apparently a devotee may grow old, but he is not subjected to the symptoms of defeat experienced by a common man in old age. Consequently, old age does not make a devotee fearful of death, as a common man is fearful of death. When Jara, or old age, takes shelter of a devotee, Kalakanya, that's the daughter of time, meaning she's somehow in charge of invalidity here, I have made some notes there, diminishes the devotee's fear. A devotee knows that after death he is going back home, back to Godhead. Therefore he has no fear of death. Thus, instead of depressing a devotee, advanced age helps him become fearless and thus happy. You know? So it's a completely different approach to death. Materialist, spiritualist. Very, very different. 3:26:16. The influence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is felt in the time factor, which causes fear of death due to the false ego of the deluded soul who has contacted material nature. Yeah, so as we know, Krishna says, time I am, right? And through this time factor, Krishna makes everything deteriorate. You know? So, I mean, it's very tricky, really, how Krishna built up this whole game here of the material world. It's probably the most perfect computer game here that can ever be designed. You know, this whole game of the material world, living entities buzzing around, trying to get out, and you know, so quite interesting. Bhagavad Gita 10:34, Mrityu Savaharasam, I am all-devouring death. And purport, as soon as a man is born, he dies at every moment. Thus, death is devouring every living entity at every moment. But the last stroke is called death itself. That death is Krishna. So basically we can say we can't avoid surrendering to Krishna. You know? Either we surrender voluntarily to his beautiful form of Shyamasundara or Madhava, or to his ghastly form of death. But we can't escape it. You know? Yes. So a materialist meets death as being fearful. What else? Not only fearful, much more even. Horrifying. People are horrified, you know, completely. It's the most ghastly, most unwanted moment. Really, you know. People are, as we said, in so much denial, just sweeping the topic under the carpet, not wanting to confront themselves with this whole topic, you know, out of ignorance, you know. But for devotee, how does a devotee meet death?
Complete surrender.
Yeah, surrender, and actually also joyful, you know. It's quite a glorious moment there, because especially if we have a little prepared, you know, then we can look forward to that moment when we get the chance to actually get out of here, get on the plane, back home, back to Godhead, you know. So it's a very different outlook on death, really. You know? And Prabhupada gives us this analogy with a cat's jaws catching a mouse or a kitten. You know, so the mouse, for the mouse, the cat's jaw is fearful, meaning death, but for the kitten, the same jaws is the loving embrace, you know, because the mother is carrying the kitten from this place to that place, and so in the same way, it's just an analogy that, yeah, for the materialist, it's like the mouse sees the cat's jaws with great fear, but for devotee, it's just Krishna's loving embrace, finally taking the devotee to his abode. So it's a different approach, you know. And also let's remember, Srimad Bhagavatam comes about by Parikshit Maharaj inquiring about the duty of a person facing death, you know. So this is for our benefit, really, you know. All the instructions are given what a person is meant to do when they're facing death. So, and yeah, that drives away the ignorance when we get that spiritual knowledge from the Bhagavatam. And that will drive away our fear, really. You know, fear always comes about through ignorance, really, because we don't know what happens and then we are fearful, you know. Yes, also we can say old means we are just about to die. So when we say we are 5 years old, it means we are 5 years closer to death. You know, so at every moment we are actually dying, you know. So yes, I'm 61 years closer to death, and so on. So, you know, that's how we can see, even in the language, how old are you? We don't ask how young are you, but how old are you? Meaning how much closer to death are you? You know, basically. Yes. And I mean, we have nice examples from the Shastra and also from our life in ISKCON, from our personalities, like death of Vritrasura. For those who don't remember, Vritrasura was Chitraketu in his previous life. So he was actually a devotee, but he was cursed by Mother Parvati to take birth in a demon's body. So, and that demon's body, he had to fight against Indra. And he knew exactly that he would be killed. But he joyfully and happily was fighting. you know. And then there's even the situation where Indra by mistake drops his weapon. And usually in a fight, when one person drops the weapon, it actually means you're defeated. So when Indra drops his weapon, he's all confused. Oh, what are we going to do now? So then Vitrasura preaches to him, come on, what's wrong? Pick up your weapon, fight, kill me, do your duty. You know, so in a very joyful way, he is fighting. And I find this is a very nice example of how a devotee meets death, just like Vitrasura. Because then later it is described that it takes Indra a whole year to saw off Vitrasura's head, you know, because he's got this big demon's body, so it takes him a whole year to cut off his head. And Vitrasura is just in samadhi, you know, he just withdraws and you know, meditates on Krishna, and you know, so. And we can almost say this is like a terminal disease, you know? Like we have cancer or something, it's like Indra cutting off Vitrasura's head here, takes 1 year. So, and yes, but Vitrasura, in all joy, he looks forward to this moment, you know? There's no fear there and horror and this and that, but he's, you know, fully Krishna conscious because he is a great elevated soul. And that's actually really a nice example of how a devotee leaves his body, you know. Even externally it might look all horrible and oh, he's fighting and head cut off and all this, or disease or whatever. But this is just the external thing, you know. But from a spiritual point of view, yeah, it is just the process how we can finally get out of here. Yeah, so Vitrasura sets a very nice example. Yes.
Did it take 1 year to go?
Huh?
Did it take 1 year to go and cut
As far as I remember, it says 1 year in the Bhagavatam.
He was alive.
Huh?
Was he alive? Vitrasura alive within his body?
Yes, kind of.
Because I had that he just went back within just 15, 18 days. And when he got the birth as Vitrasura, this war took place only 15 to 18 days and he went back to body after the death, being killed by him.
Well, check it out in the Bhagavatam. As far as I remember, it was 1 year. But I may be wrong, maybe I mixed it up. Admiral Prabhu?
Similar memory.
1 year. Yeah, because immediately when I went...
Those bones of the Chimani, the thing is that that's the point when the Indra was discouraged because he was using his vajra, his lightning bolt, and it was doing nothing. And he was like, what's going on? And then the Sasa said, yeah, pick up those bones. That was the instruction. With those you can kill me.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it was quite a long fight, and really I have that 1 year somehow in memory, and that made me think, oh, gee, this is just like having cancer, and you've got 1 year to live, you know? So you can kind of compare that, you know? Yes. So I'm pretty sure it took quite a while there, you know? Yes, yes. Also, Dhruva Maharaj, you know, when death came, he actually, death paid obeisances to him. And what did Dhruva Maharaj do? He put his foot on his head to get on the plane, you know? So like that, we can use death as a stepping stone to go back home, back to Godhead. So that was Dhruva Maharaj's approach here, you know? Or here, death of Srivas Pandit's son during Kirtan. This is also a quite amazing story, you know. Mahaprabhu had this full-on kirtan, and Srivas Pandit's son left his body, and all the ladies were lamenting and crying, but, you know, Srivas told them to be quiet. He didn't want to disturb the kirtan there of Mahaprabhu, but then Mahaprabhu could feel, oh, something is going on here. So, and then, you know, Srivas Pandit's son even came back for a moment, you know, and he was preaching to them, giving them the information, yes, no need to lament, I'm simply moving on, and so yeah, there's quite a few nice stories, where we can see the example of great personalities leaving, and of course Srila Prabhupada's example of leaving this world, also very amazing, how he was so focused and he was really treating his body like a vehicle, seeing, oh, is it worthwhile, can I still use it for preaching, or maybe no use, and then he just left, and he was always telling the devotees, don't put me in the hospital, don't put me in the hospital, Yes, he was really, really against any life-extending measures there in clinics and all this kind of thing, So actually this kind of, ideally this is the attitude we should have, and I've come across this a few times, that devotees were in the holy dham, but then in the last minute they were panicking. Oh, let's go to the hospital in Delhi or something, or Mumbai, and then they left there on the ICU ward somewhere, Yes, and it's kind of sad, rather than staying in the holy dham and just accepting the fact and focusing and preparing and, surrounded by devotees with kirtan and care and so on, rather than let me quickly go to the hospital, So it's almost, there is these testing moments, where Krishna tests us. So do we have that faith and we can focus and just remember Krishna, or are we panicking here in the last minute and rather taking shelter of some hopes to be saved in the ICU ward somewhere or something? So, yes.
I have a question. While I was just hearing you, I just one thought. If somebody is working very hard all his life and has done too many different kind of challenges, or his work is giving him pain, So I think for some people that is very simple. What do you think?
As I was sharing my experiences even from the chemo ward there, even if people are suffering so much, but still it is not simple. People are hanging on to their life like anything. Just by working hard all your life, and having a paining body, that doesn't mean you don't have attachment to staying here. Yes, no, unfortunately. Even if people are suffering so much, I think Prabhupada even tells a story where somebody is almost at the end of their life and the doctor comes, so how are you? Oh, I'm good, I'm all right actually, So that's the illusion, Yes, unfortunately. Also here, Govinda Maharaj, he had a pretty amazing departure, At Bhakti Siddhanta's, was it appearance or disappearance day here in Mayapur, was very extraordinary. That he was in the room with disciples, and they asked him about Lord Jagannath and Rath Yatra, and Maharaj was just talking about Krishna being in separation, and then while speaking he was unconscious, and from that he left. Yes. And they called the doctors and they said that he is not in a normal unconscious state or something, It was something a little extraordinary, his unconsciousness. And also, he was a little put off, he was a little sick and tired of being in this world, and there was a bit of tension there and so on, So he actually had a very exceptional departure, because I think he even made some comments that he wants to leave or something.
What I know is that after he became unconscious, basically we went in Samadhi.
Yes, I didn't want to say it like that, but yes.
And the devotee, early doctor, checked his pulse, and he said he's completely healthy.
It's completely
healthy, he's okay, healthy. And then after some time, again he checked, and while checking or something, he just left. Something like that. So he was basically, and that process, that period was also longer, not very short, I think. That state of unconsciousness was a little long. And then again he checked, and then he said, just left.
I mean, you can read it in When Good Fortune Arises, that book by Madhavananda Prabhu, When Good Fortune Arises. There he describes it, Yeah, so it was quite an extraordinary departure. Yeah, so I mean, there is a few examples around, of personalities who teach us how a devotee leaves this world, Yes, not all the world is in crying and in anxiety, but, in a more spiritual way.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Parikshit Maharaj was also there. He heard the Bhagavad Gita and he was ready. He fixed his mind on God and then Daksha came and burned his body in front of everyone.
Yes. And I mean, Parikshit Maharaj could have easily counteracted the curse, but he didn't. So you can even compare that with a terminal diagnosis, And he didn't try and defend and counteract and all this, but he just accepted, okay, let me use the last 7 days here to get ready, The topic of death, what actually happens at that moment. So first of all, let us understand, death we can see like really being the final exam, the final test. What is most important and most dear to us? That's what we are tested. So if any relationship is more dear to us than our relationship with Krishna, we will have to come back and finish that more important business. Or if any other things are more important than serving Krishna, again, we have to come back. So that's basically what death is in a nutshell. We are tested which relationship and what is most important to us. And interestingly, I mean, death is really the only thing in life which is 100% sure. Right? Everything else, we don't know. Maybe it will happen, maybe it will not happen. We don't know. But death, 100% sure. To each and every one of us here, let's be clear in this. Death will happen sooner or later. We will have to face this moment, But yet, we are so much in denial and we are so expert to pretend that it will never happen to us. That's really the illusion we keep ourselves in. We think, it will happen to everybody else, but definitely not to me. Yeah. And there is that story where Yamaraj asked Yudhishthira Maharaj, what is the most amazing thing in this world? And he answers, yes, the most amazing thing in this world is exactly that. That every day so many people die, but those who are staying behind, they keep themselves in this illusion that it will never happen to them, and therefore they don't prepare. They don't even inquire, And I mean, I was working in medical fields before I met the devotees. So this was one thing which fascinated me, because several times in my work I saw people dying. And I was always intrigued, I was always inquisitive, what actually is taking place there? What is happening at that moment? But I couldn't really find anywhere any answers. Nobody could explain. But it would be, it would be intelligent that if we know that something is happening definitely, that we would be inquisitive in this regard, that we want to know what is happening there, what is happening afterwards. Maybe I can prepare, maybe I have some influence on this situation, maybe I can somehow influence it. I mean, that would be, a sign of intelligence. But what do? We just completely sweep it out, under the almirah, under the carpet. We just don't want to see it, and we don't want to think about it, And then when death is knocking on our door here, when somebody dies or when we get some terminal diagnosis here, then so unexpected. Why unexpected? No, it has to be expected at any time, actually. The fact that we think it's so unexpected, it just shows how much we are in denial. Right? Yes, I mean, like, in Germany, people write in the newspapers, they announce who died, and then often there's these announcements, our dear father, husband, whatever, died so unexpectedly. It's always so unexpectedly. But this just reflects how much we keep ourselves in this illusion that it will never happen to us. Even though Krishna gives warnings in so many ways, that the body is aging, hair falling out, teeth falling out, you get disease, cancer once, cancer twice. How many more warnings do we need? No, really, really, But still, we pretend it will never happen to us, Sometimes also devotees ask me, so now you are cured? I always laugh and say, well, the material body can never be cured. It is meant to be diseased. So you may think now I'm cured, and then tomorrow you get run over by a truck, So what's the big deal about your cure, So material body can never be cured, Already such an answer such a question shows that we don't get the point that death is inevitable, Sooner or later, there's no cure there, and we make so many plans how to live nicely, but actually we should make plans how to die nicely. And if we make plans how to die nicely, then we live nicely, and we also die nicely. That's Krishna consciousness, our plan how to die nicely. But if we make plans how to live nicely, we've got nothing. We don't live nicely, we don't die nicely. We've got nothing, So best to make plans how to die nicely, and then we have such a joyful, blissful life, and hopefully we also live in a glorious way. Let me just present a few things, And actually we can understand death to be like a mysterious transformation. Soul simply giving up one body and moving on the subtle body of mind, intelligence, false ego, that brings the soul to the next gross body. So once we more deeply understand what's happening there, it's actually not such a big deal. We've done it so many times already. So many times, we just don't remember. And it is simply, a mysterious transformation that we leave one gross shell of the body behind and we move into a new service situation. That's actually what it is. We change the service situations. Either again somewhere in this material world or in the spiritual world. If we have practiced, more or less sincerely Krishna consciousness, we have a guarantee that we will again be in the association of devotees. And we will have a service opportunity. So that's actually all we should desire. And where it will be, whether in the spiritual world or in the material world or somewhere where the Lord performs his pastimes, doesn't even matter so much, So in that way we can say death is simply a change of service situation, actually. A journey into an unknown service situation. That's what death is, actually. Not such a big deal. And I mean, in nature, we have similar transformations taking place, like caterpillar transforms into a butterfly. You know, he leaves the dry, dead caterpillar shell behind and flies off in the butterfly. Or even animals in winter season, they hibernate, you know, although they stay in the same body, but it can be compared to this cycle of entering some deep unconscious sleep, you know, and inactivity, and then awakening again and starting all over again. Actually, let us read here this first purport from 10:13:58. It says there, I think the first part is the verse. Lord Brahma's external consciousness then revived, and he stood up just like a dead man coming back to life. Opening his eyes, eyes with great difficulty, he saw the universe along with himself. So that's the verse. Then the purport. Actually, we do not die. At death, we are merely kept inert for some time, just as during sleep. At night, we sleep and all our activities stop. But as soon as we arise, our memory immediately returns and we think, oh, where am I? What do I have to do? This is called Suptotita Nyaya. Suppose we die. Die means that we become inert for some time and then again begin our activities. This takes place life after life according to our karma, our activities and our svabhav, or nature by association. Now in the human life, if we prepare ourselves by beginning the activity of our spiritual life, we return to our real life and attain perfection. So, a very nice description, you know, how death we simply become inert, unconscious, like some deep coma or something for some time, and then we start all over again. So, and that's what I wanted to express, what also takes place in nature. You know, the different animals like the bears in Canada or the hedgehogs, you know, the porcupines in Europe. They hide somewhere in winter under a whole pile of wood and they sleep for years, for 4 or 5 months. They don't eat, they don't drink, their whole metabolism changes, their breathing goes really slow. I mean, this is quite amazing how a living entity can survive like that without eating, drinking for, 4 or 5 months. And then when it gets warm, they come back to life, Or snakes in the winter season, they hibernate, we say. They hide somewhere, same thing, they become inactive. And then when it gets warm, they start all over again. Or even plants in Europe, in the heavy winter, trees all look dead. They lose all their leaves, everything, all the activities stop, The life force, I dare say, goes into the roots because there it's a little warmer. And all activity stops, looks dead. So then springtime comes, so life force goes back into the branches and there's little, leaves coming, flowers coming, fruits coming, and it all comes back to life. So this is the cycle of nature there. So in a similar way, we can compare that also with death and then rebirth, even though trees and those animals, they stay in the same body, but it is a similar experience there, So that's actually all it is. It's not something that terrifying, No, it's actually not. It's not. So, and then of course here 2:13, Dehinus Vinyatade, as the embodied soul continuously passes in this body from boyhood to youth to old age, the soul similarly passes into another body at death. So, a sober person is not bewildered by such a change. So, let's become a little sober here, Let's not get too bewildered here, Yes, yes. Yeah, I mean, it's really ignorance that makes people so horrified and bewildered, Or then, a very nice example is 2:22. As a person puts on new garments, giving up old ones, the soul similarly accepts new material bodies, giving up the old and useless ones. Very nice analogy. That's exactly what it is. Like we have an old pair of pants or old dirty sari. So at a certain stage we just decide, oh, it's useless, let's get rid of it, let's get a new pair. Same thing. I always make this joke with my mother, she's 90 now, and I'm always telling her, Mum, you're driving an old vehicle, your car's old, so things are falling apart, and she likes that joke, she laughs, yeah, I know, my vehicle is really old, and it's getting more and more useless. And she is very clear that she doesn't want any life extending measures. She made a whole document with a nota that she doesn't want to be put in a hospital and yes, I mean she has got a pretty good outlook on this. Yeah, she always tells me, oh, I wish I could leave, but somehow I'm still supposed to learn some lessons here, and I just can't go, Nobody's picking me up. Then another nice analogy, which always reminds me of Bangladesh, because there you can see this, 10:20:37. The fish swimming in the increasingly shallow water did not at all understand that the water was diminishing, just as foolish family men cannot see how the time they have left to live is diminishing with every passing day. And Prabhupada explains this. After the raining season, the water gradually goes down. When it's flooded, everything is flooded, so gradually water goes down. But stupid fish do not understand this. They are often stranded on the lake shores and river banks. Similarly, those infatuated with family life do not understand that the remainder of their life is constantly decreasing. Thus, they fail to perfect their Krishna consciousness and are stranded in the cycle of birth and death. Yeah, in Bangladesh you see this. After the raining season, water goes down, fish get stuck in the mud, and then you see all the kids and the young fellows, they go in the mud and they catch the fish, and take them home. So this is exactly what Prabhupada describes here, So human being, we are like the stupid fish. The water's going down, it's going down, it's going down, so you're going to be stuck. But the fish thinks, oh, it's so nice, swimming around, and then, oh, I'm stuck, So that's exactly, people, human being in ignorance, 4:29:66. The mind is the cause of the living entities attaining a certain type of body in accordance with his association with material nature. According to one's mental composition, one can understand what the living entity was in his past life, as well as what kind of body he will have in the future. Thus, the mind indicates the past and future bodies. So, this is also pretty interesting because, as we know, subtle body takes the soul to the next gross body, and depending on the composition of the subtle body, mainly the mind, but also intelligence, thoughts, ego, that will determine the next gross body. You know? So very much depending on what kind of desires, attachments we have. So then Krishna gives the perfect body to fulfill them. You know? And it's interestingly that there's an analogy in the Bhagavatam where it says, you know, that the mentality of the living entity fits into that body, gets like a glove fitting, like the hand fitting into the glove, and it always fits perfectly. You know, and the living entity feels fully satisfied with the deal he gets. You know, like Australia, people love to surf. You know, they're all mad for surfing. They spend 8 hours a day in the ocean surfing. So, next body, dolphin. No need for fancy equipment, diving suits and flippers and all that. It's all built in. You know, and you can just surf to your heart's content 24 hours a day. You know? Yes, or hang gliding, flying, you know, people get a kick out of that. So, alright, next life you can have an eagle, you know, or build in, no need for fancy equipment and working so hard to buy it, or, you know, you can just glide around there, you know. Yeah, so, I mean, that's how merciful Krishna is. He just fulfills perfectly the living entity's desires, attachments. You get the perfect body. And, you know, you can go for it, you know, like that. Yeah, so we were saying subtle body of mind, intelligence, thoughts, ego takes the soul to the next destination. And in 8th chapter, 5th verse in Bhagavad Gita, we have Antakale Chamanivasma Mukrakalevam. So, and whoever at the end of his life quits his body remembering me alone, at once attains my nature of this, there's no doubt. So Krishna says me alone, not me and my husband, my wife. We mentioned it already previously. So me alone, this is not so easy. This requires quite intense preparation, because, you know, that's what Vanapasta ashram is all about, because these family attachments, as we mentioned previously, they're so subtle, so deep, to actually remember Krishna alone. That's really the challenge. Not so easy. Also interesting, remembrance also comes from Krishna. Savasya Changri Disari Vistu Matasniti Jnanam Apurnascha. So from me comes knowledge, remembrance, forgetfulness. So we actually cannot force our way into remembering Krishna. It is actually up to Krishna. He has to be merciful to appear on the level of our mind. You know? And only then we can remember. And I remember this situation when I was a very new devotee. I had just joined, 4 or 5 months before. I had some minor little surgery, nothing really big, but I needed some anesthesia. And I had heard, yes, we should remember Krishna at the moment of death. So I was thinking, okay, let me try this. Whether I will remember Krishna at that moment when I fall unconscious. But to my great surprise, I couldn't remember Krishna. And I was surprised, and it really gave me some realization that it is not so easy to remember Krishna. Even though the situation was not such a terrifying moment, it was just some little thing, and I was lying there getting the injections to, fall asleep, and I did not remember Krishna. No, not at all. So, alright, I was a very young devotee, so yeah, Krishna didn't agree to appear on my mind there, But then I have another nice example from Ukraine, There's this one lady, Surabi Mataji. She had a stroke, and when the stroke is on the left side of the brain, then usually people are paralyzed on the right side, and it comes along with speech and memory loss. So when she had the stroke, she could not remember anything. Everything, her whole memory and speech was completely blank, completely deleted. She couldn't even remember her name. She couldn't say a single word. Nothing. It was all gone, completely blank. So, but the brain has quite some capacity to recover and regenerate, So then it came back after a while, and I asked her, I said, so what was it like? What feeling was it? Not even being able to remember your name. And you can't say anything, all the language, everything is gone. So what was it like? And she gave this amazing answer. She said, yes, it was quite scary, but one thing I could remember, the Maha Mantra. And she said, all I did was I was just chanting the Maha Mantra in my mind, and I knew I would be all right. And I thought that was really amazing, because she could not remember her own name. Nothing. But the Maha Mantra she could remember. I mean, obviously, this is really a sign how Krishna, allows us to remember. I thought that was really impressive. I mean, from medical terms, you cannot even explain this. How a person cannot remember anything, but the Maha Mantra they can remember. Krishna's name they remember. Their own name they cannot remember, but Krishna's name they can remember. I mean, this is almost mysterious, And there's another example like this also with one Prabhupada disciple, one Mataji. She left her body meanwhile. Isha, Mother Isha. Maybe you heard about it. There was Raja Swami wrote some article about her. And so she also had the same thing. She had a stroke. Also, left side of the brain, right side was paralyzed. Speech and memory was completely lost. And she was singing constantly the Maha Mantra. That's all she could express. She was just in kirtan, singing all day. And unfortunately, she ended up in a nursing home, an underworthy nursing home, because, America, nobody was taking care of her. So Naranja Swami knew her quite well, She was like the mother of the Boston temple there when he was a young bhakta. So he was sharing how he actually traveled all the way 2-3 hours drive to visit her. So, and then when he came to that nursing home, she couldn't even recognize him. She couldn't recognize him. And all she did was she was singing Hare Krishna. And first Maharaj was a little disappointed, saying, Mother Isha, you cannot remember me, Naranja, you cannot remember. So he was a little disappointed, but then he concluded actually the main important thing she remembers, the Maha Mantra. This is much more important than remembering me. So, and you can almost say it's Krishna's blessing and mercy, to delete everything else and allow a person to only remember the Maha Mantra. So she lived some more weeks or years in this nursing home, and then she left her body. But she was known in the whole nursing home as the lady who does the Hare Krishna chanting, So everybody knew her, and that's all she did. She was just singing all day. So I mean, sometimes Krishna's blessings come in all kinds of unusual ways. And in one sense you can say when you have a little bit of a spiritual vision, you can almost see like Krishna's joking, all right, let's give this person here some accident, and let's give this person some other thing, and all right, it's like Krishna joking here, playing his game, and we all, oh my God, accident, oh, so terrible, But from the level of the soul, it's just Krishna's jokes here, to shake us up and bewilder us, and will the person remember me? Let's see. So he's just distributing, to everybody here. There's a certain way of departure, how they're leaving, So to test them, will they remember me at that moment of death? So it's quite funny, Yes. So then, of course, Bhadmaj is always a famous example, of illustrating this principle that whoever or whatever we remember at the moment of death, so that determines our next existence. And we talked about it last week, how Bhadmaj, because he didn't have sheltering relationships, he got carried away with his deer. And how even on the level of bhava, the transcendent emotions, they can turn back into material attachments. Very dangerous. It's a warning to us, how subtle the whole thing is, even on that advanced level. And then, there is the interesting story with Raghava Das. Who of you knows the story with Raghava? Only 3, so then it's worthwhile telling. So Raghava Das was a Prabhupada disciple in London, British body. He was a brahmachari, book distributor. And he left his body in a car accident. Actually, last time I was in Bhaktivedanta Manor, I met that Prabhupada disciple who was the driver in the car accident. Are you from the Manor? No.
I just read that on the books. It is
Yes. Anyway, I met him for the first time, so because this is one of my stories I like to share, because it's really creates some impact in people's minds. So in any case, Raghava Das left his body in a car accident. On the way back from a marathon back to the temple, driver fell asleep, common thing, and car crash, and Raghava left his body. So, and now, and then they informed Prabhupada, Raghava left his body. Prabhupada was not bewildered. It's all right, he will continue in his next life. He had completely spiritual vision, no big deal, no problem. Body became useless, so he will continue. So now, through astrology, you can prove. You don't know the story, Prabhu? No?
Sure.
Yeah, I told the story in Soho at the Sunday feast, and then this Ratnavali Mataji wrote me an email. She lives in London. So in any case, so through astrology, you can prove that the soul, which was in Raghava's body, took now birth in a female Mataji's body. Female Mataji, sorry. Indian, I meant Indian Mataji's body. So before Raghava was a British man's body, now she is in an Indian Mataji's body. You can prove it through astrology. If you Google Raghava and Ratnavali, her name is now Ratnavali Devi Dasi, you get the whole story, but don't Google now, please. Do it later.
This whole story also came up in
So, and she's a disciple of Bhakti Churu Swami Maharaj. And you can prove it through astrology. On the internet you will find the whole story, how to prove it on astrology. I'm not an astrologer, so I cannot remember. But in any case, not only that, she also in dreams, she often saw all kinds of experiences she had in Raghava's body, you know. And from small childhood onwards, she was very attracted to Krishna consciousness, and she immediately took up the process. And when she meets different bodhisattvas in London area, there's still so many there who knew Raghava, like that driver who I met. You know, with some of them she can feel some deeper connection. Oh, we know each other, you know, because they know each other from previous life, you know. So it's a well-established fact that Raghava Das is now Ratnavali Devi Das, you know. So then, Bhakti Chud Swami Maharaj, when he heard the story first time, he asked her a question. What do you think? What would be the most obvious question to ask? What do you think?
Who did you see before dying?
Yeah, what happened? What the hell happened? You were in a British man's body, so now you are in an Indian Mataji's body. What the hell happened? What did you think of? Who did you remember? So Ratnavali was researching this question. So she asked all different bodhisattvas, and then they remembered, yes, when Raghava Prabhu was coming back to the temple from Sankirtan, he used to do puja. You know? Sankirtan, we often get a little unregulated and neglecting the rules, so then good to do some puja and become more clean and regulated again. So, and there was an Indian Mataji serving in the pujari room. Yes. So, and probably most of you think now, so they must have had some little love affair there or something. But no, it was the opposite. They had some tension. They always were quarreling. Yes. So, I mean, we can just imagine, with a little bit of imagination, we can imagine probably he was saying, oh, Mataji, why can't your little auntie tray is not nice and polished, and the flowers have no smell, how can I offer them to the Lord? And so there was always a bit of tension there. So that was enough for Raghava to do another world round in the material world. Yes. I mean, when I heard this story about 10 or 15 years ago or something, it actually left deep impressions on me. I first of all realized it's not so easy to go back to Godhead, because we may think he was a Prabhupada disciple, he was a brahmachari, he was a book distributor, dying on the battlefield. Sure, he would have gone back to Godhead, but no, he didn't. Not so easy. And even more interesting, the aversions are just as entangling as the attachments. As we say, attachment and aversion are the two sides of the same coin. So not only the attachments make us come again, but the dislikes, the aversions also. Because aversions are also based on some kind of attachment, on being attached to being averse. It's also an attachment. Yes. So I mean, my God, we often don't consider that we have to work through all these attachments and aversions, because even the aversions, they occupy some place in the mind. There's some material attachment there. And that all has to be worked through, all given up. I mean, how many things or how many persons we are averse to, we dislike. So that all has to be worked through and dissolved. We all have to throw it overboard. So it's quite a bit of a job, you know. Yes. Yes. So, I mean, and I saw pictures. When you Google the whole story, you will find photos. You find a photo of Raghava. You find a photo of this Indian Mataji who served in the Pujari room. And you find a photo of Ratnavali Mataji. And when I saw the photos, I cracked up laughing. Why? Very similar. You can see how Ratnavali Mataji's face is a mixture of Raghava's features and that Indian Mataji's features. Yes, you can see, you know, she's got the eyes and the nose of Raghava and the rest is from the Mataji. Yes, I mean, I was so blown away, you know, when I heard this whole story and saw this. It really brought our philosophy to life for me, you know, that I realized, wow, it's not just something written in Bhagavad Gita. That's how it works. That's the laws of nature, whether you believe it or not. Doesn't matter whether you're Hindu or Muslim or Christian, that's how it goes. You know, yeah, I mean, it really blew my mind. And I find this an excellent story for Sunday Feast programs. No, seriously, why are you laughing? No, I mean, Sunday Feast program, Sunday Feast lectures, you have to choose a topic which is good for a complete newcomer, but also gives some food for thought for the practicing devotees. So this is excellent. I mean, people are usually blown out. Doesn't matter whether it's somebody who comes the first time or whether it's a Prabhupada disciple. If they don't know the story, well, you know, it makes them think. Yeah, I mean, that's really quite a significant point that, you know, the aversions also have to be worked through, you know. Yes, and whatever phase we may be having now, so this is not a coincidence, you know. That's a mixture, you know, of most likely our previous features, plus some features of a person who we were either attached or averse to. Yes. So let's understand, why does Ratnavali have some features of Raghava? Why are there some features of Raghava's face also in there? Huh?
Because he was also attached to himself.
Yes, because we are all attached to our facial features. How many times are we looking in the mirror and think, oh, this is me? Yes, so beautiful, so handsome. You know? Oh, I'm getting old. Oh, I need some cream. You know, I mean, we identify so much with our face, right? So naturally, there's also something from our face in there, from our previous body. Yeah? Yes. And it's interesting to understand that in the human form of life, there is such variety of different facial features. My God, so many billions of people living in this world, and very rare you find two people who look the same. You know, all right, here we have Jananivas Prabhu and Kakatangri, but yeah, I can still not see who is who, you know. Yes. But I mean, this is so rare, you know, but there's such a variety of different species, Chinese, Indian, this, that, you know, all a little bit different, and that deepens our attachment. You know, the fact that nobody so easily looks exactly like me, then that deepens the attachment. We think we are so special. Nobody has a nose like me, and nobody has eyes like me, you know? And that deepens the attachment like anything. Whereas in other species of life, the ants, not such a big variety of different features of the ant body or something, or parents or something. But human form of life, such a variety. And that's again Krishna's special trick, to deepen this bodily identification. So that's why Ratnavali Mataji has some features of a previous life as a Bhagavad. And from what I've heard, Ratnavali Mataji also went to visit this Mataji, this Indian Mataji who serves in the Pujari room there. But I'm not sure, I didn't hear too many informations what happened to that. But in any case, it must be a pretty strange meeting, you imagine. You meet a person who you had a connection with in your previous life and who somehow, some cause there while you are here back again, and you even have some little features of her. I mean, that must be a pretty unusual meeting, So now the last interesting point is that Ratnavali Mataji was born with birthmarks. She has a birthmark on the forehead and a birthmark across her belly. And before I became a devotee, I was working with early born babies. And I remember asking one senior doctor, why do babies have birthmarks? There was this little baby with birthmarks, and I thought, this cannot be coincidence. There must be some reason why some babies have this and some don't. So I asked the senior doctor, and he gave me this funny answer. He said, babies have these things, nobody knows. That was his answer. Babies have these things, nobody knows. So, but now I'm asking you, why does Ratnavali Mataji have these birthmarks?
During the accident, those injuries were there, injury marks were there.
Exactly. In the accident, Raghava had exactly on those places his injuries. He had a head injury and a belly injury. So, and what happens through this traumatic impact, the mind thinks, oh my head, oh my belly. So, and then mind intelligence for the ego takes the soul to the next body, and already in the womb, these impressions manifest as birthmarks. Isn't that amazing? I mean, that's a medical proof of the laws of karma and transmigration. Medical proof. And somebody once told me, because I like to share this story in different parts of the world, in Sunday Feast program, and somebody told me that meanwhile there is also quite a lot of non-devotee doctors and scientists who also research this, and who also, that apparently there's a whole book out on this, where all kinds of cases are described, and they also come to this conclusion now that this is connected to previous life. So even non-devotees get the point gradually, at least some. Yeah. But I thought that was just so remarkable. Yes, very remarkable. That it's a medical proof. Very logical. And I mean, even sometimes our diseases also go back to previous life. Because in the subtle body there's so much subtle information stored, and we take this from one body to the other. Next life, next life. Like I know one Mataji in Germany, she is so short-sighted, -8 or something, she's got these thick glasses, so short-sighted, and one astrologer told that in her previous life she was blind.
Right?
Yes.
Blind.
Blind. So, and then again, same thing, if a person laments, oh, I'm blind, oh God, I'm suffering so much, oh, I'm blind, I'm blind, I'm blind. So then also, this is stored there in the mind, and the next body, all right, you're not blind, but you're almost blind, you're so short-sighted, Yeah, so many diseases, they go back like that to previous life. And that's why there is some personalities who can cure people just by adjusting something in the subtle body. I was always thinking this is some hocus pocus, there's some nonsense or something. But no, it's not. And of course there is many charlatans, many people who pretend they know this, but then they don't.
Psychiatrist can also.
Huh?
Psychiatrist, one of my devoted friends, and he does that. Goes in past life and fixes his problem in the mind, and then comes back and his pain is gone.
Yeah, so it is possible, once we really understand these things. Oh yeah, also Vali Mataji, in London there is one devotee who knows the art of putting people under hypnosis. And in hypnosis you remember previous lives, so Vali Mataji did this too. And she remembered all different scenarios from her existence as Bhagavad. So yeah, but in any case, so this is pretty interesting, and it just gives us some idea how much information is stored there in the subtle body, and how this all has to be purified and cleared away. All these material aspects of the mind, intelligence, thoughts, ego, that all has to be fully spiritualized. All the material aspects have to be deleted and exchanged with spiritual impressions and so it's not so easy, not so easy. It's a whole internal transformational work there on the subtle body. Yes. So let me quickly. Yes, I always like to say, death is like a journey into an unknown service situation with zero luggage allowance. Usually, domestic flights in India, you have 15 kilos check-in, 7 kilos hand luggage, or international flights, 23 kilos check-in, 8 or 10 kilos hand luggage, depending on the airline. Goloka Vrindavan airline, 0. And all has to be thrown overboard, all has to be deleted, dissolved, thrown overboard. It's not so easy, not so easy, So that's why this Vanapasta ashram, is a pretty important phase in life where we try to delete all different things and throw overboard all different attachments and. Yes. Yeah, so they have to be fully spiritualized, dissolved, and we can understand from this, it actually is a blessing to get some serious warning, so we can prepare. Actually, I remember when His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj left, and I will get to that a little bit tomorrow. That really impressed me, even though I didn't even know him that well personally. I had some personal exchanges with him in Ukraine. He used to come to the big festival. But when he left, I thought, wow, cancer is not a bad way to leave. I really appreciated it. And then shortly after, I had the diagnosis of cancer. So I thought, okay, well, it looks like now it's my turn. So I was almost mentally prepared because I had had that meditation before, that actually cancer, for me, it suits me perfectly. I want to have that warning. I would not want to leave in a heart failure. No problem. All I want is to get my books finished, I have 3 more books I have to write. And then I'm quite curious what it will be like, Yes. I think it is quite exciting. I've talked about this topic so many times, so now comes the practical application. I am a little curious, to see what it will be like, and yes, intriguing, yes. Yeah, so, but yeah, it is a blessing, definitely. I mean, I wouldn't want to live in a heart failure or car accident or plane crash. I don't know how much you're looking at in the international news, but Ukrainian Airlines, how many times have I been flying with them, even my assistants here, they're flying Ukrainian Airlines, I mean, huh? Not so cheap. But anyway, we're not discussing now airlines and their tickets, The airline back to Goddard, not so cheap. not as cheap as Ukrainian Airlines. Yeah, so I mean, I wouldn't want to live in a plane crash. My God, that must be pretty horrifying. And I think it's pretty difficult then to really focus and be peaceful. Then you will be panicking, everybody screams and flies to the ceiling, and oh my God, that must be horrifying, horrifying, Yes, but if we get a good warning, I like to really compare it like traveling, like let's say you have all come here from a different country. So if you know in 2 weeks I'm flying to India, or in 1 month, you can prepare yourself. You get everything ready, your mind already goes there, in Mayapur, what will I do? And then the last few days before you leave, you're already not really where you are at that time. Your mind is already in India, already in Mayapur, right? You've had that experience, and only your body is there. But within your mind, you're already at the destination, So then you can prepare. And very similar, when you get this warning, you prepare. You prepare. I mean, I once bought this beautiful Krishna art book with all the nice BBT paintings. I think that's an excellent way to help people to prepare for leaving. Yes, because Prabhupada was always saying these pictures are like the windows into the spiritual world. I can imagine this is much easier to look at these beautiful paintings and kind of allow yourself to enter these paintings rather than hearing Bhagavatam or something, when you're in pain. Yeah, so, if you get that warning, you can prepare, you can take your mind to the spiritual world, and then I imagine we will come to a stage where we really want to go. Like we may be living in America or Germany and we're preparing for going to India. So even if people say, oh, what a shame you're leaving, or why don't you stay a little longer? No, you want to get out, you're already there, within your mind. So a similar way, when we leave, if we prepare, the mind is already in the spiritual world, then we will want to go, no matter how many friends and relatives are lamenting and crying and all that. But we just want to get out, we want to leave, But you imagine somebody storms you in the room and says, quick, in 2 hours you have to fly to Canada or something. You will also be panicking, oh my God, 2 hours, oh, I get ready, So it will not be such a peaceful departure, because you don't get that warning. But if you get the warning, that gives you time to really cut all different things, throw things overboard, and get ready and focus. So I personally think it's a great blessing to get that warning in cancer. It gives you sometimes only a few months or a few weeks and just enough time to focus and get ready and to leave. Yes. All right, let me see. Somebody had some hand up. You wanted to say something?
Yes, addition to that.
Yes.
Now we know that story that she also can play the South African drum, which Sankirtan, he's part of Sankirtan team, and he was leading Sankirtan with another group. And after he became Ratnavali Devi. So she also was encouraged by his Sankirtan in charge, and they were still playing the Sankirtan together in next life.
So that is very important, there were 8 devotees in Mumbai, but they went in an airplane from Muktina, and they all died in the crash.
Yeah, I remember that.
There's one incident in that I just want to tell you. There were like many people in the car, in the plane, but only the devotees died.
Yes, I remember that. Some Danish tourists, they survived.
And you know what the tourists, when the devotees are what exactly happened inside when the plane was crashed. And they said the devotee, who was the leading devotee there, is Murli Mohan Prabhuji, when he came to know that we are going to die, he made everybody train for a dying. He was very advanced. And he asked, now we have to face Krishna face to face. Just think of him. And he made the mind of everybody. And devotees were already, qualified for dying. So they all went to Krishna. And the others, they were not qualified, but they also, right?
So people who survived, they shared that.
Yeah, this incident they shared.
Eula, did you understand this? Yes? Okay, good. Yeah, I remember that story. It's not even that long ago, some 5-6 years ago or something.
All of my friends, I still remember it. I saw them,
So again, it's just Krishna's joke, Really. Alright, that group, let them fly to Muktinath there. Alright, let's arrange a little plane crash. Boom, everybody back home, back together. And everybody remaining back there, lamenting, crying, plane crash, oh my God, What else? Any other comment question? I think this is just a trick of Photoshop or something. It sounds to me like, I would not want to, draw the conclusion that yes, the divinity of the soul is coming out there and some features in the face or something. No, this is completely different topic, the spiritual sublime qualities of the soul has nothing much to do with our facial features at the moment here in the material world. No. Yes.
Somehow I had a chance to be really. And the expression was like, I've been told, but I didn't believe. And then they slapped in the back and everything, and it was like, ah! 2 minutes later, she was like completely changed. But the first few seconds, it was just so strong. They were like, we'll all be running up. Yes. I can't believe that actually happened. This is so really, I'll never forever.
I mean, I heard once this story, I don't know if it is true, but apparently, I can't even remember where I heard it. When a child was born, apparently there was some voice saying, "Oh, not again." That reminds me of the story. Not again. But I mean, I don't know. I can't even remember where I heard it.
From the child or from the sky?
Apparently somehow from the child, but not sure how authorized that story is. But yeah, I mean, we've done it so many times, so let's make sure not again. Oh no. Yes, any other? Yes.
Oh my God, I thought it was you last time.
I mean, as I shared, I met the driver last time I visited, Bhaktivedanta Manor. He didn't tell me that he left Krishna consciousness, but he said, yes, I mean, naturally, when such an accident happens and somebody leaves their body, you feel pretty bad, full of guilt feelings and all that. So he was sharing that, how initially it was quite difficult for him to digest. But then as the whole story came out and was clarified, so now, there's no big deal anymore. And I actually asked him if he has some more more deeper connection, whether he somehow can feel that he knows her from before. But he actually said, no, not really. Yeah, so I thought that was interesting because I had heard the story that she has some stronger connection there with people, but he said, no, not really. He doesn't feel like he knows her as Raghava or something, So I guess it depends a little bit, on the individual situation. But one thing in regards to the story I want to add, that it is definitely not recommended to go back into our previous life and find out who we were there, because that can really confuse us completely. It is actually Krishna's mercy that we don't remember, And otherwise we get all confused. Or am I Raghava or Ratnavali? Or actually I'm a brahmachari? Yes, so much confusion easily happens. Yes. So I mean, it's enough work to get rid of one set of upadhis. I'm an Indian Mataji body and so if we have two sets of upadhis, we get completely confused, Yes. And I mean the fact that Raghava took birth as Ratnavali also indicates, at least to me, I take that lesson from it also, that obviously as a brahmachari he was not really properly situated. And that's why, I mean, we all know this, it's a classic thing that brahmacharis are often really repulsed towards women and, the women and, because, it's the other side of attraction. That is binding. Let's be clear on this, So if a person is not properly situated, then there's either the attraction there or the aversion. So, and that's what happened in his previous life, obviously, So, and very easily this can happen again if we now think, oh, I'm actually Raghava, and I'm actually brahmachari. And then very easily again, we cannot be properly situated, and then boom, the same thing happens again, So it is actually, it is Krishna's mercy that we forget. And also it can lead to a bit of pride, if we know, oh yes, I was a yogi in my past life, and I was a Prabhupada disciple in my past life, and I was this, and I was that, and people get all carried away, and all the whole world knows that I was a Prabhupada disciple. And then, so it can get to our head a little bit. And then, that is another obstruction in our spiritual path, So, I mean, the story is impressive for preaching, but I definitely would not want now everybody to think that, oh, let me find out who I was in my previous life or something, So that would be the wrong conclusion, so no need. It is Krishna's blessing that we don't remember. And we had so many lives, big deal, even if we know what we were last life, but we had so many more, So better to worry how to get out of here, rather than thinking what we were in previous lives. Basically now I would like to continue looking more deeply at what it actually means to transform the subtle body. of mind, intelligence, thoughts, ego. Because we said, as long as that is not fully spiritualized and transformed, then there is every chance that that subtle body forces us to accept another gross body. And of course, we can always hope, for Prabhupada's and Guru's and Krishna's causeless mercy, but I think we should not rely on it. And we have to really do as much transformational work as somehow or other possible to hope that we can, get out of this material world. So let us first have a look at the mind. As we know, the mind is like the chief instrument of the subtle body. Actually, mind, intelligence, thoughts, ego, very difficult to clearly separate because they affect each other backwards and forwards. The mind affects the intelligence and the thoughts, ego, and backwards the thoughts, ego affects the mind and intelligence. So hard to separate them. Very similar in the gross body, earth, water, fire, air, ether, you can also not clearly separate. Yes. So in the same way, that's my understanding anyway, that subtle body also, it is so, and especially because it's so subtle, it's so, mixed somehow and affects each other. So the mind, as we know, is like the information center for the senses. The senses perceive and then they report to the mind, I like this, I don't like that. I want more of this, I don't want that. So there's thinking, feeling, willing is taking place in the mind, right? So let us see here this one purport, 118.4 from the Bhagavatam. Let's have a look what Prabhupada explains here. This was so because those who have dedicated their lives to the transcendental topics of the personality of Godhead, of whom the Vedic hymns sing, and who are constantly engaged in remembering the lotus feet of the Lord, do not run the risk of having misconceptions even at the last moment of their lives. That's the verse. Now comes the purport. The highest perfection of life is attained by remembering the transcendental nature of the Lord at the last moment of one's life. That's what we're talking about here. This perfection of life is made possible by one who has learned the actual transcendental nature of the Lord from the Vedic hymns sung by a liberated soul like Sukadeva Goswami or someone in that line of disciplic succession. There is no gain in hearing the Vedic hymns from some mental speculator. When the same is heard from an actual self-realized soul and is properly understood by service and submission, everything becomes transparently clear. Thus, a submissive disciple is able to live transcendently and continue to the end of life. By scientific adaptation, one is able to remember the Lord even at the end of life, when the power of remembrance is slackened due to derangement of bodily membranes. For common man, it is very difficult to remember things as they are at the time of death. But by the grace of the Lord and his bona fide devotees, the spiritual master, one can get this opportunity without difficulty. And it was done in the case of Maharaj Purkit. We talked about this before, how remembrance is actually not in our control. It is up to Krishna. He has to, agree to appear on the level of one's mind. I'm just thinking there is one more really nice Oh yeah, it's coming later. There's another nice purport which gives the answer to the question, well, how about if for some reason at the moment of death you just don't have the opportunity to remember Krishna, right? Or maybe we should read this now since it fits in. Oh, but you don't have that session yet. No, then we'll keep it for later. I don't want to just do it now, lesson 5. Let's first finish that. But we'll park that for later, because there's a nice explanation there, Yeah, so in any case, it's not so easy. We have to strictly practice Krishna consciousness throughout our whole life. And then if Krishna is pleased with our attempts and endeavors, then he may appear on the platform of our mind. So in other words, all the different material aspects, all the impressions, all different experiences, all samskaras, which are more material, they have to be deleted and replaced with spiritual impressions. This is actually what the process of sadhana bhakti is targeting at, That's why we have this main rule to always remember Krishna, never forget him. That's always emphasized. All other rules in the process of devotional service, they're like helping hands, they're like servants to that one and foremost rule, to always remember Krishna, never forget him. So, to try and always remember Krishna, never forget him, that transforms and spiritualizes the mind, right? That's why also Krishna says throughout the whole Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, he always says, fix the mind on me, fix the mind on me, right? We hear it so many times in the scriptures. So this fixing the mind on Krishna, that transforms the mind. And of course, the chanting process is a very important part of it. And also we can say, all kinds of festivals, they also leave deep impacts in our minds. All kinds of nice events like Pushya Abhishek we have tonight, or different sanghas, parikramas, whatever it may be, retreats, seminars, that all spiritualizes the mind. And parallel, at the same time, it deletes all kinds of material impressions of sense gratification. Right? So it's a whole process of deleting material impressions and replacing them with spiritual impressions. And it's really like that. I mean, I've been around now for 35 years. If I think back of my karmic life, it feels really like previous lifetime. Yes, it does, because it's so long ago. And it's such a different life. I cannot even relate to it anymore, It seems so far away, it fades away completely. The longer you really put yourself in the fire of devotional life and really flood your mind with all kinds of spiritual impressions, then this really happens quite quickly, actually, already after a few years. But of course, if we don't absorb ourselves so strongly and we always keep one foot in material life and we're hanging on to all kinds of attachments and maybe doubling around there, still go to the movies and kami restaurants and this and that, well then, then our material life will not fade away so quickly. But the more we leave all that really behind and fully absorb ourselves in spiritual practice and nice experiences, making plans for, Krishna's pleasure, Guru's pleasure, Prabhupada's pleasure. I mean, one of the main functions of the mind is to make plans. Yes, mind loves to make plans. So, and there's only two kinds of plans. Plans for, sense gratification or plans for Krishna's and Guru's pleasure. So the more we absorb our mind in making all kinds of plans for Guru's and Prabhupada's pleasure, then there is simply no room in the mind for any plans for sense enjoyment. Even if many of these plans may never manifest, but that doesn't even matter so much. Of course, I mean, we should not only daydream and build castles in the sky here, you know, something should also manifest, but even if it doesn't, still, we get that benefit of absorbing the mind, so there is no loss. It's really like that. Yeah, there is no loss. We were fully absorbed, you know, and if we make these plans in devotion and so Krishna also accepts that intention, you know, it's like manasa puja in the mind. You know, devotees sometimes when they travel on the plane, they can't do their puja for their deity. They can do the whole puja in the mind. And this is quite difficult actually. You really have to concentrate, you know, and do all these activities in the mind. So Krishna accepts that, you know, yes. So these are, you know, the ways how we can transform the mind, you know, through serious spiritual practice by making plans in Krishna consciousness that really absorbs the mind and all kinds of wonderful experiences. That's why it is important, you know, if we live in the Western world, that sometimes we come to India, we go on parikrama, we flood the mind with completely different impressions than what we get in the Western world. You know, it's very powerful. So the more we do that, the more it transforms the mind. Like that, you know. And also interesting to understand that a dying person sees actually all the activities of his life like a fast-forwarded film. Yeah? So depending on what kind of activities we have performed, if we had a sinful life and gross sense gratification, maybe some horrible, violent activities, so then that's the movie we will watch, you know? Or if we had a joyful and blissful life in service and all kinds of spiritual adventures, oh well, then we see that movie type thing, you know? So, yes, even personalities who had some near-death experience or something, they were sharing this, that this is what's going on. So now one thing that people often say is that they're not so much afraid of death itself, but of the pain that goes along with death. Right? That's often what people are afraid of. So, let us understand some things about pain. Pain is actually an experience on the platform of the mind. Yes. It happens on the mental platform. So, and now the point is with the mind, that if the mind is very focused on something else, especially something higher, we can actually overcome the level of pain. Yes. This is even in material ways there. I remember when I was a teenager, 18 or something, I was playing handball and I was the goalkeeper because I was so tall. And a few times I broke a finger in the game, in the match. So I remember once I broke this one here that still has a little lump there. And it actually really cracked like anything when I broke this finger. And it actually was standing to the side. That's how it was broken. It was standing off like that. But I had gloves on and I didn't see it. And it was a really intense game, and I was completely focused on wanting to win this match. I did not feel any pain whatsoever. So I continued playing with this finger standing off to the side for at least half an hour. And I didn't feel any pain. So that's how the mind works. You know, if the mind is really absorbed in something else, you overcome the level of pain. And only when the match was finished and I took off the gloves and I saw, oh my God, my finger was standing off and was all blue and swollen and everything. And then the pain hit. You know, but before I did not feel anything, not a thing, nothing. Yes. And I mean, we also have stories from war times, you know, when soldiers are heavily injured, they lose one leg or something, but they can still manifest miraculous powers just to save some friend there, some comrade, you know, they can do all kinds of things, they don't feel any pain. No, the mind is completely absorbed in surviving and saving your friend there. They don't feel any pain, nothing. Or even there's stories, you know, like when the mother sees her child drowning or something, you know, then she also manifests so many amazing powers and energies to save the child. Even if she is wounded or something, she doesn't feel anything. Her mind is completely fixed on this one goal of saving the child. She doesn't feel anything, you know. So, once we understand that, you know, it becomes actually quite clear what is taking place there at the moment of death. So basically, Krishna tests us how much we can overcome, how much we can really absorb our mind in Krishna and therefore overcome the level of pain. Right? So if Krishna is really dear to us and we are so eager for Krishna, we have a burning, longing desire for Krishna, and the mind is fixed on Krishna, we can overcome the level of pain, no problem. So basically, that's what we are tested in at the moment of death. You know, whether our mind is so fixed on Krishna that we overcome the bodily platform. Gross and subtle, you know, that we can transcend the bodily platform. So the pain is quite an important part in the whole dying process in order to test us, how strongly we focus our mind on Krishna. You know, so surely, you know, if just a handball match is enough for the mind to overcome the level of pain, so if we actually really focus on Krishna, we can overcome the level of pain, definitely, definitely. I mean, also sometimes whoever has been on book distribution and a real marathon, my God, you know, if your mind is really fixed, yeah, you can also overcome to a large extent all kinds of bodily situations, you know. Yeah, you can overcome the need for sleep to quite an extent, and hunger and cold and all kinds of pains, and you actually don't feel it, you're just running on a different energy there, you know. Anybody experienced that? Yes, yes. Yes. So, and that's what we are tested at the moment of death. You know? And we have this nice example with His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj when he left his body. You may have heard about it. The last 6 weeks of his life here on this planet Radha spent his time with him in Gitanagari. Radha cancelled all his traveling plans and he just stayed with Bhakti Swami until he would leave. And afterwards he gave a 5-hour,
8 hours.
8 hours Sunday feast lecture. 8 hours, I thought it was 5 hours, but here we say 8 hours. Yeah, I mean, it's quite an amazing class. If you ever want to hear something amazing, then listen to this class. It's somewhere on the internet.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yes, yes. And there he describes all his experiences, when Bhakti Tirtha Swami left this world. And I distinctly remember how Radha Swami shares, they were passing their time reading Chaitanya Charitamrita and having kirtans in the evenings. And at some point, Bhakti Tirtha Swami was exclaiming, life cannot become any better than this. For nothing in the world would I want to exchange my situation for any other situation. Yes, yes. And he was saying, we are not reading Chaitanya Charitamrita, we are actually entering Chaitanya Charitamrita. That's how absorbed he was. Yes. And I mean, he was in bliss. He was in bliss. And the doctors were shocked. They were saying, how is it possible? Because Bhakti Tirtha Swami was very skinny, his whole body all emaciated. He had one leg amputated, his body was full of cancer. And surely there must have been so much pain, actually. And the doctors were amazed. How is it that a cancer patient can be so happy, so joyful? Not possible. But that's the power of Krishna consciousness. That actually if we absorb ourselves, we can transcend the bodily existence. And we can actually become joyful, blissful, even in the state of cancer. So, his departure was quite a powerful lesson to all of us, and it really demonstrates the glory and the power of Krishna consciousness, that a materialist would completely be lamenting and my God, and so much pain and this and that. But, a devotee, through that absorption of the mind, can really cross beyond that and actually experiences genuine bliss, Yeah, so we have here on the sheet, we have a quote, Madhya Lila 4, 186. There in the purport, Prabhupada says, an intense lover of Krishna does not care for any number of material discomforts, scarcity, impediments, or unhappiness. It is said that when one sees apparent unhappiness or distress in a perfect Vaishnava, it is not at all unhappiness for him. Rather, it is transcendental bliss. Yes. So let us understand this. Situation externally may look so distressful and so unhappy, like Bhakti Tirtha Swami having cancer. But because of that absorption, actually Krishna becomes more tangibly present. Krishna responds and shows himself more. He reveals himself. And that's what brings the bliss in a devotee. And for materialist, he cannot even understand how can a cancer patient be so happy, But through that absorption and through fixing the mind, Krishna actually is so much more visible there and so much more reality in life. And that gives so much satisfaction and joy. I had some little experience of this also in my chemo and cancer experience. That it put for me Krishna consciousness really to a test. And I also could feel, wow, like the day before I had surgery, I felt so peaceful. I was shocked. How is it possible? You go into cancer surgery, you don't even know whether you come out of it and this and that. But I was so peaceful, completely peaceful. And what I tried to meditate on before I went to surgery, I chanted all my rounds, and I simply meditated on, okay, Krishna, please, allow me to put my life in your hands. Whatever you want to do, I'm ready to accept. And that meditation takes away all anxieties. Yes. Yes, I had that practical realization. As long as we hang on to our hopes, if we hang on to our hopes and we pray, oh please Krishna, don't make it cancer, and maybe not, and please save me, then we are always in anxiety. Will Krishna save me or not? Will he fulfill my hopes or not? But if we let go of all of our plans and we're willing to accept Krishna's plan, and just we put ourselves into Krishna's hands, this is quite an amazing meditation which makes you completely peaceful. Completely peaceful. And I was shocked myself. I thought, how is it possible? You're going in a cancer surgery and you're completely cool and relaxed. Yes. And even during my chemo and all that, because I was sharing, how I was always feeding everybody there in the hospital, preaching to everybody. In Melbourne also, I had a very nice oncologist, one of the best oncologists in Australia. And I came every time to the checkup with a whole bag of maha. And I gave him Bhagavad Gita, and I showed him, Dehinus Vinyatare, and so some sessions we were just reading Bhagavad Gita, we were not doing anything else. So, and this was just such a focus for me and such a meditation that I was actually really quite joyfully going through this whole thing, And again, I had that experience also, how Krishna was more present in my life, and then as I recovered from the chemo, then, Krishna fades away again a little bit, because you're not so helplessly taken shelter, Yes. So it was quite an amazing experience. And like when I was once going to my oncologist there in Melbourne, in his waiting room there was 3 ladies sitting. One of them was me, then there was a Christian nun in a nun's outfit, and then there was a Muslim lady in a Muslim outfit. So we 3 were sitting there in the waiting room. We all had cancer. We were all waiting for our appointment. So, and then the time afterwards, when I came again to him, he was saying to me, you remember last time you came? There was this Muslim lady and the Christian lady sitting there. And he said, I could compare the religions. And he said, and I have to admit, you did the best. and then he said, it seems like being a Hare Krishna is a very supportive situation for doing chemo. And then I said to him, well, you may as well recommend it, maybe, why not recommend it? And he was laughing, maybe not, But we had a lot of fun. Yes. Yeah, so I mean, it really depends, how we can focus the mind on some higher topics. If we can connect it all with preaching and with Krishna in the picture and absorbing our mind, we can cruise over so many difficulties, and we don't even experiencing them as so horrifying or something, So that's the power of the mind, Also, another thing is that the mind is so powerful that if a person wants to stay in this world, by the power of the mind, one can hang around for quite some time in a completely useless body. This is also there. That's the power of the mind. If the mind is absorbed in something higher, you can overcome that level of pain. But also if the mind is clinging on to this desire of wanting to stay here, then very difficult to leave. And just by the power of the mind, a person can hang around in a body for quite some time. I mean, extreme example is Hiranyakashipu, right? By his austerities and the power of his mind, he could hang around in just a heap of bones covered by an anthill. And he was still present there, right? And also yogis, it is known that yogis can stay for quite some time, or they can leave whenever they want to leave. Yes. So this is all the power of the mind. And yes, I was once sharing already how this devotee Bhajagovinda Prabhu from Ukraine, he was leaving his body here some years ago. He was only 34, Mataji. He had leukemia. And he left just a few months after my father left. And I had quite a nice time with my father in this one last week before he left. So, and I saw him here, so I thought, all right, let me spend a bit of time with him, share something, because very often when you're about to leave, not so easy actually to find devotees who can really look beyond this external situation and who can actually really connect from soul to soul, and that's what you need at that moment. You need somebody who can see things a little bit from a philosophical point and not just feel pity or so how do you feel, or do you have pain, or often people are so that they don't know how to relate with a person in such an experience, So anyway, I spent some time with him and this was quite an amazing story because he had such strong willpower. He wanted to stay in this world and he was convinced he would stay, he would be cured. Even though his body was so skinny, I had never seen such a skinny person. It was really like a skeleton with skin over it, completely. And his eyes, were so bright, shining with this willpower to live. It was almost like skeleton with his bright eyes there. It was almost a little creepy, the way he looked, And he looked so differently, I first didn't even recognize him, And he was just giving me this big smile, and then I was asking people, who is this? And then they said, oh, this is Bhajagovinda, oh my God, I couldn't believe it. So this is also a real task to the bodily platform. If you can look beyond this and still understand there is the same personality in this changed body, yes. So in any case, he had such willpower, he was convinced he would be cured, And I tried to convince him that actually, there were all signs there for him to leave, but he didn't accept, no. And I said, Prabhu, look at your body, it's all right, So, that's the illusion, He could still barely walk, but then, we had to tell him, actually, you have to stop walking around, because that's usually the fate of people. They still want to prove to themselves that they can do everything, and then they fall, and then they break bones, and this and that, and then, everything gets so much worse. So in any case, his mind was so fixed on this whole idea of staying here. The doctors were amazed. How is it possible? He should be dead and gone already. You know, he hadn't been eating for months or something, you know, but he was still hanging around in this useless body. I mean, it was almost a miracle, you know. So, and then what happened? Because he had this, oh yeah, I bought this Krishna art book with the nice BBT paintings. I think I mentioned it, how I feel this is a very nice way of helping people to take their mind to the spiritual world. So we were looking at the pictures and I was trying to encourage him, you know, to take his mind to the spiritual world. So, and then one doctor appeared on the scene who was saying, I can cure you, Prabhu. No problem, I can cure you. So, and then he was all hopeful. Oh, I'll be cured. He didn't want to look at the Krishna art book anymore, no interest. He was only waiting for his doctor there, you know, and he was tying all these tree bark and all these kind of things on his hands and feet and all this. And for 2 or 3 days, it looked indeed like he would be getting better. He started eating again and everything, and everybody was talking, oh, but Govinda, he's getting better, he will be cured. That was all by the power of the mind. Because he had this hope and this conviction, yes, I'm going to be cured. You know, so, but then after 2 or 3 days, you know, it went down, you know. And I was first a little upset that this doctor gave him this hopes, you know. I was almost having an argument with him outside the door, not in his room, but outside. I said to him, what are you doing, Prabhu? Just let him go, let him leave. You know, why giving him some hopes? You know, let him just go. But he was convinced, no, I can cure him, I can cure him. So we were having a little bit of an argument there, not real argument, but a little bit of tension there. So, but then afterwards I realized this is exactly what Bhajagovinda Prabhu needed. His last hope for survival had to be smashed, you know. And Krishna sent him along, and he was putting all his last hopes in this doctor. And first it looked like he would get better by the power of the mind, but then no hope, no hope. And then he came to the point, yes, I can see Krishna wants me to leave. And then the next day he left. Yes, so that's how the mind has such power, you know. If a person does not want to leave, and sometimes we hear this even amongst non-devotees, you know, people say, oh, this person cannot die, you know, because of the attachment, wanting to leave, by hook or by crook. And the mind really is so powerful that for quite some time a person can just say, even though the body is hardly even fit anymore to function, you know. Yeah, so that's why the toughest thing, also Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj says, you know, he wrote this book, Die Before Dying, you know. So the toughest thing in the whole dying process is actually to come to terms, to accept, okay, looks like I'm going to have to leave, that's it, you know. That's really the most crucial point. And then when we can accept, then it's so much easier to leave, so much easier. You know, in that example with Bhajagovinda, he was there for so long, but as soon as he accepted, next day he left. Yeah, so, and I mean, even these days, even the doctors agree with us that at least 40% of any healing process comes through the positive attitude, meaning the mind. If a person wants to live and wants to survive and wants to get better, that stimulates the self-healing powers in the body. At least 40%, even the non-devotee doctors are saying, comes just from that, from the mind. Yeah, so that's how powerful the mind is, right? Yeah, so much about transforming the mind and the mind's influence in the whole process of leaving one's body. Let me quickly see here if I have mentioned everything, but I think we have. Yes. Well, any questions, any points for discussion on the topic of the mind before we move on to intelligence and false ego, what it means to transform and spiritualize them? Yes?
I had experience in New York, such another experiment of this holy name. And he had like 1 hour before chanting 64 rounds to give us pranayamas and explaining this, what you explain about mind and the emotional body, those body, the mental body, emotional body, how to meditate. And I have to say, after 30 rounds, I stopped feeling the pain in hips when you are sitting. After 30 rounds, I said, wow. And then I could sit up to like 80 rounds sitting on moving. So this is what you said, power of the mind is if you can switch off from the mind.
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. And I mean, really, this is what we are tested in the moment of death, you know? And I mean, we can think, you know, how we can assess ourselves a little bit. How are we doing in a situation where there is some pain involved, you know? Are we submitting to that pain? Oh, I've got such a headache, I can't chant, I can't get up, you know? I mean, if we can't deal with some minor situation, what to speak of death? My God! You know, so we can see any health challenge or, you know, or any pain we may be experiencing, whether it's toothache or headache or whatever it may be, childbirth, whatever, you know, any situation where there's intense pain involved, we should actually see this as an opportunity, as a chance to try and conquer over that, practice for the time of death, you know, because there we will face so much more bewildering situations, so much more pain than whatever we may experience now in our life. What we experience now is nothing compared to the moment of death. So if we can't even function then, now, you know, what to speak of the moment of death, you know? So we can kind of try and see these situations to practice, and instead of saying, oh, sorry, I can't chant today or something, no, we should be doing the opposite. We should be taking shelter of the holy name, shelter of our bead bag, and chant extra and try to conquer over, you know, the suffering or pain.
It's impossible to go by and say, yes, possible, but yes, there will be a constant practice.
Yeah, so in this way, you know, even all kinds of health issues and painful situations we can actually use as an opportunity to take shelter of the process of chanting and to conquer over that, you know, over that platform of pain, you know.
Anything that you would
judge our attachments, because attachments only bind us to this body and the higher category like attachment. So
how we can judge our attachments. I mean, last week, we were talking about the importance of having a counselor, a mentor, because that's the thing. As long as we have attachments and material desires, we cannot even objectively assess ourselves. What to speak of objectively recognize our own attachments? Not so easy, because our attachments make our vision clouded. So that's why we need some well-wishing, confidential friend who has a more objective picture of ourselves. But I mean, on the other hand, we can, Krishna actually gives us so many opportunities in our everyday life where he puts us on the spot, and where we have to show true color, and it comes out, okay, it looks like I'm attached to this, some inability to tolerate certain situations, or being attached to certain facilities or comfort or plan of action, and I mean, so we have so many expectations and attachments. So, but Krishna is very expert in arranging different situations in our life where we have to adjust, where we have to accept, where we have to let go of our plan and accept Krishna's plan, So, and then in those situations we can see how well are we doing, or how much are we struggling, to accept Krishna's plan. I mean, Krishna knows best where our attachments are, Like I know one devotee, when he got married, he had firmly this plan, one child. He was completely fixed on this idea, one child, and that's it. And his wife wanted more than one child, but she didn't say anything. But then she gave him once a hint and said, don't be too fixed on one, because she had twins in her family. And then sure enough, she had twins. And he was struggling like anything to come to terms with this. He was really struggling to accept the fact that he's going to have 2 children now, and not one. Yes. I mean, I don't even want to go into details, but this was a real challenge, Yeah, he was making all kinds of plans, how to undo Krishna's plan, Yes. It was pretty heavy situation. Now, meanwhile, he has accepted, But yes, but he's doing every morning puja to Lord Jagannath, and so externally we can, do our puja every day and we can look like such a pucker devotee, but then to let go of our plan and accept Krishna's plan, this can be tough. And Krishna knows exactly what to give us, to purify us from this attachment to being the controller. That's behind it. He was convinced he cannot bring up more than one child, he cannot finance, and he was convinced, Yes, and he made all kinds of ridiculous plans how he can make one child out of the 2, Yes. Yes, but meanwhile he has accepted, Yeah, but my God, and I know his wife for 25 years, so I was quite involved in the whole situation, So, but just as a little example, how we can have, these attachments to being the controller, and I have my plan, and I was trying to tell him, this is the essence of Krishna consciousness, that we have to let go of our plan and accept Krishna's plan, and accept that He is in control and He gives us what we need, and we have to be able to see Krishna in the picture, that He tries to teach us something, you know. But sometimes, it can be really tough for devotees, really tough. So Krishna knows. Krishna knows what he has to give us, yes, to purify us, He's expert, he knows exactly, Yes.
So if you know all the time that the mind could be our worst enemy or could be best friend, so at what point in spiritual practice that the mind become our best friend?
At what point of time in spiritual practice the mind becomes our best friend? I dare say it's a gradual transformation, We go from this side here, the mind is our enemy, there the mind is our friend, and gradually, we transform. It's not one certain point where the mind is our best friend. It's gradually, we control the mind, we subdue the mind, and it's a matter of practice over many years, or maybe even lifetimes, depending. And then gradually, the mind is obeying our order more and more, rather us obeying the orders of the mind. So I don't think there's one particular point where it's a turning point or something. It's just a matter of really practicing the whole process very nicely in the right balance. And again, this is what the blue book there is all about, the importance of having a mentor. Without mentorship, without having a counselor, a confidential, trusting, well-wishing friend who is more experienced than we are and who has no other interest except our spiritual development, our journey, who takes a personal interest in me as a devotee, nothing else. No financial interest, no emotional interest, no managerial interest. Only my spiritual growth and development. Such a person we have to really know how to move forward. If we don't have such a person, very easily we can become stagnant. And very easily we cut corners from the process. And because it's very natural, as long as we have material desires and attachments, we like to cut out those aspects of devotional life which touch upon our attachments. We feel some discomfort there, so we cut them out, and we think we can do without them, but the result will be a different one. Krishna consciousness is so scientific that if we don't apply the process in the right balance and mix, then the result will be a different one. Yeah, definitely. So that's why, such a well-wishing friend is highly important in this whole spiritual journey there, And then that person, because our Diksha Gurus are too far away, they don't know what is exactly happening in each and every disciple's practical life. Our Diksha Gurus have thousands of disciples, they cannot see. So we need somebody who is more in the field there, who actually sees how we practice, how is our sadhana, how is our mood of service, how is our cooperation with other devotees, and. Unless you see all these things, you cannot really guide a person where that person has to work on and where the person may have to adjust some things to move forward. And we've lost a lot of devotees because we have not understood the importance of mentorship. We tend to think that just having a Diksha Guru is enough, but it's not. And that's why we have this phenomenon that so many people come, they hang around for a while, and they fade away because of that. Yeah, so I don't think we can give some clear point in time there when our mind becomes our friend. It's a gradual process. We have to strictly beat the mind and, have good sadhana and the absorption, as we said, all the different aspects to transform the mind. So the more we dive into them, the more quickly the mind becomes our best friend. But the more we play around with all kinds of plans for sense enjoyment and allow those plans to enter our mind, then our mind will give us a tough time, and pull us this way and that way, Here in Singapore or something, and Prabhupada was tired and had a headache, and Prabhupada was asking for an orange. So then Shuddhakirti Prabhu peeled him an orange and offered him an orange. And then Prabhupada marveled at, what a genius creator Krishna is, that he creates this orange. He says, Krishna is so wonderful, creating this orange with such a refreshing and juicy taste and such nice bright color in perfect packaging, vacuum packaging. How wonderful is Krishna? And just after eating one orange, Prabhupada felt completely refreshed and rejuvenated. So even just an orange, Prabhupada sees Krishna there behind it. And basically always remembering, yes, Krishna is the creator, everything comes from him, everything belongs to him, everything is meant for his enjoyment. So that's how we spiritualize our intelligence, right? And yes, we can say, like even the most learned professor at the university, if he has no Krishna consciousness, his so-called, his material intelligence is useless. It's completely without any value. No spiritual intelligence whatsoever. But then a very simple, illiterate village lady in Bengal here, she may not have any higher education, can't even write or read, but she may have so much spiritual intelligence that she says, yes, of course, Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, of course. Everything is for him and everything comes from him and I'm meant to offer everything to him, of course. How else could it be, Or we have the story with the Brahmana and the cobbler, right? Yes, where the Brahmana is all puffed up and he has to take many more births, but the cobbler very simple, humble. And when he hears Lord Vishnu puts the elephant through an eye of a needle, the cobbler, oh, how amazing is my dear Lord, he can do anything. Even if a banyan tree fits into a seed, a whole big banyan tree, then yes, why not should he put an elephant through the eye of a needle? So much faith, and so much spiritual intelligence. But the puffed up Brahmana, he thinks, you probably haven't even seen the Lord, How can he put an elephant through the eye of a needle? So, yes, spiritual intelligence, material intelligence, very, very different, And material intelligence actually has nothing to do in many ways with spiritual intelligence. And it can even be an obstacle, because people get proud of material intelligence, and knowledge and so on. So, especially in these modern days, we overemphasize so much all these degrees and certificates and titles and material intelligence, and that often actually is in our way, so basically that's what it means to spiritualize the intelligence, that we really see the world through the eyes of Shastra. And then gradually all the mundane aspects get transformed and spiritualized. Right? That's basically, in a nutshell, what work we have to do in order to go back to Godhead. You know, that the intelligence really has to be transformed, has to be spiritualized. We have to be able to see Krishna in the picture in any situation and every part of this creation and so on. You know? Yes. So let us briefly have a look at transforming the false ego. So, false ego is the most subtle part of the subtle body. It's so subtle that we can almost miss it. That's why I dedicated a whole separate seminar on the false ego. I'm not sure whether we will have it this year or not. But basically, false ego means we think ourselves to be something which we are not. Right? That's kind of in essence how the false ego affects us. We think we are man, woman, German, Indian, whatever. But these are just roles, temporary roles we are playing. Right? People wear different hats at certain times. So we may be playing certain roles, but our problem is that we identify with a role, we identify with a hat, we think the hat is me. And why do we identify with the roles? Who can say what's the main reason why we identify with them? And why do we get attached to them? Yeah, because lack of knowledge, that's one reason. We are just in ignorance, we don't know about the eternal spirit soul. And the other reason?
To stay secure.
To stay secure. Or why do we get attached? Yes, because these certain roles give us some gratification, especially some little recognition. That's what the false ego is running after. Some ego satisfaction, some recognition, some little fame, and yes, or some facility, some little opulence. So that's why we get attached to those temporary roles and we identify with them. We think that's me. Here 11:28:15, it says lamentation, elation, fear, anger, greed, confusion and hankering, as well as birth and death, are experiences of the false ego and not of the pure soul. Right? So the soul doesn't die. It's just because we identify with the body, and that's false ego. That's why we experience death. But for the soul doesn't experience pain or or death or birth, lamentation, anger, all these things. It's not an experience on the level of the soul. Definitely not. Just on the level of the subtle body. False ego and also mind, intelligence, it's all mixed in there, as we said. Hard to really separate. There's one amazing verse here, 11:26:33. Just as food is the life of all creatures, just as I'm the ultimate shelter for the distressed, and just as religion is the wealth of those who are passing away from this world, so my devotees are the only refuge of persons fearful of falling into a miserable condition of life. So this is a very nice point, that religion, meaning our connection with Krishna, is the only wealth of a person who is just about to leave his body. Everything else will be mercilessly stripped of us. Yes. This is really good to remember again and again. That all these things which are now so important to us, so dear to us, so urgent, at the moment of death, no significance. Absolutely nothing. The only thing which will be important is our relationship with Krishna, because that's factual, eternal reality. Everything else is it's just part of the nonsensical stage performance, as Prabhupada says. Here further down, 5, 10, 12, we have it in the purport. While we are in the human form, we should put an end to this nonsensical stage performance. We should come to our original constitutional position, known as Krishna consciousness. So this nonsensical stage performance, I find this just so excellent. So nicely captured, Prabhupada has this amazing choice of words, how he expresses things. I mean, already that's a reason in itself why devotees should learn English, so they can relish Prabhupada's English. Isn't it? Nonsensical stage performance. I mean, that's really what life in the material world is all about. I often like to make this demonstration that, yes, each life is like a performance on the stage. We have a certain type of body, men's body, woman's body, Indian, German, whatever. So, and we run around, we think, oh, I'm so busy, I have so many important things to do, my God, this, that, and so, and then death comes, curtain closing, show's over, it's all finished. Yes, and we realize, oh my God, it's all finished, all gone. No significance, yes. And then next stage performance opens, curtain opens. So here again, the stage, we are running around, so busy, I have so many important things, I've got no time for Krishna, no time for chanting, busy. And then same thing again, finished. So like that it goes lifetime after lifetime, nonsensical stage performance. Crazy circus, and the only eternal reality is my relationship with Krishna. That's all, So, and that's why it is said, the religion is the wealth of those who are passing away from this world. That's our true wealth. So any intelligent person would invest mainly in that wealth, right? Yes, and keep everything else basic, simple, so that we can invest in that wealth, because that's what we take with us to our next existence. Anything else, stripped off us, completely, mercilessly stripped away. Yes. Yeah, and I mean, in that way, death really gives us a little glimpse into eternal reality. We get some little glimpse there. Also, one devotee once told me the story, I'm not sure where it is exactly from, that one person was lying there on his deathbed, one old man, all his relatives, friends surrounding him, lamenting, crying. He couldn't speak anymore, but he wanted to give some message to everybody, So he wrote on a piece of paper, "It's all an illusion." That's the insight we get, that we realize, it's all just a dream, like a hallucinative dream there, Yeah, so, and I mean, if we have a little bit that vision, then actually we can experience quite a lot of sweetness when we try and connect with a person who's just about to leave, and we encourage that person. And also because all externals become unimportant at that moment, All misgivings or tensions or whatever may have been there it all becomes completely unimportant. And there's really this opportunity to connect from soul to soul, because all our other externals are stripped away type thing. Yes. Yes. Yeah, so let's get back to having to dissolve the false ego. So basically, yes, all these temporary designations, all these upadhis, I'm this, I'm that, I'm the other thing, they have to actually be dissolved. We have to come to that only identification of being servant and nothing else, servant of the servant. Then very easy to actually leave. But as long as we hang on to all kinds of designations and identifications, they bind us. And I had also this experience with this Bhajagovinda, when he was so convinced that he will survive and he will stay, at some stage I said to him, you must think that you have something really important to do still here in this world, right? And that's why you want to stay. I said that to him and he said, yes, I am the Bhakta leader in Kiev. That was his answer. Yes, I'm the Bhakta leader in Kiev. I have to take care of my Bhaktas. And then I realized, this upadhi of thinking I am the Bhakta leader in Kiev, that kept him. That's why he felt he had to stay here. Who will take care of my Bhaktas? I am the Bhakta leader. So I immediately said to him, no, Prabhu, you're not the Bhakta leader in Kiev, you're simply a servant of Krishna. So why don't you trust Krishna? He has already arranged some other service for you. It's already waiting there, so you're not the Bhakta leader, just move on. Yes, and when we have that understanding, I'm simply servant and I'm sure Krishna will arrange some service situation for me, then much easier to leave. But if we cling on to these upadhis, even I am mother, I'm father, I'm grandfather, I want to see my granddaughter getting married, then much harder to leave. So these upadhis, they keep us here. Yes. So, but if they're all dissolved and we simply identify with being the Bhakta leader, I wanted to say, the servant of the Lord and his devotees, then so much easier to leave. Then we can just hand ourselves over in Krishna's hands. Okay, Krishna, you decide. Whatever you arrange for me, I can accept. Then it will be so much easier. So much easier. Then we can voluntarily go. And that's always more pleasant to leave a room voluntarily rather than being booted out, And we are objecting, no, I want to stay and get out. So that is troublesome, that is unpleasant experience. But if we can voluntarily go and we put ourselves in Krishna's hands and we let him decide where and in what capacity we will serve, then so much more smooth, so much more smooth. Yeah, so as long as we identify with temporary worlds, we will want to stay here. That's the problem. Yeah. And then when the subtle body is not dissolved and spiritualized, then any risk that the subtle body will take us to the next gross body. But yes.
Yes, because I think that even if after initiation, the name that we gave, that's what's so temporary. So, hanging on to that.
Actually, very good question. He's saying the name we get, at initiation, for example, is also temporary. when Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj left, he asked everybody, don't call me Bhakti Tirtha Swami anymore, and Guru Maharaj and all this, because even that, these are all temporary designations, temporary world. Yes, Bhadana Swami tells all about it in this 5 or 8 hour lecture, that he really asked, everybody not to call him these things anymore. He said, I don't want to hear it, it's not me, I want to give them up. In the early days we had these different names for the gurus, Vishnu part and this part and that part. So Bhakti Tirtha Swami also had some of these old names. We don't use them anymore, But he had some name. Anybody knows?
I think it was Krishna.
Krishna part. Yeah, no more Krishna part, no more Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, no more Guru Maharaj, no more of this. He wanted to give it all up and not hear it anymore. So, yes.
So is it to come onto the Brahman platform that I'm soul, this soul, and so is it that?
Well, I mean, the names, there is Das and Dasi. So, I mean, yes, yes. So, I mean, they're meant to help us also, that we understand our position of servant, But, yes, let me see. We do want to conclude, maybe after the break, what is the foremost way to prepare for death, which I hope you don't mind. It's nothing so revolutionary new to everyone. It's about the chanting. But that immensely helps to dissolve the false ego, the chanting. But we have to know how to chant. So we'll have a quick summary. It's almost like a 1 hour summary of the Holy Name Retreat or something, which kind of closes our circle here of Vanaprastha ashram discussion and preparing for death, that it's all in the chanting ultimately, right? And that's the essence of the Vanaprastha ashram, that we are meant to really deepen our chanting. And that will be one of the main tools to actually prepare for death. Yes. Do we have, I mean, we didn't read these quotes here. Maybe we'll quickly read them. 5:11:15. When one's mind is absorbed in the material concept, he thinks that he belongs to a particular nation, family, country, or creed. These are all called upadhis, designations, and one has to become freed from them. Sarvopadi niyamuktam. As long as one is not freed, he has to continue conditioned life in material existence. The human form of life is meant for cleansing away these misconceptions. If this is not done, one has to repeat the cycle of birth and death, and thus suffer all material conditions. So, I mean, Prabhupada makes it pretty clear. We can't think, oh yes, I'm just chanting Hare Krishna, and then I will not go back to God. No, there's so much more subtle and deep and internal work we have to do. It's not just an external process here, but this all has to be given up and dissolved. And Prabhupada says it very clear, if this is not done, one has to repeat the whole lesson one more time, and maybe one more time. And I mean, ultimately we can say no harm to maybe take birth again in ISKCON somewhere. ISKCON always needs some souls who are already a little more advanced, and we continue where we left off in the last life, and somehow Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan mission has to be pushed on. So this is another vision of things, but then again, maybe no harm to try and get out of here before Kali Yuga advances too much. And there's another little quote in regards to parties. These are upadhis. Suppose you are in a black coat. So does it mean you are black coat? If you say, if I ask you, who are you? If you say, I am black coat, is that the proper answer? No. Similarly, we are in a dress, American dress or Indian dress. So if somebody asks you, who are you? I am Indian. That is wrong identification. If you say, Aham Brahmasmi, that is your real identification. That realization required. Maybe before we have our little break, let us go to this other quote on the other side. 1176. It comes under the section Importance of a Relationship with Krishna. You know what happens if for some reason we can't remember Krishna at the moment of death? We may be having some heart attack or there's just not enough time or something. So the verse is, now you should completely give up all attachment to your personal friends and relatives and fix your mind on me. Well, interesting, even, attachment to personal friends and relatives. They have to be given up. Fix your mind on me. Thus, being always conscious of me, you should observe all things with equal vision and wander throughout the earth. So now, purport. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur comments, those great souls who have surrendered unto me are always equipped with transcendental knowledge and detachment from the material world. Sometimes, being busy in their devotional service, they may appear to forget me. However, a pure devotee who has achieved me, I can't read it properly here, achieved the platform of love for me, will always be protected by such sincere devotion. Even if such a devotee should suddenly give up his life while neglecting to fix his mind intensely on me, such a devotee's loving feelings are so powerful that they afford him all protection. Even if there is a temporary moment of forgetfulness, such devotion will bring the devotee to my lotus feet, which are beyond the vision of ordinary materialistic persons. Uddhava is my pure devotee. Knowledge of me and detachment from this world have again been aroused in him because he can never give up my association. So in other words, even if there is some circumstantial so-called forgetfulness of Krishna, but if there is devotion there, in other words, relationship with Krishna, then still Krishna will appear there, and the devotion of the devotee will bring him to Krishna's lotus feet, even though he may not have the opportunity to fix his mind. Right? But again, this is not such a cheap thing, we can't think now, okay, sounds like even if we can't remember Krishna, there's still a good chance for us. Well, it's all a question of devotion. How much devotion is in the heart for Krishna? Meaning relationship. So the relationship has to be so firmly established, and as we said in the very beginning, we have tested which relationship is the most important for us. Is it the relationship with Krishna, or are there other relationships which are more important for us? So if this relationship with Krishna is so important for us, most important, even if we may not have the opportunity to fix our mind on Krishna, nevertheless, because that relationship is there and that devotion is there, it will be enough. But, yes, it's all a question of relationship. So, yes, and in regards to developing the relationship, that we will briefly touch upon after our break. Before we have a break, let me see, is there any other question maybe or point for discussion in regards to transforming the subtle body of mind, intelligence, false ego? You know, so basically the false ego, thinking ourselves to be something which we are not, that has to be transformed into our real ego, which means I am the servant of the servant, in whatever capacity and wherever and in what form it may be, servant of the servant. You know? So all these temporary designations, identifications, thinking ourselves to be this and that and the other, that all has to be transformed in simply being fixed in this eternal reality of being. I mean, I wouldn't maybe say that it is given by Krishna. You know, it's more through the three modes of material nature, really. Of course, everything ultimately comes from Krishna. But it's not that, you know, Krishna gives it to us. No, we want it. It comes because we want to enjoy it. We want to lord it over material nature. And through the mode of passion, you know, our real identity and real ego is transformed into the false ego. So if you say it is given by Krishna, it kind of sounds like, yeah, we don't really take responsibility for it. You know, oh, it's just given by Krishna, so we just have to wait until he takes it away. No, but I mean, we want to have it and we hang on to it. And we like to feed it and protect it and defend it. You know, oh yes, I'm just now in the last phase of putting the false ego book together. So, you know, there's quite a bit of stuff there where we realize, oh my God, we often use Krishna consciousness, you know, for the opposite of what we should be doing. Instead of dissolving and subduing the false ego, we feed it and boost it. And, you know, yes, it's all going on in the name of Krishna consciousness. So, I mean, we have the choice. Exactly. I mean, the two tracks to dissolve the false ego is, one is the chanting. When we chant longing to serve, that establishes us in our eternal constitutional position of servant. And the second track is serving according to Vaishnava etiquette and culture. So the Vaishnava etiquette is, I like to see them like the crutches Krishna gives us to re-establish, you know, a healthy way of moving by subduing the ego, taking the back seat, keeping us in the back, not pushing us to the foreground, not feeding the ego, not showing off, all these kind of things. You know, that's what etiquette and culture advises us. So if we follow that together with the chanting, that's what frees us from the false ego. But if we want, you know, because the ego's satisfaction is dear to us. We are attached to it. We love it. We think there's such, you know, juicy fruits coming from that. So we hang on to it. So that's our choice, to either hang on to it and use the process of Krishna consciousness just to satisfy our ego's demands, or we can use it to actually dissolve it and give it up. So Krishna gives us the choice. So we can't really blame him and say, oh, it's all given by Krishna and he just has to remove it. No, we have the choice, you know, of following Krishna's good advice I mean, there's one verse in Bhagavad Gita, you know, if you surrender to me, you know, you can cross over all the obstacles of conditioned life. But if you act through false ego, not hearing me, you will be lost. So Krishna gives us these choices, these two ways of acting. Either through false ego, I'm the mother, I'm the father, I'm this, I'm that, and I have to use things and people for my control and enjoyment and so on. Or we use Krishna's recommendation of accepting his instruction and working under his direction, and you know, in the mood of being servant of the servant, so then we can very easily cross over the obstacle. So he gives us a choice. Yes. Yes, exactly, by my grace. Yes. Yeah, I mean, he helps, of course, he helps, but we have to make the choice. Let us turn to the topic of importance of relationship. We have emphasized this throughout our seminar, that, you know, actually it's all about relationship. At the moment of death, we are tested which relationship is the most dear to us. And it is very clear, when a relationship with Krishna is established, then we will want to go to him, we will want to leave, right? Very clear. Krishna's been waiting for us for so many lifetimes. Why holding back? Why staying here? If the relationship is there, then it will be so much easier to leave, because we will simply want to get out of here and want to join him. And I mean, this is even when you travel a lot, when you fly to a place where you have relationships, you know, then very clear, you will want to go there, and you're confident you will be picked up and you will be taken care of. But if there's no relationship, well, some people may not even want to go there. You know, they will be too afraid, oh, what will expect me there? Will somebody be there to meet me? Will somebody pick me up? Will somebody take care of me? Maybe better no need to go there. But if a relationship is there, very clear, so much easier, then we will want to go. And also, we mentioned in the very beginning, I think, that the more our relationship with Krishna is established, the more we will lose our fear of death. Right? So the fact how afraid we are of death directly reflects the fact how little this relationship is established, actually. Almost not existing. You know, very, very fragile. Right? And as it becomes more firmly established, we will lose the fear. Right? It's simple and makes sense. Right? So ultimately, it's all about relationship. The relationship we have to, establish, and then we will live in a much easier way, and hopefully we will go to him because we will remember him alone, right? Yes. So I mean, the whole process of bhakti, you know, to develop devotion for Krishna, it's all about relationship. There's no question of developing bhakti if there's no relationship there, right? Yes. So that's the ultimate essence of the whole process of devotional service, to reawaken our lost and forgotten relationship, and to develop our love and devotion. So it's all about relationship, right? So now the main keys to develop the relationship, first of all, Shravanam, we have to hear. We were talking about it in the Holy Name Retreat also, by hearing Sambandha Gyan, by hearing the transcendental knowledge, we get that understanding. Who am I? Who is Krishna? What is this whole world all about? So first part is always to hear. And the hearing wakes us up from our deep sleep, our unconsciousness, our spiritual coma, right? Yes, and in the Holy Name Retreat we were discussing more how the Sambandha Gyan should not only be theoretical on the level of the mind and intelligence, but it should sink down to the level of the heart. Then it is realized, right? And only then we can actually change more deeply. Then we will want to put an end to this forgetfulness of Krishna. We will want to turn to Krishna when we change. So the Sambandha Gyan has to be firmly established on the level of the heart. We have to realize, yes, I have been such a rascal, I've lost and forgot that relationship, and now I want to put an end to this forgetfulness. That has to be very clear there. So, and then the other main key which follows from Shravanam is the chanting of the holy name. As we know, that is the first and foremost way how we re-establish this lost and forgotten connection, this forgotten relationship with Krishna, right? But as we discussed in all details in Ekachakra, the chanting has some deeper secrets. It's not just a matter of mindlessly, mechanically blabbering down some syllables here, but we have to involve the heart, right? We have to bring the chanting to the level of the heart. So, and there's two aspects what it means to be attentive on the level of the heart. Let me ask those who attended the Holy Name Retreat. There's quite a few here, who attended. So what's the first aspect of attentiveness on the level of the heart, without looking in your papers, because it's also mentioned in there? Attentiveness. The first aspect of attentiveness on the level of the heart. Indifference is inattentiveness. Opposite. So what do we have to do to be attentive on the level of the heart? Yes?
Get rid of indifference.
Yes. So how, with which quality of feeling are we meant to change? Helplessness, and we are meant to turn towards Krishna mindfully, right? Yes. So often we chant, but Krishna is not even in the picture. We completely forget about chanting Krishna. We think of so many things, and we look around. So we have to put Krishna in the picture there. And we do that by mindfully turning to Krishna when we chant and call out to Him, feelingly address Him. Please accept me, longing for the relationship. We have to fill our chanting with longing for the relationship. Only that chanting will develop the relationship. Right? If we chant without longing for the relationship, without mindfully turning to Krishna, feelingly addressing Him, that chanting will not do anything for our relationship with Krishna. Nothing. Huh? You remember? And I was sharing this little story there in Ukraine where one Mataji was just about to leave her body, and the devotees asked her, so you want to go to Krishna? And she said no, and everybody was shocked. Why don't you want to go to Krishna? And she said, actually I have no relationship with Krishna. Yeah, well, we are laughing here, but this is very sad. You know, after so many years of Krishna consciousness, no relationship. And this happens when we chant without mindfully turning to Krishna and feelingly appealing to Him and longing for the relationship. Then we will also face death and, whoops, no relationship. You know, we can easily, practice so-called Krishna consciousness and completely leave Krishna out of the picture. This is possible. It's going on massively. That we keep ourselves so busy with all kinds of plans and ambitions and hopes, and we run around doing so many things. But hey, what am I doing for my relationship with Krishna? Am I doing anything for that? And in the chanting, that's the time, when we actually connect with Krishna and build this relationship, invest into this relationship. But only when we chant, mindfully turning to Krishna and calling out to Him, longing for the relationship. Only that kind of chanting will actually connect us with Krishna and build the relationship. So, and Satyananda Swami Maharaj calls the chanting where we don't turn to Krishna, he calls that empty medicine capsule. Empty capsule. Kali capsule in Bangla. Kali is empty. Yes, empty capsule. From outside, it looks like the real thing. But you open it up, oops, nothing inside, empty. Therefore, no effect. Actually, in Harinam Chintamani, Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that this chanting without Sambandha Gyan being deeply established in the heart is like not the real thing. It's like a semblance, a shadow, a reflection. And from that statement, Satyananda Swami came up with this analogy of empty capsule, which says the same thing, basically. And well, talking about myself, I probably for the first 20 years of my devotional life, I took empty capsules. Definitely, I never even heard anything about this, that we are meant to mindfully turn to Krishna and feelingly call out to Him, longing to be accepted, longing for the relationship. Never heard of that, There's so much emphasis on just the number of rounds. How many rounds are we chanting? But nobody ever asks, so what kind of capsules are you taking? Is it empty capsules or full capsules? Or there's also poisonous capsules? Well, yes, we won't go into that now. But for those who were at the Holy Name Retreat, they probably remember. Yeah, so nobody asked about that, Yes. So this is a serious thing, Only that kind of chanting will re-establish this relationship when we mindfully turn to Krishna and call out to Him helplessly, like a child crying in helplessness for his mother. Please accept me. I need you. Only that kind of chanting actually builds the relationship. Yes. So that's tool number one. So then we have another tool in the chanting. The one which dissolves the false ego. Who remembers that from those who were at the Holy Name Retreat? Without looking in your papers. What kind of chanting dissolves the false ego and re-establishes us in Dasya? We said that already. Chanting with a longing to serve. So not only are we meant to turn to Krishna and call out to Him, longing for the relationship, now we define more the relationship. What kind of relationship? Longing to serve. Right? That we fill our heart with this longing to serve. Please, Krishna, let me serve you. All I want to do is serve, serve, serve. So again, it's very logical and simple. If we spend every day 2 hours in our japa chanting, longing to serve, sooner or later the day will come where we get the point. I am servant. Well, very simple actually. You know, it's not even that mysterious or something. So if we really spend every day longing to serve, sooner or later we will get the point. I'm actually serving. In the same way, when we actually turn to Krishna mindfully and long for the relationship, also, you know, if we do this every day for 2 hours, this relationship will be more tangible reality in our life. Right? Very, very logical. But if we, you know, think of so many things and look at this and wander around, then nothing will happen in the relationship, and we will not realize our position of servant. You know, so the chanting, longing to serve, that frees the heart from all these upadhis, from all these tendencies to enjoy, control, thinking ourselves the proprietor, you know. So the longing to serve, that scrubs the heart. Like it says in Kevalastika, the most purifying things of all purifying things, the holy name alone is everything. You know, so it's the most powerful cleansing agent is the holy name. If we use it in the right way, turning to Krishna, longing to serve. Are you ready for just a little chanting exercise? Just to try this. Even if you don't have your beads with you, in the break I quickly ran over and got mine. I also forgot them. But I would suggest, even if you don't have your beads, that we just chant 1 round. And if you don't have your beads, you just chant, or you chant on your fingers, you know, and we will tell everybody here when the 1 round is over. So let us just try this, because this whole discussion becomes much more clear in the mind if we actually do this exercise. You know, that we let us chant 1 round, everybody at their own speed, and we try and put these 2 things. We turn mindfully to Krishna, calling out to him feelingly, and we long to serve. Please, Krishna, allow me to serve you and your devotees. All I want to do is serve. Please accept me and allow me to serve. So let us try and chant just 1 round. How did you go? Was it easy? Very easy? Well, most people say it's not easy at all. It's difficult. You know, maybe for 1, 2 mantras we can turn to Krishna, and then whoops, the mind is carrying us around again, and oh yeah, okay, we're meant to call out to Krishna, turn to him. So, not so easy at all. Even sitting here in our seminar room, not so easy. What to speak of wandering around along the boundary wall, going shopping, you know, out of the question. Empty capsule guarantee. Yeah, I think we have to be careful that we don't express our gratitude to Krishna, what a wonderful, pleasant life we have here or something. You know, one can easily go into that. But actually, Bhaktisiddhanta says, chanting devoid of longing to serve is useless. Pretty heavy, uncompromising. Because only that kind of chanting, longing to serve, that frees us from the false ego. You know, connecting back to transforming the subtle body of mind, intelligence, false ego. So the main way how we get rid of this false ego and how we are established in our true ego of servant is through the chanting, longing to serve. And only that kind of serving, chanting will do the job. You know? But if we're just daydreaming about this and that, no, it will not establish us in dasya. And now just quickly, because you were asking about eternal position, maybe you remember Holy Name Retreat, we were discussing only when we are firmly established in dasya, when all the enjoying and controlling propensities are cleared away, then Krishna may reveal more. Right? Yes. Because as long as we have some enjoying spirit, Krishna will not reveal, you know? And even when we look at Krishna and Radharani, Radha Madhava, you know, as long as there's enjoying spirit there, then very easily our mind says, oh, they have such a nice time together, I also want to be there and have a nice time together with them. Right? But a person who is firmly established in dasya, where all the enjoying tendencies are cleared off, when he sees Radha Madhava, he will say, his mind will say, oh, Radharani knows better than anybody else how to please Krishna. She knows all the secrets, how to serve and please him. I want to learn from her. I wish I could assist her in some menial way. You know? So it's a whole different outlook, you know. So while we have some enjoying spirit, Krishna will not reveal anything more than dasya. So and then we were saying dasya is the foundation to all other relationships. So sakhya, friendship, there's dasya there plus sakhya. And parental vatsalya is dasya plus sakhya plus vatsalya. Madhurya is dasya plus sakhya plus vatsalya plus madhurya. So dasya is the foundation to everything. So first and foremost, we have to be established in dasya. And only then Krishna will reveal if there's anything more to reveal. And dasya, we will be established in that if we long to serve while chanting. So all we have to worry about is simply chanting, longing to serve. And everything else comes from that. Everything else will be revealed in due course of time. You know, we don't have to artificially jump and wonder how will we find out and this and that. All we have to do is chant and long to serve. That's our only business, basically. And everything else will, in due course of time, develop from there. You know? So, and that, just to close the whole circle here, because the seminar, we had the first 2.5 sessions just about Vanaprastha, how important it is, different quotes. So then we had 2.5 sessions or 2 sessions of death. What is death all about? What's happening there? So now the main way to prepare for death is getting on deeper levels of chanting actually. It's all about the relationship. That's what we will be tested in at the moment of death. If that relationship is the main and foremost and most important one to us, or if so many other relationships are more important. Right? So now the whole circle closes because the very essence of the Vanaprastha ashram is preparing for death, is by letting go of so many attachments. We discussed the 3 main principles: simplifying our externals, our surrounding, simplifying our externals, simplifying our eating. So all these things we do to have a better focus on chanting. That's the goal, you know? Because we are so distracted, and we are life so distracted. Also through fancy things around us, through fancy eating, through fancy dressing, increases bodily platform, and So all these aspects of Anapasasham, to simplify everything, is meant to get us on deeper level of chanting and throwing overboard all our attachments, so that hopefully at the moment of death, yes, Krishna will be the most important relationship, and then we can remember him alone. And then we'll be... Yes, of course, of course. That's what involving the heart is all about. There's no question of mechanical. No, there actually has to be a feeling of helplessness and a genuine feeling of longing. I mean, even Rupa Goswami says, the only price to pay for pure bhakti is intense greed for Krishna, Lolya. You know? So we express that actually in chanting. If we have intense greed for Krishna, then we will express that in our chanting. And we chant with a certain intensity there within our heart, a crying out mode, you know? Exactly, and this mechanical chanting, that's useless. It's actually useless. It will not transform the heart, because the heart is not involved. Now, the longing for service is not meant that we want more service. Very often devotees say that. They say, well, I'm doing already so much service. How can I ask for more service? You know? So we are not asking for more service, and we are also not meditating on a particular service, but we simply have this intense longing to actually finally really serve. You know, that the Vaishnava humility makes us think that actually whatever little I'm doing is nothing. I'm just playing around here. You know, so when will the day come when I actually give my heart and soul in service and actually really do something for Prabhupada and Guru's mission? I'm just playing around. And also let us remember that devotional life is ever increasing, unlimited. You know, so whenever a devotee says, I am already doing my best, sorry, that's all I can do. No, that's a completely mundane way of seeing things, because devotional life is ever increasing, unlimited. Not, oh, I'm doing already my best and that's it, sorry. No. You know, Prabhupada was always saying, double it. So, and once we get some little insight that in this principle that devotional life is ever increasing, then we will see whatever little we do is actually nothing compared to the unlimitedlessness, right? So, and that's why personalities like Bhaktivinoda Thakur, they were lamenting, oh, I'm just wasting my life here, I'm a materialist. So often when we read these things, we may wonder, is he just saying that, or is he pretending, or does he really feel like that? So yes, these personalities really feel like that because they have some insight into the unlimited realm of ever-increasing devotion and service, you know? And then whatever little you do, you feel it's actually nothing. But a neophyte devotee, he thinks, oh, I'm doing already so much, because he doesn't even have insight into the unlimitedness. Right? Yes. So it's more about the service mood, you know, that we long to cultivate the deeper service mood where we really give our heart and soul, and it's basically like condensing and making the service mood thicker and thicker. So it's not that we are asking for particular service or something. No, that's the external stuff, what service we do and how much we do. But it's more the internal thing, the longing. Yes. I mean, internal and external becoming one makes me think a little bit, you know, like for example in old age, you might not be able to do anything external. You know? But internal, it's all about internal.
But the
you know?
still asking the Bunyag, they are always
Yeah, because I mean, Krishna is so kind. He accepts the service attitude, even though externally nothing may manifest. You know? But just the service attitude, that longing to serve, Krishna just accepts that.